So guys, welcome to my channel. If you're ready to dive into the world of magic, mystery, and powerful what-if stories, you've found the perfect place. In today's video, we're asking the big question. What if Harry Potter was chosen by ancient magic and crowned King of Hogwarts? This amazing story was written by Rifter28, and it truly brings out a new, emotional side of Harry's journey. Speech Balloon. You can find the full fanfic and support the original author by clicking the link in the description below. If you're curious about what happens next, hit that subscribe button right now so you don't miss any magical adventures. Let's dive into the magic, and see how Harry's life changes forever. The Great Hall of Hogwarts was filled with the large numbers of students and the teachers as they all sat down at their respective house tables enjoying the feast that had been made for Halloween. At the Gryffindor table sat the four troublemakers of Hogwarts: James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin and Peter Pettigrew. "I'm telling you," she said. "Yes." James insisted. "I asked her out and she said yes." "Sure, she did." Remus sipped from his goblet, not believing James. "Are you sure she wasn't being sarcastic? You know that thing people say when they don't really mean." "I know what sarcasm is," James said, annoyed. Sirius was there. "Tell him, Padfoot." The group turned to Sirius, who was busy staring off at the end of their house's table to see a brown-haired girl taking a bite of her food while reading a book which she held in front of her. James frowned at his best friend. "Hey, what?" Sirius looked back at his friends. "Why don't you pay more attention to this very important conversation and less on my sister, you perv?" "I'm listening. What were we talking about?" "We," Remus emphasized the word, "are talking about how deluded love has made James." "That's not new," Sirius said. "And here I thought we were having an important discussion." "It is an important discussion," James declared. "Padfoot, tell Moony and Wormtail about what happened on our way here." Sirius thought for a bit before answering. James messed with a few Slytherins and deducted some points from them. "Not that," James said loudly. "Could you please shut up?" The boys all turned to see Cathy, James's sister, glaring at them. "Your voice isn't as nice sounding to the rest of us as it is to you." "No one was talking to you," James retorted. "Not everyone here was talking to you," Cathy snapped back. "So please just shut up." 2 points for your cheek." James smiled. Cathy responded by raising her middle finger at him. "Make that 4. James ignored that and went back to their discussion. "Lily said yes to going out with me." Remus dropped the spoon he was using and stared at James, speechless. "You joking?" Peter spoke. "How? Why?" "I don't know why, but I really don't care." Cathy Potter rubbed her forehead as she tried to block out her brother's conversation with his friends. She looked at the book she was holding and peeped up to look across to Slytherin's table. A certain raven-haired boy met her eyes and smiled with a hint of pink glowing on his cheeks. The rest of the students of Hogwarts were all enjoying their dinner peacefully when the doors to the Great Hall burst wide open. Everyone turned to see the entirety of the Black family along with the Potter, Weasley, Tonks, Malfoy and Lestrange households, as well as the Minister of Magic and his entourage of Aurors trailing behind him. Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of the school, stood up. "What is the meaning of this? What's going on? What the hell are you lot doing here?" Sirius asked his family, to which his mother glared at her disowned son. "We received a letter that said that our son was in danger," Orion Black told the headmaster. "As did we for our children," Flamel informed everyone. "We're fine though," Cathy Potter said, standing up so her parents could see her. James, who was sitting with his friends the Marauders, waved so his parents could see him as well. "I received an email from Professor McGonagall that you needed my help and several Aurors, Albus." Harold Mincham, the current Minister of Magic, said. Minerva McGonagall looked surprised. "Minister, I assure you, I said no such letter." "Cathy, did you really not write this?" Euphemia questioned her daughter, taking out the letter that had been sent to her and her husband. Cathy stood up and walked over to her mother to take a look at the letter. Her eyes turned confused at the sight of it. "This is my handwriting, but I swear I didn't write this, Mum," Cathy said. "Well then, why the hell called us all here?" Molly Weasley demanded. All of a sudden there was a loud bang and a bright yellow light covered the room. When the light dimmed down, between the tables of the teachers and the students was a desk that had a dark box with golden engravings all over it. "What is that?" someone whispered. "Where did it come from? I thought you couldn't apparate on school grounds." Albus Dumbledore walked down to inspect the box. Holding his wand over the item, a red transparent bubble seemed to block any contact from being made. The headmaster leaned down closer as the other teachers got closer to find a name engraved on the box. Catherine Potter. Dumbledore looked up to the fifth-year student. Your name is written on this box, it seems. Everyone turned to face Cathy, who looked even more confused than she was earlier. Headmaster Phileas Flitwick, the charms professor, called the wizard's attention to the other side of the box. I believe that Ms. Potter isn't the only one. Lily Evans. Professor McGonagall read out. The red-haired Gryffindor girl stood up as her name had been called. James Potter looked to the girl who he had fancied, wondering why her name was on the box along with his sister's. There's another. Professor Slughorn said, looking from across McGonagall's side. Severus Snape. There's one more. Professor Sprout said, read from the last side of the box. Regulus Black. Can all 4 students please come up here? The headmaster said. Obediently all 4 students came up and Dumbledore had them each stand on the sides that contained their names. They all waited for something to happen. So, now what? Cathy asked. As soon as she did, all the lights in the Great Hall went out, frightening most of the student. However, the box began to glow brightly. 4 streams of light seeped out from the box and moved down the table to its legs and moved to encircle the 4 students. Then the lights in the Great Hall came back on and the box ceased glowing. Well, that was unusual, Sirius Black said, breaking the silence. A silt appeared atop the box and a white sheet flew out and covered the windows that were structured behind the teacher's table. The box began to twist and break and reshape itself. The Great Hall also began to change. The tables and long benches all broke and shifted, startling everyone. The food vanished and the wooden furniture transformed in comfy chairs that pulled the newcomers and teachers into themselves as well. Soon the whole Great Hall looked like one giant movie theater. The students all sat in their houses with spaces between each house. Buckets of popcorn popped up from the ground and landed in front of them, and drinks appeared on the holders built into their chairs. What the hell is going on? James Potter shouted. The box had stopped transforming and settled into the form of a projector. Everyone stay calm and silent, please. Albus Dumbledore commanded. Albus, what is the meaning of this? Mincham, who was sitting behind him, questioned. I cannot say for certain, but let's just wait and see him. The minister leaned back and settled down as the projector turned itself on. The projector showed a young man who couldn't be much older than a 7th year. He had dark hair and looked like he had just come back from a fight. Okay then, Ron, turn it on when I tell you to. The man said. How do I do that? A voice of another person asked. We've been over this, just press the button. The man said. This button? No, the one on my face. Yes, that button. The man said. I already pressed it though. The young man froze as he absorbed what was said. So, this is being recorded. Unfortunately, it seems so. Another female voice said. This is not very well put together. Cathy whispered to Lily, who sat next to her. She, Lily, Severus and Regulus were all seated next to one another in the back with the teachers. Great, the man said. Just say what you have to say and get on with it. A new female voice snapped. Okay then. The man cleared his throat and began. Hello everyone, to those of you who are here listening to this message, don't be alarmed, well, not yet at least. My name is Ryan Black and I am here to warn you. Black? Did he say black? Do we have cousin or something we don't know about? Regulus asked his parents, who were seated in the second last row. No you don't, his father told him. For those of you who don't know me, that's fine, I'd be surprised if you did. Ryan Black continued. Seeing as I have yet to be born yet. What did he say? As some of you probably figured out, I am from the future. And this whole message is from the future. Impossible. Someone shouted. Quiet. Walburga snapped at the student. I know that you are in the middle of a war and everything seems insane, but what you're going through isn't as bad as what we've just gone through. I doubt it, Mincham muttered. We have just finished with the Second Wizarding War and we have suffered too much. Ryan said. Don't get me wrong, we won, but like a wise woman once told me, there are no winners in a war, just survivors. Another war, McGonagall repeated. That's why we've decided to save those we've lost. The best way is to send this message back to before the first war ended to ensure that the second never starts. Oh my goodness, Molly Weasley said, gripping her husband's hand in hers. Now then, we've collected the memories of many people and complied them in a way similar to that of a film so that they're easy to grasp. Now let's start. The film opens up to a sign with the words Privet Drive written on it and shifts to a Professor Dumbledore walking about on the street. He took out an object and all the lights from the street flew into it. "Wicked," Sirius Black said before getting shushed by everyone. A cat that sat nearby meowed very loudly and caught the wizard's attention. "I should have known that you would be here, Professor McGonagall." The cat jumped and transformed into the Transfiguration teacher that everyone knew. "Good evening, Professor Dumbledore." Suddenly a taxi pulled up and after paying the driver a woman came out. When she turned around her face became visible despite how dark it was. "Is that me?" Cathy questioned in surprise. "Bloody hell, I look good." "I agree." Sirius smirked at the girl making her shudder in disgust. "Quiet, Black," someone told him. "How come no one shushed her?" Sirius muttered. "Ah, hello Catherine." Dumbledore greeted. "Hello Professor." The older Cathy replied before turning to her old head of house. "Oh, Minerva should have known you'd be here. You, always up in everybody's business." "Good evening, Catherine." McGonagall responded somewhat deadpanned. "Where's your husband?" "He's back at Safe Haven with the kids." Cathy stated. "He wanted to come but everyone we know is drinking and celebrating so finding a sitter was impossible." "I have children." Cathy looked surprised. "As in the plural form of child?" "As in I have more than one child." "I wonder who in their right mind married her." A girl from Slytherin whispered loudly. "Are the rumors true, Cathy?" McGonagall asked. "I have no idea who started those rumors but I'm afraid so, Professor." Cathy nodded sadly. "And the boy? Hagrid is bringing him." Dumbledore answered. "What boy? What's going on?" Remus Lupin asked. "Is it wise to trust Hagrid with something so important?" "Hey!" Some of the Gryffindor students cried out at the insinuation. "Catty Minerva, even for you." Cathy told her. "Professor, I would trust Hagrid with my life." Dumbledore added. A low rumbling sound had broken the silence around them. It grew steadily louder as they looked up and down the street for some sign of a headlight. It swelled to a roar as they both looked up at the sky, and a huge motorcycle fell out of the air and landed on the road in front of them. If the motorcycle was huge, it was nothing to the man sitting astride it. He was almost twice as tall as a normal man and at least 5 times as wide. He looked simply too big to be allowed, and so wild, long tangles of bushy black hair and beard hid most of his face. He had hands the size of trash can lids, and his feet in their leather boots were like baby dolphins. In his vast, muscular arms he was holding a bundle of blankets. "Professor Dumbledore, sir." "Professor McGonagall." "Cathy." "Hagrid," the Hogwarts gamekeeper greeted. "Hagrid." The marauders cheered making the giant blush. "No problems, I trust, Hagrid?" Dumbledore inquired. "No, sir," Hagrid said. "Little Tyke fell asleep as we were flying over Bristol. Would you mind?" Cathy looked at the sleeping infant. Hagrid nodded and Cathy walked over to Hagrid and took the babe into her arms. "Try not to wake him." "There you go," Hagrid said. Cathy held the boy carefully before sighing and walking towards the home at the end of the street. "Do you really think it's safe, leaving him with the people?" "I've watched them all day. They're the worst sort of muggles." Minerva spoke up. "Minnie," Cathy began. "Catherine, I know that you and James had your differences but surely you could take the boy instead. He is your nephew after all." "Wait, that's my son," James said startled. "Who's his mum? Where's his mum? Where am I?" "Thérilière." "Minerva, trust me, I'd like nothing more than to bring him with me, but this is for the best." Cathy sighed. "He'll be famous." Professor McGonagall continued to persist. "Every child in our world will know his name." "What? Why?" Several students thought. "He's far better off growing up away from all of that." Dumbledore told her. "Until he's ready." "Exactly," Cathy said as she placed the baby on the doorstep. "All right then, that's done." "Oh, aren't you going to knock?" Minerva asked. Cathy gave her a confused stare. "Knock where? What do you mean, knock where?" "Where else?" James shouted. "On the door." "Minerva, the only thing better than a surprise is a surprise baby. Trust me, the muggles are gonna love it. It just doesn't seem that safe." Minerva said. "This is why I don't invite you to things." Cathy sighed. "This kid just killed a guy, I think it can handle a doorstep." A series of gasps were heard throughout the hall as people digested the information that was just given. Hagrid's eyes began to well up with tears and he sobbed quietly. There, Hagrid. It's not really goodbye, after all." Dumbledore comforted the Half giant. Good luck, Harry Potter, Cathy said, looking at the babe one last time. For a moment she stayed watching the baby before she walked over and banged against the doors of the home, waking up its owners. The scene changed into a small room that contained a sleeping boy that in all accounts looked identical to that of James Potter, all except for the lightning-shaped scar that was present on his forehead. Up! A woman shouted whilst knocking on a small door. Get up, now! A gasp escaped the lips of one Lily Evans that did not go unnoticed. Lils, what is it? Cathy asked. That's Petunia, Lily said. That's my sister. Silence filled the great hall that was immediately broken by James as he shouted for joy. Yes, I married Lily. I married Lily. Be quiet, stupid boy. Regulus Black snapped. Prawns. Remus caught James's attention and directed him back to the screen. Wake up, cousin. Dudley Dursley yelled, jumping on the stairs. Spiders and dust fell from Harry's ceiling and it became evident where his bedroom was located. We're going to the zoo. Is that what I think it is? Someone amongst the students whispered. They put him in the cupboard. That's child abuse. What the hell, Cathy? James turned to his sister. What? Cathy looked at her brother with guilt for what her future self seems to have done. You put my son in a home where they lock him in the cupboard. Let's not overreact, maybe he likes it in the cupboard. Cathy defended herself, which got her many looks from everyone. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, maybe he just enjoys a minimalistic lifestyle. Also, we don't know his behavior, maybe he's the worst and he deserves it. Here he comes, the birthday boy. Petunia said, kissing her fat son. Happy birthday, son. A very round man on a sofa told his son as he read the morning paper. Cook breakfast, Petunia commanded Harry. And try not to burn anything. He's not a house elf. Sirius shouted. Other students shouted in agreement over the mistreatment of the young wizard. Cathy just sank deeper into her seat as to try to avoid her brother's glares. Lily just sat there looking horrified at her sister's treatment of her son. Hey, Regulus whispered to Cathy. It's just the beginning of the film. Maybe you had a good reason to leave him there. I hope so, Cathy said. Because I just come out of this whole thing looking awful. Yes, Aunt Petunia. I want everything to be perfect, for my Dudley's special day. The woman said, pinching her son's cheeks. Hurry up. Bring my coffee, boy. The fat man ordered. Yes, Uncle Vernon. Harry obeyed. As he brought the coffee to his uncle, Petunia showed her son all the presents that were for him. Aren't they wonderful, darling? That's a lot of presents. The expression on Dudley's face was one of uncertainty. How many are there? 36. Vernon said proudly. Counted them myself. 36. The little fat boy screamed. But last year I had 37. But some are bigger than last year's. Vernon tried to calm his son down. I don't care. This is what we're going to do. Petunia said in a soothing tone. We're going to buy you 2 new presents. How's that, Pumpkin? What a brat. Marlene said. What kind of parent would spoil a child like that? Euphemia Potter asked. Cathy, her daughter, looked at her with skepticism. Euphemia turned to her daughter. What? Nothing, Cathy said. The scene changed and Harry and his Muggle family were seen getting out of their house and into a dull silver car. It shall be a lovely day at the zoo. Petunia's voice was sounded from the background as she and her son got into the car. I'm really looking forward to it. As Harry opened the car door to get in, Vernon slammed the door and took him aside. I'm warning you now, boy, he threatened with the car keys in his hand. Any funny business, any at all, and you won't have any meals for a week. Get in. Seems like these Muggles are not as nice as some of us claim. Walburga commented. Many Muggle-born students took offense to this. Several of them started to talk among themselves. Funny, this Muggle family seems to be a lot like mine. Sirius spoke, annoying his parents. Hypocrisy isn't a good look on you, mother. Silence, you swine. The witch snapped. Come up with some better material. James defended his friend. Calm down all. Professor McGonagall commanded. Let us fight among ourselves. Someone in the future wanted everyone here to see this to prevent future conflicts, not to create new ones. Well said. Dumbledore nodded. Let us keep our opinions and comments to ourselves. The scene changed again, this time the family were all in the zoo. Dudley was staring at a giant serpent with a bored look on his face. Make it move, he told his father. Move. Vernon knocked on the display glass. Move. Dudley slammed his fist at the creature. Many of the Slytherins who smiled at the sight of their house's symbol felt anger at Muggles for their disrespect. The rest of the houses also felt bad for the snake being annoyed by Vernon and Dudley. "He's asleep," Harry told his cousin. "He's boring," Dudley said as he walked away. "Boring or not, that doesn't mean you're in the right to bang on the glass like that." Dudley stopped and turned around to see a tall dark-haired boy standing next to Harry eating popcorn out of a paper bag. Then again, it must be easy to disturb a creature like this when you're safe on this side of the glass. "Did you know that boa constrictors don't have poison in them? They just wrap and coil themselves around fat little boys like you and squeeze until you pop like a zit." "Who's that?" someone wondered. "Maybe some weird Muggle lad. He's a bit scary." "He looks familiar, doesn't he?" Flamel asked. "Yes." Euphemia nodded. "Yeah." James and Sirius nodded. Regulus noticed everyone in the hall discussing who the boy could be. Whether he was someone important to the story or just some random child. The second son of House of Black turned to say something to Cathy Potter when he noticed it. She and the boy looked alike. The shape of their cheeks, chins and foreheads were almost identical to each other. "Cathy," he spoke. "Yeah." The brunette witch looked at the boy. Regulus was about to point out the similarities between them when he saw his mother look toward their direction. "Nothing." Dudley looked slightly frightened at the dark way that boy had delivered his information. "Come along, Dudley," Vernon whispered to his son as he stared at the boy and left Harry with him. "Sorry about that." The boy apologized to Harry in a much more cheerful manner. "I don't people who think they can mistreat animals." "Me either," Harry said. "Popcorn," the boy offered to Harry. Harry shook his head. "No thank you. He's so polite." Alice whispered. "Hard to believe that he's James's." Her boyfriend Frank Longbottom replied. "Ryan." The boy looked behind him to see a tall man calling out to him. The camera showed him holding hands with two younger girls but cut off at his chest, not showing his face. "Come along. I got to go. Bye," the boy said. "Bye," Harry mumbled as the dark-haired boy walked away. His gaze fell back on the serpent and sighed. "Sorry about my cousin earlier," Harry told the snake. "He doesn't understand what it's like, lying there, watching people press their ugly faces in on you." The snake raised its head and winked at Harry. Harry became very surprised. "Can you hear me?" The snake wiggled its forked tongue out of his mouth and nodded. "It's just, I've never talked to a snake before. Do you talk to people often? You're from Burma, aren't you? Was it nice there? Do you miss your family?" "Parselmouth," someone from Slytherin shouted. "He's a Parselmouth." The entire hall went into a surprised noisy discussion over the new events that transpired. Most were wondering what a Parselmouth was, while others were discussing the possibility that Harry and his family were the descendants of Salazar Slytherin. "There's no way," James declared. "I mean, our family's been in Gryffindor for years." "That doesn't necessarily mean that you aren't Slytherin's descendants, James," Remus told him. "It just means that you don't embody his principles and beliefs." "Yeah, but..." Silence. Dumbledore quieted the hall once again. The snake pointed its head to the left and showed a sign that said that it had been raised in captivity. "I see. That's me as well. And never knew my parents either. Mummy, Dad, you won't believe what this snake is doing." Dudley yelled to his parents in excitement. When he got to the display, he elbowed Harry in the ribs and shoved to the floor. Dudley pressed his hand and head against the glass while Harry looked up at his cousin in anger and annoyance. "Bastard!" James cursed at the boy while others agreed. In a split second the glass vanished and Dudley fell into the exhibit. Harry looked surprised while Dudley, completely drenched, looked horrified as the boa constrictor slithered its way out of the cage and into the concrete floor. "Thanks," the snake hissed. "Anytime," Harry replied. "Snake," someone screamed. "Mum," Dudley screamed to his mother when she and her husband came over to the cage. "Mummy, help me," Petunia screamed in fright and horror. "My darling boy. How did you get in there? Who did this? How did you get in there?" "Aistheria snake." The entire hall roared with laughter and giggles at the sight of Dudley being trapped behind the glass. "That's what you get. Serves him right," Peter said as he and his group of friends nodded. Harry smiled and chuckled lightly in the scene. His amusement was sadly cut short at the sight of Vernon's face glowing bright red in anger. "It's all right, sweetheart. We'll get you out of these cold clothes." The scene shifted back to the house and Petunia, with her son wrapped in towels in her arms, led him through their home. Harry walked in after them and his uncle grabbed him by the hair and shoved him against the door of his cupboard. "What happened? I swear, I don't know," Harry said through his gritted teeth. The glass was there and then it was gone, like magic. Vernon's face shifted from rage to fear before returning back to rage. He opened Harry's cupboard and tossed the bye inside. "There's no such thing as magic," he spat out. "Rubbish, twat, muggle." The various names and insults flew at the man, cursing at his words and behavior. The next scene showed the sight of a brown feathered owl flying over the house and dropping an envelope with fluttered down and precisely slipped through the letterbox of the Dursleys' door. Harry came in and picked up the letters from the floor and walked slowly back down the hall as he sorted through them. "It's his letter," James squealed with pride and excitement. At the end was a light brown envelope with a red wax seal. Harry flipped it over and his eyes widened at the sight of the address. Mr. H. Potter. The cupboard under the stairs. Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. "Wait, did you lot know where he was living?" Cathy asked Dumbledore and the other teachers. "No, Ms. Potter," Professor Flitwick answered. "The school processes quills that have been charmed to write to the families. There are simply too many letters sent out that writing each one is too difficult to accomplish." "That's right," Professor McGonagall nodded. "We also have to visit and explain the entire existence of the magical community to those families that are unaware. Would be easier if you didn't bother with them at all," Bellatrix said, making several other students and some parents nod in agreement. "Hogwarts was made to educate all children that have a gift for the mystic arts, Ms. Black, not just those you deem worthy," the headmaster said. "Lestrange," Bellatrix corrected. "I'm Bellatrix Lestrange now. Good God, they're getting ready to multiple," Sirius said, rubbing the space between his eyes. Harry handed his uncle the mail without taking his eyes off the letter. Dudley's eyes stayed on Harry as he saw the boy with the letter. "Marge is ill. Ate a funny whelk," Vernon told his wife after reading a postcard from his sister. Before Harry could sit down, Dudley got up and snatched the letter from his hand. "Dad, look, Harry's got a letter." "Hey, give it back. It's mine," Harry declared. "Yours," Vernon said incredulously. "Who'd be writing to you?" Petunia joined her husband and son, and when they saw that above the sealed wax was the word Hogwarts, the two of them had all the color drained from their faces. They looked at each other in fear and then stared at Harry, who looked at them confused. The scene changed, and after that another owl was seen flying near the Dudleys' residence. After dropping of the letter, it landed on a nearby television antenna with two other owls. Vernon was next seen picking up 3 identical letters addressed to Harry and tearing them up. "How could he do such a thing?" Lily spoke up. "He has no right." Harry was in his dark cupboard playing with a toy of a man on a horse when the sounds of a drill disturbed him. "No more mail, throw this letterbox." Harry opened his door slightly and peeked out to see Vernon drilling a plank of wood over the letterbox. Harry just went back into his cupboard without say a thing. "Do you think that'll work?" a first year asked. "Nope." The screen next showed more owls landing on the roofs, and some had even come down to land on the cars that were parked in the street. "Have a lovely day at the office, dear." Petunia kissed her husband. The screeching of the owls on his car brought a frown to his face. Petunia tapped on her husband's arm and nodded on the ground where more letters addressed to Harry lay. "Shoo! Go on," he shouted at the winged creatures. The next images showed Petunia making an omelette, and when she cracked an egg inside of the wet egg white and yolk, a dry envelope was crumbled up inside. Petunia cracked more eggs and found more crumbled up letters. She looked out the window and screamed at all the owls staring at her. Next, Vernon was seen tossing the letters into the fireplace one by one. When Harry came into view, the man just smiled at the boy and threw the rest of the letters in. "That's creepy," Cathy commented. "Fine day, Sunday." The scene had changed to show it was the morning of a new day. Vernon was nibbling on a biscuit with unruly hair, looking slightly deranged. "In my opinion, best day of the week." "Why is that, Dudley?" The fat little boy shrugged his shoulders at his father while his mother filled his cup with more milk. "Because there's no post on Sundays," Harry answered, holding the plate of biscuits. "Right you are, Harry." Vernon smiled at the boy. "No post on Sunday, no blasted letters today." "No, sir. Not one single bloody letter. Not one." Harry walked toward the window, and when he looked outside he saw the countless number of owls flying about. "No, sir, not one blasted, miserable." Vernon was cut off when a letter blasted out from the fireplace and flew sharply before his eyes. The fireplace began to rumble, and all of a sudden it exploded hundreds of letters at once. "Wow. Wicked," Fabian and Gideon Pruitt said in unison. "Make it stop, please," Dudley cried to his mother, who held her son defensively. Harry smiled with happiness at the sight before him. "Stop it," Vernon cried out. "Mummy, what's happening?" Harry jumped up and grabbed one of the letters. He quickly dashed out of the room, but Vernon took off after him. Give me that letter." Why didn't he just pick one from the floor? Regulus wondered. "Seems to take after his father's stupidity more and more the longer we watch," Severus said, making some laugh. "Hey!" Harry tried to open the door to his cupboard, but Vernon grabbed him and lifted him up. "Get off!" Harry shouted. "They're my letters. Let go of me." Vernon's struggle with Harry resulted with the two of them wrestling on the floor. "That's it. We're going away," Vernon yelled once he pinned both of Harry's arms behind his back. "Far away, where they can't find us." "Daddy's gone mad, hasn't he?" Dudley cried. The entire Watchers in the Hogwarts Hall just smiled and laughed at the scene of Vernon Dursley losing his cool and of his family's reaction. Although there were some who were upset by the fact that Harry still hadn't managed to read any of his letters. They were right there. James complained to his friends. He was so close. "Relax, mate," Sirius told him. "They won't be able to keep him away from the letter forever." "Yeah," Peter chirped in. "It's only a matter of time." "Hey, look." Someone in the hall pointed to the screen. The scene changed again, and the words, "years earlier," displayed on the screen. A mysterious figure was seen walking up to a building. This figure was dressed in maroon leather with a leather mask that covered her mouth. You could tell that the figure was female by the shape of her body and the length of her reddish-brown hair. "Who's that?" Marlene asked her friends. "Don't know," Dorcas Meadows says. "But I love those boots." When she walked into the building, the only thing that was there was a door and a booth next to it with a glass screen. A single man was reading the Daily Prophet. When he looked up and saw the woman, his expression changed to one of shock. The man stood up and took out his wand. "I know this place," Mincham, the current Minister of Magic, said. "It's an Auror post in London." Dumbledore looked a bit concerned as the masked woman walked over to man who had pointed his wand at her. Before he could do anything, the woman conjured a red wisp of glowing light and threw it at the wizard, breaking through the glass and slamming the man against the wall. The woman continued to walk and went through the corridor. "Whoa, what was that? That was so cool." The teachers looked at the type of magic and was impressed at the precision of the magic. Several more wizards came in an attempt to attack the witch, but the red wisps appeared in her hand and all the wizards had their arms and legs sealed. They slammed against the walls hard and were knocked unconscious. The woman continued to walk through the corridor and stopped a door. Waving her fingers, she tore the door off its hinges. She threw the door away, and inside was a man with dark hair sitting down and handcuffed to a steel table. He looked up and showed himself to be an older version of Regulus Black. A lot of the students began talking about the Regulus Black was startled at the sight of himself. That's the difference between the younger and older Regulus was that the older Regulus' hair was shorter, he was slightly taller and muscular, and the obvious serpent tattooed on his arm. "Is it wrong that I think he hot?" Cathy whispered to Lily. Lily didn't respond as her attention was focused on the mark on Regulus' arm. "I knew it," Sirius whispered to his friends. "He's a Death Eater." Walburga and Orion Black smiled with pride, as did the rest of his cousins and relatives. "Thought you'd never show up." Regulus smiled. The witch waved her hand and unlocked the cuffs. Regulus rubbed his wrists and stood up. "Let's go before we get arrested." The witch's voice was muffled. The sounds of footsteps and people shouting came from outside the room. The woman looked outside the room and saw people running into the room. The witch raised her hand and a red wall blocked the path of the people. Sirius Black came out from the group of wizards and pointed his wand at the wall. "Well, the main character has arrived," Sirius declared. "Good one, Padfoot," James encouraged. "Bombarda." The spell hit the wall but was swallowed in a wave of red burst and threw all the wizards several feet away. "Time to go," the witch said. A large red streak of light tore through the air and stayed there. "What kind of magic is that?" Professor Flitwick inquired among his peers. I've never seen anything like that before. Professor Dumbledore admitted. This released a discussion by several groups who were surprised that their headmaster was new to that witch's magic as they were. It's been fun, Sirius. Regulus called out. But next time try to arrest me with an actual crime. Curious. Professor Binns said. What is Professor? Severus asked. It seems that in the future, Mr. Black is arrested for a crime he believes he has not committed. He has the Dark Lords, Mark. Someone from Hufflepuff said. Pretty sure any crime he commits he wouldn't think is a crime. Cathy wanted to get up to say something but Regulus grabbed her hand. Don't. But. Just don't. This time Walburga caught her son's interaction with Cathy, which made her suspicious since she knew all of his peers and he never made any mention of her before. Regulus walked toward the red rift and the rift's flash a bright red light and Regulus vanished. The witch looked behind her and caught eye contact with Sirius Black. She winked before she walked through the rift and vanished. As soon as she went through the rift, it quickly closed and disappeared. The scene shifted to that of the Dursleys' residence. The house was silent and didn't have any of the lights on. The words, "Present Day," displayed on the screen before fading away. Lightning lit the sky with the roar of thunder and a woman dressed in dark maroon clothes appeared on the porch. The camera didn't show her face and stayed on her back and dark hair. She waved her hand and the red wisp of magic glowed as it unlocked the door and opened for her. She walked inside and the lightning outside lit up the house for a split second. She walked up the stairs and opened the first door she came to. The room was that of Dudley's room. She moved on to the next and found that it was filled with toys and a TV and computer and several unwrapped birthday presents were piled up in the corner. Is that the same witch as before? Must be. She's got that same red glow thing. The next room was a neat room that had a bed but was clearly a guest room. The witch walked over to the last room and upon entering found it to have a very large bed and a framed picture of Vernon and Petunia on the dresser next to the bed. What's she looking for? Remus asked. You don't think she looking for Harry, do you? I have a bad feeling about this. Flamel said. If this witch associates with dark wizards then don't want her near my grandson. The witch made her was back downstairs and entered the kitchen and went about inspecting the house before moving to the dining room and the living room. The witch seemed to not have found what she was after. She walked back out the kitchen and was on the hallway out to the front door when she heard a crack. Looking down and lifted her boot and the witch saw that she had stepped the wooden toy horseman that Harry had been playing with earlier the other day. Picking it up and inspecting it, the mysterious witch's eyes went from the broken toy of the door of the cupboard. "Uh-oh," James muttered. Walking over to it, she opened it and pulled at the pull cord to turn on the light. The camera changed and zoomed back to the doorway of the kitchen. Next to the door was a framed picture of the Dursleys family. A large crack shattered the glass and camera went back further and showed a vase of flowers on the kitchen table that was young and fresh. Immediately the flowers lost their color and wilted until it was completely dried and caught fire. That can't be good, Peter said. The witch walked out of the hallway in a furious pace and the front door blew past its hinges and landed on the driveway and rode in pieces. The number of owls in the street began to hoot and screech violently. The witch waved her hand creating the red wisps again and the owls began to fly away. As she walked on the road the red rift appeared in front of it and she walked into it and vanished. Who is this woman? Someone from Slytherin asked. A lot of the Serpent House's students were itching to know who this witch could be. To them a witch powerful enough to break into a Auror stronghold and escape so easily would be a welcomed asset to their cause and their families if they knew who she was. The scene shifted to that of Harry in a dark house. The lightning and thunder clashed outside with the heavy raining. The camera showed that Dudley was snoring on a sofa while Harry was on the floor drawing a birthday cake on the dusty floor. "Ah, that's just sad," Alice said with an aching expression. "This film seems to be bringing out everyone's hormonal impulses." Cathy muttered with an eye roll. The young boy looked at the watch from his cousin's arm and it rang when the clock turned to 12. "Make a wish, Harry," the boy told himself before blowing, and making the dust drawing fade. As soon as Harry stopped blowing a loud crashing boom was heard that shook the whole house. Dudley woke up and Harry got up. The boom was heard again, this time the source was identified as the thick wooden door. A red flash of light flared at the spaces where the door and the wall and door hinges met. "What's that? It's that witch." "Oh no, she found them," James said. Vernon and Petunia came down and the Muggle man held a gun in his arms. Who's there? Vernon squeaked cowardly. A final boom was heard before the door fell down on the floor. Dudley screamed in fear and saw that a female figure stood in the doorway with one glowing red hand held up and a pair of red eyes. Lightning flashed behind her and the image of her terrified everyone in the room. Good Godric! Molly Weasley shouted in affright. What the hell is that? What does she want? The witch took one step forward into the house and the dim light in the house revealed her wet body and that of her face. Good God, it's freezing out there. Cathy complained. She appeared to be shivering and wet from the rain. Didn't you lot hear me knocking? A silence fell into the hall as everyone turned to Brunette Witch's shock. Cathy looked around and shrugged her arms. It was you, evidently. Cathy nodded. You were the one who helped Regulus break out of prison. Sirius accused. We don't know that that was even a prison or the right thing to do. Cathy pointed out. No one said a word and Cathy came into the house stepping over the door. Sorry about the door. Cathy apologized using magic to bring the door back up and reattached it to its hinges. Dudley and Harry stared at her in astonishment. I had been knocking, I promise you. Must not have heard me with that storm going on outside. I demand that you leave at once. Vernon commanded. Cathy turned her attention at him and watched him unimpressed. You are breaking and entering. Oh, shut up you walking pudding. Cathy replied in annoyance. All things considered, this actually might turn out to be a good show. Severus said. Leave now madam or else. Vernon pointed the gun and the witch and Cathy simply smiled. 1 second Vernon was holding a gun and the next he was holding a plunger. Get lost, I'm not even here for you. Cathy turning around to see Dudley. Hello Harry. The last time I saw you, you were just a babe. Now look at you. Wow, you've certainly grown. That's not him. James shouted. And what was with that tone? I'm not Harry. Dudley told the witch. I am. Harry spoke up from the corner. Oh, thank God. Cathy whispered to herself. She walked over to him and knelt down. Just look at you. You look so much like James, it's a little scary to be honest. Oh, look, you still have green eyes like Lily. She always did have nice eyes. Lucky you. Thank you. Harry muttered. Yes, now before I forget, an old friend of me and your dad's made this for you when he heard I was going to come by. Cathy took out a box from inside her coat and gave it to him. Harry opened the box to see a pink cake that spelled out, Happy Birthday Harry. Don't mind the spelling, he was just too excited to do that right and I didn't have the heart to correct him. Hagrid blushed a furious red color in embarrassment. It's the thought that counts, Hagrid. Dumbledore assured the caretaker. Thank you, Headmaster. Hagrid muttered as the others cheered him for his cake. Thank you, Harry said happily as Dudley eyed the cake from the corner. Well, it's not every day your young man turns 11, now is it? Cathy moved to the fireplace and a red line started from the top of her head fell down to her feet, removing any water. She waved her hand and wood and a fire appeared warming the house. Harry stared at the woman and placed the cake down before approaching her. Excuse me, but who are you? The witch smiled. I am Catherine Potter, Mistress of Magic and Caster of Chaos. Order of Merlin 1st, 2nd and 3rd class. I'm also your dad's younger sister, so you can just call me Auntie Cathy. I'm a professor at Hogwarts too. Speaking of, you must be excited him. Did she say she has all the orders of Merlin? She's probably just making it up. A pudgy Slytherin girl said. Hey, what? No one's ever won more than one order of Merlin, let alone all 3. Say that to my face. Ms. Potter, Ms. Umbridge, behave yourselves. Professor McGonagall told the 2 girls. Sorry, no, Harry said. Cathy had a look of confusion flash before her eyes. What do you mean no? I mean, Harry looked uncertain at what to tell the woman. Cathy tilted her head to the side and the depths of eyes glowed a deep red color. Harry felt the back of his head tingle a bit. Suddenly, Cathy's expression changed, one of confusion to that of anger. Dursley. Cathy turned to Petunia and her husband, who both tried to cower and hide. Oh, you evil bastards. Did she just use legilimency on him? Probably. That's what she does. Anyone who knew Catherine Potter knew that the young girl had a very strong affinity for the art of legilimency. She could slip into and out of the minds of most people, which was one of the reasons why so many students avoided interacting with her. For fear of what she may discover if she happened to cross their minds. The thunder and lightning outside seemed to roar and crackle along with Cathy's rage. 10 years. You had 10 years with this boy and you told him nothing. My nephew doesn't know anything about anything. Harry thought that this was a bit insulting to himself. I do know some things. I can, do maths and stuff. Cathy turned back to her nephew and placed her hand on his shoulder. Oh, the poor dear. Andromeda said, holding her husband's hand and kissing her 5-year-old daughter. That's sweet love, but I'm talking about things about my world. Our world. Mum and Dad's world. What world? Cathy sat back down and sighed. You don't know. You really don't know. Cathy looked at Harry sympathetically. You're a wizard, Harry. I'm a what? Harry looked at her surprised. A wizard. Just like me. Cathy smiled. She lifted her hand and wisps of glowing energy spreading around her hand and spread around the room. Harry looked at the woman in astonishment. Don't worry, you'll be a good wizard, I'd wager, once you're trained up a bit, of course. Harry shook his head. No, you've made a mistake. I mean, Elle can't be a wizard. I mean, I'm just Harry. Just Harry. I can't do anything like you. Well, maybe you can't do what I just did, but... Cathy leaned back and sat down when a chair appeared out of nowhere, which she landed on. Let me ask you something. You might not be able to do what I just did, for now that is, but, did you ever make anything happen? Anything you couldn't explain, when you were angry or scared or upset? Harry looked distantly for a bit, remembering all the things that had happened. The glass cage at the zoo disappearing was the most recent thing that had magically occurred around him, but that hadn't been the first thing. There you see. Harry Potter not a wizard. Cathy laughed to herself. If you don't believe me, then maybe this'll convince you. Cathy handed Harry an envelope with the seal wax that was stamped with the Hogwarts symbol. Harry tore the letter open and unfolded the letter. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorc, CHF. Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confed, of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have a place at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on the 1st of September. We await your owl by no later than the 31st of July. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. He will not be going. Vernon hissed. We swore we'd put a stop to all this rubbish. Let's see you try. James shouted. You knew. You knew all along and you never told me. Harry said. Of course we knew. Petunia snapped. How could you not be? My perfect sister being who she was. My mother and father were so proud the day she got her letter. We have a witch in the family. Isn't it wonderful? I was the only one to see her for what she was. A freak. Lily looked at the screen in shock. She knew that she and her sister had grown distant over the years, but she didn't know it was to this extent. Hey, it's okay. Severus told her. She's just jealous. He's right, Lils. Cathy agreed. Alice and Marlene both held her hand in assurance. Jealous bitch. Cathy coughed. See, even future me agrees. Cathy said, making Lily laugh a bit. Then she met that Potter, and then she had you, and I knew you would be the same. Just as strange, just as abnormal. And then she got herself blown up, and we got landed with you. Blown up? You told me my parents died in a car crash. Harry shouted. A car crash. A car crash killed Lily and James. Cathy repeated. That's what you told him. That a car killed Lily and James. That's ridiculous. James maybe, but not Lily. Hey. James looked at his sister indignantly. I stand by that statement. Cathy said, very posh-like. We have to say something. Petunia whispered to her husband. He'll not be going. Vernon declared. Oh really? Cathy stood up and walked over to the couple with a wicked smile on her face. And I suppose that the great muggle pudding like yourself is going to stop him. Muggle. Harry looked confused at the wizard term. Muggles are people without magic. Non-magic folk. Cathy explained. This boy will be going to the finest school of witchcraft and wizardry. He'll be taught by the best witches and wizards of their generation. I will not pay to have a bunch of useless freaks of nature teach him magic tricks. Vernon spat. Careful. Cathy stepped up close to Vernon and Petunia held a finger up that had a glowing ball hovering above, threatening. As freaks of nature aren't as useless as you think. Tell me, how would you feel if I made your insides your outsides? Do it. Mess him up. Several voices echoed in agreement with Cathy's actions. Any anger that Vernon had was quickly replaced by fear. He and Petunia sunk back into the corner. Cathy feeling slightly proud of herself, she turned her back to the fat man. Cathy's eyes immediately set themselves on Dudley, who was huddled in the corner stuffing his face with Harry's cake. Oi! Cathy pointed her hand the fat little boy, and in a flash of red Dudley's figure turned into that of a little piglet. Petunia screamed in fright and rushed over to her son with her husband as Dudley just shrieked and oinked about in horror. Everyone in the Great Hall laughed and pointed at the boy after his transformation. Several teachers including Professor McGonagall even chuckled a bit. Harry laughed at the scene, which made Cathy smile. Harry. She came up next to him and leaned down to his ear. I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell anyone at Hogwarts about that. Technically using magic on muggles is not encouraged by law, shall we say. You mean it's illegal? Harry asked. Very illegal indeed, the minister said as she peeked at Cathy. You can't punish me for a crime I have yet to commit. Cathy said, flipping her hair to side. Illegal is a pretty incriminating word. I prefer the phrase, frowned upon by the law, instead. Cathy winked. We're a bit behind schedule. Best be off. Unless you'd rather stay with this lot, of course. Harry turned back to see his cousin and aunt and uncle. Are you going to leave Dudley like that? Yes. James cheered. Cathy waved her hand and the red wisps fluttered in the air. He'll return to normal by sunrise. No. Everyone ignored James, groaning. Harry smiled and gladly followed her into the rain. A large flash of red appeared and the two vanished into the air. The first thing that could be seen was the bright rays of sunlight that was shining directly on Harry's face, which caused the boy to squirt as he slowly began to wake up. Raising his hand up to shield his eye, Harry looked around himself. As blurry as everything was to him, Harry could still tell that he was not at Privet Drive anymore, nor the hut on the rocks that his aunt and uncle had taken him to. Nice room, Lily commented. Harry looked to his right and could make out the shape of a dresser. He reached for it, feeling his way until he felt the familiar shape of his cracked glasses. Placing them back on his face, Harry could finally see the room he was in clearly. Big. That was the first thing that Harry thought of the room. It was larger than both of his cousins' rooms put together. The bed was large and soft, which Harry noticed was probably why he was asleep so soundly. Meow. Harry looked over to the edge of the bed where a ginger cat with long fur and bright green eyes sat watching him. The shade of green in its eyes were very unique and made the cat look almost majestic. That cat kind of looks like Whisk, James stated, looking at his sister. Who's Whisk? Sirius asked. That's Cathy's cat, Remus answered. Good morning. Harry spoke softly as he remembered the events of last night. His father's sister had come to get him. He was a wizard and she was a witch. Magic existed and the Dursleys had lied to him all his life about his life. Good morning. The soft purring voice coming from the cat startled Harry, shaking him away from his thoughts. And how did you sleep, child? It spoke. Could she always talk? Flamel asked his daughter. No. Cathy shook her head in shock as well. Well, thank you. Harry said. Who are you, if you don't mind me asking? The cat tilted her head to the side and seemingly smiled at the young boy. Well, Catherine wasn't lying. It seems you have your father's appearance but your mother's nature. Quite fortunate considering the other terror that lives here. Other terror, James murmured. Other terror, Harry repeated. Jinx, James shouted. Shut up. Someone yelled at him. Yes. The cat purred as she jumped over to the wardrobe beside the window where the sunlight entered. Although most who meet him would agree that his behavior mirrors his mother when she was the same age as him. Who? The cat smiled slyly and hopped down and walked over to the door. Come along, young one. Harry got out of the bed and walked into the hallway. As he walked down, the sounds of humming and music from a radio bounced around the hallway as Harry came down the stairs and saw that his Aunt Cathy was frying bacon on a frying pan on a stove. Catherine, the cat called out to the witch. The witch turned around and smiled at Harry. Good morning, Harry. Quick, take a seat. Harry walked down and sat on a chair and watched his aunt as she began to place the bacon on several plates. How'd you sleep? That's a lot of plates. Alice commented. Just how many children did you have? I'm almost scared to count how many plates there are. Cathy said. Well, thank you, Harry said as he watched the cat hop up to the kitchen counter. Cathy waved her hand and one of the cupboards opened and a can of cat food floated out. A plate appeared out of nowhere, the can opened and the food floated out and engulfed itself in flames. The flames vanished and the steaming food slowly rested on the plate. The food moved around and shaped itself into several meaty mice. "Thank you, Catherine," the cat said as she nibbled on the food. "Welcome," Cathy said, opening a fridge and taking out some eggs. "I see you've met Whisk." "Whisk? The walking cotton ball over there." Cathy nodded. The cat looked up from her food and hissed at Cathy before returning to her meal. "By the way, Harry, I have to tell you about." A knocking sound coming from the other room interrupted Cathy and made her turn. "That's the post," Whisk said. "Well, as I was saying," the knocking persisted. "That damn bird. Hang on." Cathy walked over to the door and Harry just sat down and looked around at the house. As Harry is looking about, a young boy reading a book walks down the stairs and sits down without even looking up. The boy turned out to be the same boy that Harry had met the other day at the zoo. "Hey, it's that weird lad from the zoo. He was Cathy's kid." "Makes sense," James said. "Piss off," Cathy told her brother as she took a sip from her cup that seemed to refill itself. Harry cleared his voice and the boy without looking up spoke. "Morning, Mum." Morning," Harry said. The boy kept reading and suddenly his eyes rose from his book when he registered that the person he was speaking to wasn't Cathy. "Look up," Severus said. The boy's eyes came up and landed on Harry. "Hey, you're not my mum. The hell is this?" Several people laughed at the boy's reaction of Harry. Cathy just smiled as she took another sip of her drink. "Oh, I'm Harry. Harry Potter." The boy's eyes widened and narrowed. "Shut up. Show me your scar." "What sort of greeting is that?" Walburga whispered before turning to Cathy. Harry looked startled. "Told you he was a terror." Whisk mumbled. "Oh, that's who she meant." Peter nodded. "Who keeps closing the window?" "The owl won't come in if the damn window's closed, people," Cathy said. She stopped when she saw that her son's sitting across from Harry. "Oh, great, you've met. Did you introduce yourself to your cousin?" "Yes," the boy said. "Lies." Bellatrix laughed. Cathy looked at the boy skeptically. "Harry, what's his name?" Harry looked between the boy and his aunt nervously. Cathy walked over to the frying pan and lightly slapped her son's head when she passed him. "Introduce yourself." "Abuse," the boy shouted before turning to Harry. "I'm Ryan. Ryan Black." Silence. The entire hall was silent at sound of Ryan telling them his last name. The first sound was Cathy spitting out her drink in shock. "Black? Did he say Black?" Walburga shrieked. "Oh my god." Orion said. "Holy shit." Sirius exclaimed. "Prongs, did you hear that?" James stared at the screen in shock. His eyes landed on his best friend and his sister. His best friend and his sister. Sirius and Cathy. "No, it can't be. I married Cathy." Sirius shouted. "No," Cathy said. "No, no, no, fuck no." "Catherine." Euphemia scolded her daughter. "Language. I think it's all right, all things considered." Fleement said. "Oh, poor Cathy." Marlene whispered to Dorcas. Silence. Dumbledore said. "Let us continue to watch and attempt to restrain the exclamations." "Nice to meet you." Harry smiled. "Ryan is my eldest," Cathy told Harry. The sound of more steps coming down the stairs slowed Cathy's words. "Oh, the rest are here." Two girls dressed in pajamas came into the room followed by a young boy who was rubbing his eyes. "Jesus Christ," Cathy said in shock at the number of children. "Morning, Mum," the older girl said. "Morning, love," Cathy said. "Sit down everyone, we have a guest this morning." All the children sat down as Cathy turned off the stove and made all the plates float up and land in front of everyone. Cathy brought up some sliced bread and the slice levitated and flared red before landing on the plates brown and steaming. Milk, tea and orange juice appeared and moved to fill up everyone's cups. "Dig in," Cathy said as she sat down and picked up a teacup. Harry's eyes widened and stared at the table as everyone ate before joining in. "Right then, everyone, this is Harry, my nephew. Which makes him your cousin." "Harry Potter," the boy whispered to Ryan. The boy took a bite of his toast and nodded. "Everyone say hello to Harry." "Hello," the children say in unison. Cathy rolled her eyes after no one said anything for a time. "Come on, your names aren't written on your foreheads. Introduce yourselves." "I'm Cassie," the older girl introduced as she held out her hand. "Nice to meet you," Harry said, shaking her hand. "Haley," the younger girl said shyly. "I'm Haley Black." "Hi." Harry smiled. The last boy lifted his hand and knocked over his cup which spread milk across the table. "I got it," Cathy said, waving her hand and erasing the mess. Introduce yourself, Neville. The boy was blushing, furious with embarrassment. I'm Neville. Neville Longbottom. Longbottom. Frank looked surprised at the sight of the boy. Did he say Longbottom? Everyone looked between Frank and his girlfriend Alice and the boy on the screen in surprise. Oh, thank God. Cathy sighed. Everyone turned to her. What? 3 kids are better than 4 if you ask me. We have 3 kids. Sirius said gleefully. Fuck. Cathy rolled her eyes as Regulus looked on stiffly. Harry. All right, you lot. Cathy said, getting up. Finish eating and put your plates away, all right. Harry, you, Neville and Ryan will come with me to get your school supplies. They're starting Hogwarts with you as well. Really? Harry looked up to Ryan. Yep. Ryan said as he sipped orange juice. Say Hazza, have we met before? I feel like I've seen you around. He looks like his dad. Cathy said. Maybe you saw pictures of my brother. Ryan shook his head. No, that's not it. We met the other day. At the zoo, Harry stated. Ryan beamed with a smile. Oh yeah, you were that specky lad by the snake exhibit. Still specky, I see, good for you. I have to say it if no one else will. James said. This kid is weird. Harry nodded and smiled as Cathy looked at her son. What were you doing at a zoo? Dad took us. Ryan said. That's me. Sirius smiled, pointing to himself. Cathy just rolled her eyes. He felt bad about him missing Ryan's going off to Hogwarts, that he took him wherever he wanted the other day. Cassie elaborated. Cathy gave her son a questioned look. And you decided to go to a Muggle zoo, why? The boy shrugged his shoulder. Just wanted to see what they were like. A bit boring to be honest, but they had pretty nice popcorn. Ryan, you and Harry are about the same size, so be a dear and lend him some clothes until we buy him some, K. Ryan nodded. Creature. Cathy called out. A strange creature appeared next to Cathy, which surprised Harry. It looked strong and slightly muscular, but it wore a gray rag and it bowed to Cathy when it arrived. That damn parasite is still alive? Sirius questioned. I would have thought that he'd be dead. Creature. Orion stared at the screen in confusion. I don't understand. Walburga said. Why is he serving her and Sirius? The Black family house elf had served the head of their family for generations. The fact that Creature was serving both Cathy and Sirius didn't make sense given the fact that Sirius was removed from their family and his right to inherit anything from their family was void. Yes, mistress. Creature inquired. Look after the girls while I go with Harry and the boys today, would you? Yes, mistress. Creature nodded before shooting Harry a dirty look. The scene changes and shows Harry, Ryan and Neville trailing behind Cathy, who was dressed in a gray pantsuit but with a t-shirt that said, "If you think I'm short, you should see my patience," written across the front. I see you fashion sense hasn't changed. Remus commented. Thanks. Cathy smiled. It wouldn't hurt to not wear trousers at every chance. Euphemia advised her daughter. I like the way she dresses. Fleement said. Thanks, Dad. Cathy said. Goodness, how was she raised to think that dressing like a muggle is a compliment? Bellatrix laughed. Several other students and her husband joined in her joke. Ironic coming from someone who's clearly never understood the function of a hairbrush. Cathy replied. Many of the students smiled and whispered at Cathy's response. What did you say? Bellatrix demanded. Quiet down. Dumbledore warned. Must you antagonize others? Regulus asked. Yes. Cathy said in a whining tone. All students must be equipped with. Harry was reading aloud from the list that came with his letter. 1 standard size 2 pewter cauldron and may bring, if they desire, either an owl, a cat or a toad. Can we find all this in London, Aunt Cathy? If you know where to go. Cathy smiled as she led them into a pub. The inside was quiet and filled with strange people who didn't seem to notice the 4 who just entered. The bartender was an aging man who smiled when he saw Cathy enter the bar. He opened his mouth to greet her when Cathy raised her finger to her lips. She walked over to the bar and bartender walked over to her side. Morning, Tom. Cathy greeted in a low volume. Morning. Tom whispered. It's a bit early, isn't it, Catherine? Most bartenders' usual encourages drinking. The man laughed lightly. The usual, I presume. The usual. Euphemia narrowed her eyes at her daughter. What? Cathy snacked on some popcorn as she ignored her mother's gaze. No, thanks, Tom. Cathy declined. Was Hagrid passing by here? You just missed him. Tom replied. Who's this lot? I'm on official mummy/auntie/legal guardian business today, Cathy explained. Just helping Ryan, Neville and Harry here buy their school supplies. Tom's eyes landed on Harry in widened disbelief. Bless my soul. It's Harry Potter. The entire pub all looked up, which made Harry look around and stare at him. What just happened? James inquired. Why are they all looking at him like that? It's weird. Sirius agreed. Maybe we'll find out soon. Peter said. Shit. Cathy cursed. Welcome back, Mr. Potter, a man said, shaking Harry's hand. Mrs. Black, good day to you. Another came up to Cathy. Are these your boys? Handsome lads. Welcome back. Doris Crockford. I can't believe I'm meeting you at last. A woman with fuzzy hair and brown teeth said. Harry P. Potter. A man with a purple turban stuttered. Can't tell you how pleased I am to meet you. Quirrell, hello there. Cathy greeted with a smile. Had I known you were a day drinker, I would have made it a point to hang out with you more often. Who's this bloke? Marlene inquired. He talks funny. Little Nymphadora Tonks giggled. Don't laugh, Nymphadora, Andromeda said. The poor man has a stutter. That's QQ, quite all right. The man said. Boys, this is Professor Quirrell, Cathy introduced, and he'll be your defense against the dark arts teacher. She's joking. Why on earth would someone hire him as the Dada professor? Everyone looked to the current teachers at Hogwarts, who all just shrugged. Really? Ryan looked at the man skeptically. This bloke. That's the right reaction. James nodded. Be nice, Cathy said. Forgive him, Quirrell. My son speaks without thinking at times. Takes after me, I suppose. Oh, nice to meet you, Harry said, holding out his hand. Quirrell stared the boy's hand and didn't take it. Fearfully fascinating subject. Not that you need it, P. Potter. Again, I ask, really this bloke? Ryan said. Cathy waved a finger and a small bubble appeared and popped beside Ryan's head. Ow. Yes, well, must be going now. Lots to buy, Cathy said, hushing the boys to the other side of the pub and then out the door. Goodbye. Neville waved to everyone. Ah. Dorcas smiled at Neville. What a sweet boy. Alice nodded. Probably should have mentioned that you're quite famous, Harry. Sorry. Cathy apologized. Why am I famous? Harry asked. All those people, how is it they know who I am? And how about you? That man made it seem like he knows you. I'll tell you later. You mean you don't know? Ryan questioned. You didn't tell him. Tell him what? James questioned. Just tell us already. The suspense is killing me. Sirius whined. The suspense won't be the only thing that'll be killing you, Cathy told them. Shut up. All right, you don't get to speak for the rest of the hour. But, zip it, Cathy warned. Now then, lads, let's get a move on, shall we? Where? Harry asked as they were in front of a brick wall. Cathy smiled and waved her hand. The red wisps appeared again and turned the bricks around and around until they began to move and separate, creating a doorway to a street. The street was filled with people wearing wizard hats and cloaks and shops with strange names and products. Welcome, Harry, to Diagon Alley. Come along and stay close. Can't have one of you being separated from the pack. Cathy smiled. The four of them walked about and Cathy was pointing out all the different shops to the boys. Here, you get your quills and ink. Those over there, that's where you get the things you need for doing wizardry, your cauldrons and telescopes and such. A lot of the students smiled at Harry's reaction to Diagon Alley. The Muggle-borns were all reminiscing their first trip to Diagon Alley as Harry walked with his cousins next to him, staring at everything. It's a world-class racing broom. A boy caught Harry's attention with his friends staring at a broom on display. Look at it. The new Nimbus 2000. 2000. James repeated. Padfoot, did you hear that? I did. Sirius nodded violently. It's the fastest model yet. But how am I to pay for all this? Harry asked. I haven't any money. Don't worry, Cathy said. I got enough for Ryan and Neville from their bank yesterday, so we just have to go get yours, Cathy said as they came to a stop. Right here. Gringotts, the wizard bank. Not a lot of places can say that they've never been broken into. As the four of them walked through the doors and into the bank, Harry looked about to the creatures that were at the desks of the bank. Ryan, what exactly are these things? Harry asked. They're goblins, Hazza. Ryan answered. Clever as they come, but not very friendly. Not even sure they know the meaning of the word. Cathy stopped in front of the last teller and cleared her throat. Hi there. Cathy tapped the bell on the teller's desk twice. "Mrs. Black," the teller greeted. "Nice to see you. Back so soon." "It's Potter," Cathy said before turning to Harry. "I kept my name when I married Ryan's dad." "Oh, that's nice." Cathy smiled. "Oh," was all Harry had to say. "Mr. Harry Potter wishes to make a withdrawal," Cathy stated. The goblin leaned down and stared at the 11-year-old. "And does Mr. Harry Potter have his key?" "Right here." Cathy held up the key. "Cathy." A voice echoed around the room and Harry found it coming from a giant man. "Hagrid," the marauders shouted, making the giant blush red with embarrassment. "Hagrid." Cathy smiled as the man came over and hugged her. "Left pocket," Hagrid whispered. Cathy reached in and took out a small brown pouch. She quickly placed the pouch into her pocket. Harry caught this when Cathy introduced him. "What was that? What did she take?" "Hagrid, you've met Ryan and Neville." "Hello, boys." "Hi," Ryan and Neville said in unison. "This is Harry." Hagrid knelt down to look at Harry and smiled with his eyes starting to water a bit. "Look at, I am. You look just like ya dad. 'Cept your eyes. They're ya mum's." "I love how everyone just says that." James smiled, making Lily roll her eyes. "Thank you," Harry said. "And thank you for the cake too." Hagrid stood up and wiped his eyes and turned to Cathy. "Well, I best be off then." Hagrid turned back to the three boys. "I'm the groundskeeper at Hogwarts. When you can, you boys come visit me." "We will," Ryan answered. The scene changed to the group riding on a mining with the goblin teller in the front. The cart came to a stop and the goblin got out and turned to the group. "Lamp, please." Cathy gave him the lamp as she and the boys all got out of the cart. "Key, please." Cathy handed him the key. After inserting it into the keyhole and twisting it, the sound of gears turning clicked from within the vault door. The shining gleam of all the gold coins made Harry's eyes widen in amazement. "Whoa." Several people stared, the sight of all that money making the Potters uncomfortable. Who knew the Potters were that loaded? Money does little to cover up the lack of pedigree in their bloodline. Lucius Malfoy spoke up. "You'd know a lot about pedigree, wouldn't you, Ms. Malfoy?" Flamel inquired, making several people laugh. "Did you think your parents would leave you with nothing?" Cathy asked, smiling at her nephew's expression. The next scene showed Cathy holding several bags and Ryan, Harry and Neville holding their own school supplies. "Now what's left?" Cathy asked. "We still need wands," Harry told her. "Yes," Neville quietly cheered. "Finally." Ryan nodded. "Oh, that's the best part," Fabian told his brother, who nodded in agreement. "Wands, aye. Then our next stop is right here," Cathy said, stopping in front of the famous wand shop. "Ollivander's. There isn't a place better to get a wand," Cathy said. "Right then, you lot go in, I'll got fetch us something to eat. It's almost lunchtime and I know there's an ice cream stand in the next street." The boys all walked into the shop and looked about quietly at all the boxes that were shelved. "Where do you think the owner is?" Harry asked, to which Neville shrugged. "One way to find out," Ryan said, walking up to counter and ringing the bell. "Hello? Anyone here? Hello?" A ladder slid over, startling Neville, who gripped Harry's shirt, and an old man looked down at the boys. "I wondered when I'd be seeing the three of you, Mr. Potter, Mr. Black, and of course Mr. Longbottom is here as well." The man gave down and approached the counter and looked at the three 11-year-olds. "It seems only yesterday that all your parents were in here buying their first wands." "That was the best day," James said. That made most people agree, as they all thought back to the first times they received their wands. Ryan stepped back and lined up with Harry and Neville. "So, who'd like to go first?" Harry and Ryan both took a step back. "Ah, Mr. Longbottom, that's cheating," Frank declared. His mother, Augusta, smiled and placed her hand on her son's. Neville turned around and saw that Harry and Ryan were behind him. "But nothing to fear, I assure you," Ollivander told the boy as he shuffled through a shelf and picked out a wand. "I think this'll suit you quite well. Cherry wood, 13 inches and a unicorn hair feather." Neville picked up the wand and the wand glowed, and the air around Neville glowed a warm green and yellow color. "Wonderful." Ollivander smiled as Neville took a step back, examining his wand curiously. "Who's next?" Harry stepped up and Ollivander quickly went back to search for a wand for Harry. He returned with one and handed it over to the boy. Harry picked up the wand and for a while did nothing. "Give it a wave," Harry waved the wand and all the drawers on a nearby shelf burst open and spat out all their holdings. Harry quickly placed the wand back down. Apparently not. Ollivander said as he went to search for another. Perhaps, this. Harry gave it another wave and a nearby vase exploded. Ryan gave Harry a pointed look as the shards fell to the ground. You woke up this morning and chose violence. What? James said at the same time. Cathy just laughed at the comment her son made. No, definitely not. No matter. Ollivander said as he snatched the wand away. Before he walked any further he stopped and took a look at Harry and then at a pile of boxes at the top of a shelf. I wonder. Ollivander brought down the wand and gave it to Harry. As soon as the wand was in his hands, the air glowed a bright yellow color and when it settled Ollivander stared at Harry with a peculiar look on his face. Curious. Very curious. Ollivander murmured. What does he mean? Lily and everyone else wondered. Sorry, but what's curious? Harry asked. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. It so happens that the phoenix, whose tail feather resides in your wand, gave another feather. Just one other. Ollivander explained. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand, when its brother gave you that scar. Everyone was on the edge of their seats as they waited for Ollivander to elaborate further. Neville gasped and turned white. And who owned that wand? Harry asked. Ollivander's expression turned serious and grim. We do not speak his name. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. It's not always clear why. But I think it is clear that we can expect great things from you. After all, he who must not be named did great things. You know who was the one who gave him that scar? Sirius realized. Many people were unsettled by this revelation. That means, it was the Dark Lord. Lily came to the realization of who it was that killed her and James. Ahem. Ryan coughed loudly as he nodded towards Harry. Terrible, yes, but great. Well then, Ryan interrupted the two. My turn. Ah yes, Mr. Black. Ollivander smiled. I have a special wand in mind for you. Why is that? Ryan asked. Well you see, Ollivander began. Your mother was very difficult to wand when she was a little girl. Spent half an afternoon with me when she was your age. I remember that day. Cathy mumbled. Ollivander came back down with a box and when he opened it the wand was a dark color with a yellow design that was branched across the wand. When she had children I knew that one day she'd bring you and your siblings through my door. So I prepared a wand to cater for your abilities. What did he mean? Remus asked. He said he made wands with Cathy's kids in mind. Peter said. Yes, but what did he mean by abilities? You know, magic and stuff. Sirius said. All wizards have magic. What did he mean by abilities? Remus questioned. Many people nodded in agreement wondering what the old wand maker was meaning. The only ones who weren't were Lily, Severus, Regulus and Cathy. Red wood, 13.5 inches dragon heart string core. Ryan picked up the wand and blinding yellow light erupted in the shop. Neville, Harry and Ollivander all covered their eyes but Ryan stared straight into the light and saw the silhouette of an adult man floating in front of him. The light vanished and the four in the shop stood there in silence. What the hell was that? James shouted. That was so weird. Sirius agreed. People were so startled by the sight of that bright light. Flamel and Euphemia looked at each other and remember what had happened when Cathy had finally received her wand. Cathy, didn't a similar thing happen to you? Flamel asked. Sort of. Cathy answered. My light was red though. Weird. Someone said. The front door bell rang and in came Cathy with a plastic tray that held several ice cream cones. All finished up in here, I hope? She asked. Ah, Catherine Black as I live and breathe. Ollivander smiled at the entering as Ryan stepped back while staring at his wand. Hello Ollivander. Cathy smiled. And it's still Potter. Elder wood, 12 inches and Thunderbird tail feather. Ollivander listed. A strong wand, excellent for transfiguration and one of the most powerful wands I ever made. Whatever happened to it if you don't mind me asking? It broke. Cathy answered simply. Well then, who's ready for one finally thing? What? Cathy held her wand in her hand. My precious. What is it? Neville asked. Cathy turned the boys around and they saw that outside in floating cages were an owl and a toad. Harry gets the bird and Neville you get the toad. Whoa. Neville and Harry rushed outside and Ryan turned to his mother. So cute. Marlene smiled as the boys went outside. What about me? Your father is still pissed with what you did too. Shelley. Cathy stated. Still. It was 2 months ago. Ryan complained. He's still upset. You blew up his owl. I wasn't trying to blow it up. Padfoot, this kid seems a lot like you. James said. I love him already. Sirius smiled. The screen changed and showed that Cathy, Harry, Ryan and Neville were at home at night. They were seated around a table having dinner with Cassie and Haley. After they had finished, the children all put their plates in the sink and moved to change into their pajamas. Harry was the last one in the kitchen and he was washing his plate when Cathy came to the sink. He's so polite, Dorcas said as James looked proud. You know he didn't get it from James. Cathy smiled at her brother who replied with the middle finger. You don't have to do that. She told him as she took his plate. She rolled up her sleeves and showed several small tattoos on her arm. Catherine Potter. Euphemia said aghast at the sight of her daughter's arm. What have you done to your arm? I decorated it clearly. Cathy told her mother, impressed at the multiple tattoos. And very well too, I might add. Euphemia looked at her daughter and then her arm and then her daughter and then her arm once again. She noted that over the holidays her daughter seemed to wear tops that were long-sleeved. Catherine, she said in a soft voice. Yes, Mum. Her daughter looked at Euphemia. Roll up your sleeve. Oh. James said, smiling since he knew what his mother was getting at. Cathy froze as the rest of the hall looked at her. Why? Just roll it up. No thank you. Cathy said. Roll it. Euphemia said in a stricter tone. I don't want to, it's cold. Euphemia grabbed her daughter's arm as Cathy tried to get it back. Abuse. Euphemia forcefully rolled Cathy's sleeve back and saw her daughter's bare arm. There laid two of what was clearly the beginning of the many tattoos her daughter would brand on herself. When did you get this done? Euphemia demanded. Oh, look at what you've done. Oh dear. Walburga said as she caught sight of the black ink. It's my body. Cathy exclaimed, getting her arm back. I should be able to do whatever I want to it. Not while you're living under my roof, you're not. Euphemia snapped. Flamel, look at your daughter's arm. See what she's done. Let me see. Flamel looked over to see the black ink on Cathy and raised his eyebrow. Is that a heart? Yes. Cathy nodded. What's the other one? A butterfly. Cathy nodded and Flamel looked back to his wife. I don't see what the big commotion is for. You did want her to be more girly. I'm afraid you can't get any more girly than that. Cathy smiled at her father, taking her side while Euphemia sighed and rubbed her eyes. Why'd I even bother? Sorry. Harry said quietly as he retreated from the sink. Everyone looked from the commotion with the Potters back to the screen. Harry. Cathy stopped him from walking any further. Are you all right? You've been very quiet. I hope you weren't overwhelmed by everything. Harry turned around. He killed my parents, didn't he? He lifted his hair and showed his scar to his aunt. The one who gave me this. You know, Aunt Cathy. I know you do. I think we're finally going to find out about what happened to the Potters. Marlene said eagerly. Cathy sighed and gestured for him to sit down. Cathy pulled up a chair and joined him. I suppose I can't send you to Hogwarts without even knowing your story. Especially since most children in our world grew up hearing about it. First, and understand this because it's very important, just like Muggles, not all wizards are good. Some of us go bad. A few years ago there was a war in the wizarding world. So a war does erupt. The Minister of Magic, Harold Mincham, murmured to himself and the Aurors around him. A war about what? Harry asked. Superiority. Prejudice. Racism. You know, stupid things. Cathy answered. There are some wizards who felt superior to others whom they believed were beneath them. Do you know why your mom was a witch and her sister wasn't? No. It's because she's what is commonly referred to as a Muggle born. A witch or wizard born to non-magic parents. There are families that are called purebloods. They are those who are descended from long lines of wizards. The war was fought because the purebloods felt threatened by Muggle-born wizards and anyone who wasn't a pureblood. Half-bloods and the like. Half-bloods. People who have one pureblood parent and one who's Muggle or Muggle-born. Cathy explained. About 10 years ago the war had gotten pretty bad. The purebloods were led by a very dark wizard. One that people feared so much they wouldn't even say his name. They'd call him he who shall not be named, or you know who. Rubbish if you ask me. Fearing a name. What was his real name? Harry inquired. Voldemort. Several people gasped at how nonchalant Cathy was with the Dark Lord's name. The present Cathy also seemed unafraid as several people seemed stiff with fright. The purebloods and their families seemed angry at the girl. Voldemort. Harry repeated. Yes, I know. Ridiculous. Cathy nodded. It's French meaning flight of death. And technically you're supposed to pronounce it with a silent T. Voldemort. Not quite the same ring to it, huh? Voldemort. James repeated. That can't be right. No, it is. Sirius said. I can speak French. Voldemort means flight of death. You speak French. Remus looked at his friend in surprise. How is this the first time I'm hearing about this? Our family are French descent. Orion Black told him. We all speak French. Cathy turned to Regulus and smiled. Bonjour. Regulus laughed as Walburga and now Sirius watched how the pair of fifth years interacted. Sirius felt a flare of anger inside him along with envy. Harry didn't really know what to say and just stared at his aunt. Sorry. Back to story. Cathy said. Voldemort got a lot of people to follow him. Whether it was out of fear or loyalty, he got thousands of people to do some of the most horrific things to those who stood against him. A lot of us stood up to him, fought back. Did you? Yes. I worked in a task force called the Wizard Protection Program. It was created and headed by a witch named Amelia Bones. Amelia Bones, who was present as one of Minister Minchum's Aurors, sat straighter at the sound of her name. The minister looked at the young Auror and back to the screen. My job in the war was to help track down snatchers. The people who hunted down Muggle-borns and their families. Was good at it too. Got a few awards. And because I'm a Legilimens, I was mostly in charge of helping to relocate families and finding traitors in our own ranks. Whoa. James looked at his sister in admiration. Way to go, Cathy. Indeed. Minchum nodded before looking to his own subordinate. As well as you, Ms. Bones. I'm glad to see your dedication to justice and to our ministry hasn't weakened in the future. Thank you, sir. Amelia blushed. You're a Legily what? Harry looked confused at his aunt. A Legilimens. Cathy repeated. A person who has a strong affinity for Legilimency. I could enter and wade through the minds of others. I could even alter them. Make people see, think and feel whatever I wanted them to. I could also create memories and emotions. Came in handy when I made false identities for people and when I was hunting snatchers. The Aurors and most of the adults nodded at the words that Cathy was saying. It was common knowledge at this point that Voldemort was seeking certain individuals, and Cathy's skills as a Legilimens would definitely come in handy. The minister made a note to remember the young girl. Anyway, I wasn't the only one who fought against Voldemort. Your parents fought against him. But for some reason or another, he decided to kill your parents. Very few lived once he decided to kill them. Nobody, not one. Except you. Me. Harry gulped. Voldemort tried to kill me. Why would he try to kill him? He would have been a babe when that happened. Hagrid said. Despicable. Yes. Cathy nodded. That isn't an ordinary cut on your forehead, Harry. A mark like that only comes from being touched by a curse, an evil curse. The killing curse. Regulus realized. No way. No one can survive that spell. Settle down. Dumbledore said as he listened intently to the future Cathy. What happened to Voldemort? Harry asked. Well, some say he died. Cathy rolled her eyes. I don't believe it for a second. Several of the purebloods in the hall felt somewhat relieved at the sound of that. Why? Because I've fought him before. Cathy revealed. Harry's eyes widened. Managed to win, but let's just say that evil like Voldemort doesn't just die so simply. She fought him. Bellatrix sputtered. She had been training under the Dark Lord and had witnessed his power herself. She could believe that someone like Catherine Potter, a disgrace to purebloods families like her own, would be able to survive, let alone win against her master. You fought him. Harry spoke. But I thought you said that no one lived if he decided to kill them. Well, I'm a special case. Cathy said. You see, I'm a type of witch called a chaos caster. Silence. The entire hall was silent at the revelation that Cathy had just publicized. Chaos caster. Chaos caster. She was a chaos caster. What? Several people shouted. She's a chaos caster. Silence. Dumbledore shouted, but this time people wouldn't listen to him. You're a chaos caster. James questioned his sister. Why didn't you say anything? What's a chaos caster? A first-year student asked. Catherine. Regulus looked at the girl as she covered her ears. The noise, both vocal and telepathic, was getting louder and louder to her. How could she be a chaos caster? Rodolphus Lestrange questioned. And how could no one know about a chaos caster being born? His brother Rabastan nodded. Silence. Dumbledore tried again. Even the teachers weren't being quiet, all questioning each other about her. How could we not have realized? Flitwick said. Her affinity for magic alone should have clued. The girl hid it too well. McGonagall said as she looked over to Cathy, who was covering her ears. A chaos caster. Professor Slughorn said in excitement. If I had known I would have. Shut it. Cathy shouted, her eyes glowing red as her flared red magic spread across the hall. The air whooshed about violently, the walls cracked and the ground beneath them shook. The entire hall was quiet and shocked at her display of power. Chaos caster. Everyone turned back to the screen without anyone saying a thing. Cathy looked around as people felt afraid of her and her power. She sat back down quietly. Sirius felt awful for not being seated closer to her. That feeling, however, vanished the second he saw Regulus place his hand on hers. Yes. Cathy nodded. Chaos casters are wizards that are able to wield chaos magic. It is the oldest, most powerful and dangerous form of magic that exists. People like me have powers and abilities that not even we totally understand. We are incredibly rare. One is born every few thousand years. And it's one of the reasons that Voldemort came after me. Fleamont gripped his daughter's other hand, and when she looked up and he saw that there were tears threatening to fall, he smiled and moved closer to her as she placed her head on his shoulder. All right, love. Yes, Daddy. She smiled, not letting go of her father's hand, or Regulus, for that matter. He came after you. Yes. Cathy looked a bit sullen. You see, chaos casters are born with power, but also with an ability. An ability that can be passed down through several generations. These abilities cannot be mimicked or learned. It is something that is specific only to that wizard and their descendants. What is it? Harry asked. Your ability. That's a very personal question, Harry. Cathy said. But while we are on the topic, you should know that Ryan, Cassie and Haley are like me. They are also wielders of chaos magic. What? Bellatrix and the other pureblood families looked white with horror and shock. So they have the same power as you. And their own ability. No. Evidently, chaos casters cannot inherit the powers on those who came before them. But if chaos casters are born every few thousand years, why are Ryan, Cassie and Haley? A good question. Cathy nodded. I'll tell you one day. But for now, it's time for bed. Walburga turned her eyes at the Potter girl once again. A chaos caster. The girl was a chaos caster. The most honorable and highest title a wizard could possibly hope for. The undeniable proof of how pure one's blood is, and she had been born into the Potter family. The family that was deemed unfit to even be a part of the Sacred 28. The Potters were constantly looked down on because of their views on equality and pro-Muggle beliefs. The fact that Cathy was a chaos caster was living proof that the Potter family blood was purer than any other family present. It was such a slap in the face for all the pureblood supremacists. Although, based on what the future Cathy just said, her children were also all chaos casters. That meant that the Black family would be seen as the family of chaos casters. Since her brother Cygnus only had daughters and they couldn't carry on with the Black family name, and older brother Marius was a disowned squib, then that meant that her future grandchildren that Cathy would give birth would be the ones who carry on the Black name. Ryan, Cassie and Haley were all descendants of House Black. They would be a brand new generation of Blacks, and they would be seen as the purest family of the Sacred 28. Even if they were Sirius children, perhaps disowning her eldest son was too rash a decision. Walburga thought. Harry got up and walked out of the kitchen. He stopped before he was out of view and turned to his aunt for one final question. Aunt Cathy, why didn't I die with my mum and dad that night? Cathy walked up to Harry and rubbed his head gently. I have a theory. But for now that's all it is. A theory. Cathy bent down and kissed Harry on the head. Now off to bed. We have a busy day tomorrow. The scene shifted to a quaint little house that was situated somewhere in front of a large number of trees. Two men walked forward through the trees with only their backs being shown. The angle changed and showed the pair to be a much older version of Remus Lupin, who had a slight stubble, and of Sirius Black with shorter hair. Think she's really here? Sirius asked. Over there. Remus nodded to a female figure. She had her back turned to them and was feeding a small vicious-looking creature a piece of meat. It purred and whined for attention and the woman rubbed and scratched its neck. As Remus and Sirius got closer, the creature began snarl and growl at their presence. The woman turned around and showed her face to be Cathy. Her hair was slightly red and tied to the side. She looked surprised at the arrival of the two. "Hush, little one," she gently told the creature as she walked towards Sirius and Remus. "Cathy." Remus greeted. "Hey," she said. "What are you doing here?" "Not that I mind or anything. We here on official or business," Remus answered. "Did I do something wrong?" the witch asked. "No, we just need to ask you where you were between 10 and midnight 2 days ago." Remus said. "I was here, taking care of the little Graphorn." "What are you doing here?" Sirius asked. "I thought that you were in Amelia Bones' secret task force that does whatever it is that you do." Cathy nodded. "It's not a full-time thing that requires a consistent attendance. I go when I'm needed. I stay here when I'm not. And in your spare time you look after whatever little Graphorns is." Remus nodded to the creature that had walked over to a tree and placed its head on its paws while watching them. "Everyone's so focused on the war they've neglected the magical creatures that live in this world. I take them in, help them if they're injured or sick, and then help relocate them before they wreak havoc in the wizard or muggle world," Cathy explained. "Seems like a lot of work for one person," Remus noted. "I manage," Cathy said. "Amelia Bones hooked me up with a magizoologist called Newt Scamander. He helps a bit from time to time. Can he vouch for your whereabouts 2 nights ago?" Cathy looked at the two strangely. "Is there something I'm being accused of here?" "Don't mind him," Sirius interrupted. "He hasn't slept in over 2 days." Sirius walked over to Cathy and they walked back towards the house with Remus closely behind them. "We're not trying to accuse you of anything, it's just that 2 nights ago an Auror safe house was broken into," Sirius informed her. "We're trying to narrow down the number of people who could have told Voldemort about it." "And you're sure that Voldemort was the person who broke in?" Cathy asked as she looked ahead. "The only person who was being held there at the time is a confirmed Death Eater," Remus said. "Although, right after, more Death Eaters came and attacked," Sirius said. "Funny thing is, they were looking for the same Death Eater that was taken away." "So, what's the Order thinking?" Cathy inquired. "We think that someone else might be involved," Sirius told her. "Ever heard of the Scarlet Witch?" Cathy looked puzzled. "Can't say that I have. That's what we're calling her. She seems to have themed her magic red and apparently has been sighted in the midst of the Death Eaters, so we thought that maybe she was one of them, but apparently not." "And you think that this Scarlet Witch is the one who took away your Death Eater?" "Yes," Remus nodded. "Whoever she is, she's powerful. Walked thought the safe house and took down everyone who got in her way like it was nothing." "Who came up with the name Scarlet Witch, if you don't mind me asking?" "Dumbledore," Sirius said. "He said that it was from a story about a powerful witch he read about when he was little." "Uh-huh," Cathy nodded. "So why are you questioning me about the breaking in?" "We have to question everyone who was present that day or wasn't accounted for. Took us 2 days before we convinced Amelia to tell us about this place. She's just trying to be cautious. We can't talk about what it is we're doing, but if we did, a lot of people who have their lives placed in danger." "So, you say," Sirius nodded. "It's killing Dumbledore and the others to not know what's going on here." "That's their problem, not mine," Cathy said as they got closer to the house. "So, what are you going to do now?" "We're going to track the Scarlet Witch down and get our prisoner back and throw them both into Azkaban while we're at it." "Really? I get the Scarlet Witch, but would you really do that?" Cathy asked, slightly concerned. "Why's that a problem?" Remus asked. "I know he's done some bad things, but maybe hear your brother out. Try to understand why Regulus became a Death Eater in the first place. Maybe you'd be surprised to know." Cathy stopped when she noticed that Sirius and Remus were no longer walking alongside her. She looked at them puzzled while they stared at her with dark expressions. Cathy looked away when she noticed her mistake. "You never told me which Death Eater it was, did you?" she asked calmly. "No," Remus said. "We didn't." Cathy let out a sigh. "I forgot you're not those stupid boys that stayed over at my house for the holidays anymore." "Cathy," Sirius began, "what did you do?" "It's not what it looks like. It's you," Remus stated. "You're the Scarlet Witch." "Yeah," Cathy nodded. "Well, since we're not pretending anymore then." Cathy raised a hand and the red magic flowed out and spread into the air. It went all around them and changed everything. What was a bright little forest turned into a small area darkened with dead trees all around them. And the little Graphorn turned into a massive-looking furry beast that didn't resemble it at all. "I'm sorry," Cathy said. "For what?" Sirius asked as Remus slowly took out his wand. Remus raised his hand to cast a spell, but Cathy was too fast. She raised her hand, a ball of red chaos magic hovered and held Remus and Sirius in their place. The red magic wrapped around them and pushed them to the ground. For this, her eyes glowed red as she threw chaos magic straight into the screen. The camera changed to a clock that was on a stone wall in the day. A loud train whistle high-pitch rang as the camera shifted down to view Cathy and all the children she was responsible for marching through the train station. Ryan, Neville and Harry were all busy pushing their trolleys with Cassie sitting on her brothers and Haley was walking beside her mother while holding her hand. The platform. "They're going to the platform," James said, trying to lift the mood in the hall. Right then, Cathy stopped and turned to the boys, making every cease their walking as well. "Boys, you'll need these to get on the train." Cathy handed each of them their tickets. "Thanks, Mum," Ryan said. "Thanks, Aunt Cathy," Neville said as he placed his in his pocket as Harry stared at his ticket strangely. "Remember that an hour before the train stops you have to change into your school robes. The prefects will walk by and tell you. Or if you see the other students change, that should be a pretty good sign to change. Put your luggage away and don't get them when you arrive. The school will handle it. If you get hungry, there'll be a trolley going around the train with snacks and food. Do you have enough pocket money? You sound like your mother," Flamel whispered to his daughter, making her scrunch up her face before she smiled and laughed. "Yes," Ryan nodded. "Mum, we have everything we'll need." "All right, sorry." Cathy smiled, looking at the three boys. "You all so grown up. I can't believe you're all off to Hogwarts for your first year. God, I feel so old." Several of the parents laughed at her comment. They remembered the feeling they had when they sent their own children off to Hogwarts for the first time. Aunt Cathy," Harry spoke up. "There must be a mistake. This ticket says platform 9 3/4. There's no such thing, is there?" "Not to worry, Harry," Cathy assured him. "I'll explain when we get there. Right, after this I'll drop the girls back home, cook dinner and be back at school waiting for you lot." "You'll be at Hogwarts?" Harry questioned. "I'm a professor at Hogwarts," Cathy explained. "I'm sure I must have mentioned that. Mum teaches care of magical creatures at Hogwarts," Haley stated. Professor Kettleburn looked at the screen as he thought about Catherine Potter. The girl had always been one of his favorite students with how well she did in his class, but to think that she would later replace him as the subject's professor was still surprising. "She became a teacher," Euphemia noted with a hint of surprise. Her daughter was always stubborn and wild in nature, that the idea of her having a reasonably mundane job in the future was quite unexpected. "Right, off we go," Cathy said as they continued walking. "It's the same every year, packed with muggles." Cathy turned to her left to see a red-haired woman and a group of red-haired children of various ages walking with her. "Platform 9 3/4, this way." "Molly." Fabian and Gideon Pruitt cheered at the sight of their sister. "Molly," Cathy called out to the woman. "Oh, Cathy." The two women stopped to hug. "How are you?" "Very well. Just here, send this lot off." "How wonderful." Molly smiled. "Hello, Neville. Hello, Ryan, Cassie, Haley." The children all replied with their greetings when Molly's eyes landed on Harry. Before she could say anything, the eldest-looking boy interrupted her. "Mum, the train's leaving in 10 minutes. Well, Molly, someone's been busy," Fabian said, winking at his sister and her blushing husband. "Busy indeed," Gideon agreed. "Oh, shut up," Molly told her brothers. "All right, Percy, you first," Molly told her son before looking back at Cathy. Harry and the rest of the children watched as Percy ran straight in front of the wall and disappeared. "You're looking well, as are you. I love what you've done with your hair, really shows off your cheekbones." "Thanks so much," Molly said blushingly. Ryan looked at Mrs. Weasley for a second. "Cheekbones? What cheekbone? Ow." Cathy had stepped on her son's foot abruptly. "Abuse. Hush before I show you so real abuse," Cathy whispered as Molly didn't seem to notice the exchange. People in the hall laughed at Ryan's reaction to his mother cutting him off. "His manners need a bit of work," Walburga said. "I suppose so," her husband said as he watched his future grandson rub his foot with the other one while balancing himself with his trolley. "Fred, You next. Molly told one of the twins. He's not Fred, I am. The other one told her. Twins. Fabian and Gideon cheered. You call yourself our mother. The first twin shook his head disappointedly. I'm sorry, George. Molly apologized. The first twin walked over to his mother and said, I'm only joking. I am Fred. Before he ran into the wall. The rest of the Weasleys went quickly through the wall and Cathy and her children were left. Our legacy lives. Gideon shouted as little Bill Weasley clapped his little hands. Oh God. Molly groaned at the idea of raising two boys just like her brothers. Right then, who's first? Cathy asked. Aunt Cathy, how could you tell us how to? Harry looked very hesitant. Oh, the poor thing, Lily said at the sight of her son's uncertainty. Cathy leaned down and spoke to her nephew in a gentle voice. All you have to do is walk straight at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Don't stop and don't be scared you'll crash into it. And as soon as you get through, walk ahead so anyone coming up behind you doesn't crash into you. That's very important. Best do it at a bit of a run if you're nervous. Harry gripped the handles of his trolley very tightly and took off in a run and phased through the wall. On the other side was a scarlet steam engine waiting next to a platform packed with people. A sign overhead said Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. Harry looked behind him and saw a wrought iron archway where the ticket box had been, with the words Platform 9 3/4 on it. It hasn't changed one bit, Remus said. A bit disappointing, isn't it? Sirius nodded. He walked further ahead as Neville came through the wall next, followed by Ryan and Cassie who still sat on his trolley, and then Cathy and Haley. All right, group photo kids, Cathy said, pulling a camera out of nowhere. Aw Mum, Ryan groaned. Your dad insisted, Cathy said as she shuffled the kids closer together and snapped the picture. Perfect. Neville. The group looked to see an elderly witch approaching them. Who's that? Dorcas inquired. That's my mum, Frank Longbottom informed, turning to his confused mother. He was confused to the situation. He had assumed that Neville was living with Cathy because he didn't have any living relatives left. So why was he with Cathy instead of his mother? Oh great, Cathy mumbled. Who's that? Harry asked. That's Neville's gran, Ryan answered. We have a complicated relationship. Cathy informed him. She hates Mum because she has custody of Nev. It's not that complicated. Ryan told him. Why don't I have custody of my grandson? Augusta wondered. Neville, look, it's your gran, Cathy said, pointing to a woman. Go say hello. Neville looked white. But what's with that reaction? Alice wondered. Come now, she came all this way, the least you could do is say hello. The Neville's grandmother wore green outfit with a large witch's hat arrived in front of the group. Catherine, she greeted. Augusta, Cathy replied. Right then, let's get you two settled in. The scene rapidly moved fast as Ryan and Harry sat down on one compartment and looked out the window to see Neville still outside with Cathy and his grandmother. I lost Trevor. Who's Trevor? Flamel asked. Must be the toad, Cathy said. Let's not panic, Cathy said. He might be on the train. What if he's here? Neville said. You should have kept a closer eye on him, Augusta said. As should you. You were responsible for the boy after all. Last time I checked, the toad was with him when I left him with you. Wow, they really don't like each other, someone commented. Regardless, let's not fight, Cathy interrupted. Neville, you need to get on the train. But the girls and I will look around the station. If he's here, I'll get him to you tonight. You can search the train for Trevor as well. Ask help from Percy Weasley if you see him, that boy with the red hair we saw earlier. He's a prefect this year, I recall. But avoid the Weasley twins though. Even if they say they have him, don't believe them. They're probably lying, and don't eat anything they give you either. Oh my God, Molly groaned. Okay, Neville said reluctantly. As soon as he got on the train, it began to depart from the station. Haley and Cassie were waving to Harry and Ryan as the train moved, and Cathy smiled and waved as well. Now where's that damn toad? Cathy looked around her. You seem to curse a bit too much around children, James stated to his sister. Cathy raised an eyebrow. What's your point? Just doesn't seem like good parenting is all. Her brother shrugged. The dead should keep their opinions to themselves. No offense, Lily. None taken, Lily said. The train left the station after a bit of time. After a while, Ryan took out a book and read a bit while Harry stared outside. The doors of their compartment opened and a red-haired boy that was with the Weasleys earlier stepped in. Excuse me, do you mind? he asked, gesturing to the seats. Everywhere else is full. Hey, it's a Weasley, Fabian said to Bill in a baby voice while pointing to the screen. Wheeze, wheeze, the young infant squealed. Ryan seemed to not notice him and didn't look up from his book, so Harry answered. Not at all. Seems like a bit of a reader. Remus said in a humorous tone, looking at his friend. Are we sure he's yours? Remus didn't know it, but that comment struck a nerve with Sirius, who looked to Cathy and his brother. They weren't holding hands anymore, but he couldn't help but wonder. The box that came had Lily and Severus names. He assumed it was because they were friends, but Cathy and Regulus. The two of them might have been in the same year, but neither one should have been in contact with the other. They were in completely different houses and social groups. No, Sirius shook the thoughts away. There was no way. The boy sat down next to Ryan, who looked up from his book. Who are you? He questioned as Harry was reminded of how they met. I'm Ron Weasley. The boy introduced. Ryan, I'm Harry Potter. Ron's eyes widened in surprise. So it's true. I mean, do you really have the what? The scar. Why are you whispering? Ryan asked. Why is he whispering? Cathy wondered while her father nodded. Oh, yeah, Harry answered, lifting his hair to show him. Wicked, Ron said in an impressed voice. The doors to their compartment opened once again and an elderly woman with a trolley filled with snacks looked in. Anything off the trolley, dears? Do you have any chocolate frogs? Ryan asked, standing up. Yes, I do. Oh, I'd love some chocolate frogs right about now. Peter moaned. Chocolate frogs, Harry repeated. You lads want anything? Ryan asked, taking out his wallet. No, thanks. I'm all set, Ron said, taking out his wrapped sandwiches. Harry saw the look of nausea on the redhead's face. We'll take the lot, Harry said as he took a fistful of coins out. Whoa, Ron said in surprise. Minted, someone shouted. The three boys were next seen snacking on everything they had bought. Ron was eating a chocolate frog's leg when he picked up Ryan's wallet that had fallen to the ground. OFSB. Ron read the initials that were engraved in green. What's this mean? It's my initials, Ryan said, grabbing the wallet. Thanks. I didn't see an R anywhere. Lily said. I thought your name was Ryan. Why isn't there an R in your name? It's a nickname, Ryan answered. The people in my family are named after celestial objects, usually stars and stuff. So what's the letter O in your name stands for? Ron asked. My full name is Orion Flemont Salazar Black, Ryan said. The O is short for Orion. Orion Black felt a semblance of happiness to know that his eldest son had named his eldest after him. The same went to Flemont, who put his arm around his daughter and kissed her cheek, appreciating the gesture of naming her firstborn son after him. Black, Ron repeated in shock. Are you related to Catherine Black? It's Cathy Potter, the Chaos Caster said. Catherine Potter, Ryan corrected. She never took my dad's surname. Your dad? Yeah, Ryan nodded. My mum's Catherine Potter. And Hazza here's my cousin. No way. Ron seemed so excited. That's so cool. But back to your name. Harry interrupted. You said you were named after stars. Yeah, a star constellation actually, Ryan affirmed. But technically I'm named after my granddad. Both my granddads. That's why Flemont is up there too. He was Mum's dad. Our granddad. Flemont, Harry repeated. The Dursleys never told me about my dad's family. Oh, poor child, Euphemia said sadly. They probably didn't know that much about your dad, Ryan said, unwrapping some bubble gum. But I know a lot my family. On both sides, so just ask. What about our grandmother? Harry inquired. Euphemia Potter, Ryan answered. Are they still alive? Harry asked. Ryan shook his head sadly. They died before you and I were born. The Potter parents felt a twang of pain in their hearts. They never got to meet their grandchildren. Cathy and James both also felt saddened by the fact that they would lose their parents somewhere within the decade or so by their calculation. Oh, Harry said. Do you know how? Yeah, they had a bad case of dragon pox, Ryan said, looking through the pile of candy. Dragon pox, Cathy and James said in unison. Dragon pox, Ron questioned. But no one dies from dragon pox these days. They weren't vaccinated, Ryan said. That's what Mum said anyway. You're not vaccinated, James shouted. How is that possible? Cathy demanded. Well, Flemont started. Weren't they vaccinated when they were babies like everyone else? They were pretty old, My mum said that they had her and Haz's dad when they were in their 70s. That's your excuse, James yelled. No, Flamel said. That's our reason. Are you kidding me? You need to go to a hospital. Cathy told her father. We will love, Flamel assured his daughter. They're 70s. Harry looked surprised. Yeah, wizards have a longer lifespan compared to muggles. Ryan explained. And a longer, best before date, shall we say. We can live up to around 100 to 150. That's amazing, Harry said. Ryan picked up a packet of candy before tossing it away. Ew. Get that away from me. Harry picked up the small packet. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. He read. They mean every flavor. Ron said, licking a lollipop. There's chocolate and peppermint and also, spinach, liver and tripe. The first time I ever had one was when I was 5. Ryan began. One second I'm at the shop with mum and dad and the next I'm at St. Mungo's hospital being treated for arsenic poisoning. Oh wow. Someone should really monitor that candy factory and what they put in their sweets. The minister said, and Aura wrote down a note. George sweared he got a booger-flavored one once. Ron said. Ew. How's he know what boogers taste like? Ryan asked, to which Ron shrugged while Harry placed the flavored beans down and picked up a box of chocolate frogs. That's a good question. Are they real frogs? He asked as Ron picked up a box as well. It's just a spell, Ron informed him. It's the cards you want. Each pack's got a famous witch or wizard. I've got about 500 myself. I used to collect them. Ryan said. But I just gave up after a while when I kept getting Gilderoy Lockhart. A golden-haired third year from Ravenclaw perked up at the sound of his name. Did he just say my name? He's a rare one, Ron said. 'Cause he was newly added. Harry opened the box and a chocolate frog leapt out. Watch it, Ron said before the frog jumped out the window. That's rotten luck. They've only got one good jump in them. Harry didn't seem to mind and picked up the card he got. I've got Dumbledore. I got about 6 of him, Ron said as he took out a card. Hey, I got your mum. That's nice, but I've got that live-action version at home, Ryan said as he opened his. Oh no, I got Lockhart again. Here Ron, you can have him. I'm in a card, the Ravenclaw boy said gleefully. Do you want them? Ron asked Harry, gesturing to the cards. You can start collecting. Harry graciously took the cards from both of them and thanked Ron as he looked at his aunt. Cathy in that picture had short hair that fell on her shoulders and her sleeves were rolled up, showing multiple small tattoos. Catherine Euphemia Potter Black, Harry began to read. Oh my god, I'm in a card, Cathy said in surprise. It's just Potter, Ryan interrupted. Mum's annoyed that people always think that she took name. Brilliant, beautiful and powerful, Catherine Black is best known for being the first chaos caster to be born in over 1,000 years. Blessed with power and wit, Mrs. Black is best known for her mastery of chaos magic and her skills as a potioneer. Following in the potioneering steps of her family, she invented and holds sole rights to the Veil potion. Holy shit, Cathy swore in shock of her achievements. I'm so proud of you, Flamel told his daughter. Her efforts in the Wizard Protection Program in the Second Wizarding War earned her several achievements in Great Britain. As a result, Mrs. Black is presently the youngest witch to ever receive an Order of Merlin First Class and the only person to hold all 3 Order of Merlin awards. She currently teaches at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry as the Care of Magical Creatures professor. Oh, I think I'm going to cry. Cathy turned to her mother. And you said that I'd probably end up in a ditch somewhere if I didn't become a polite girl. It won't hurt for you to be a bit politer now, would it? Mrs. Black's self-proclaimed proudest achievement is her ability to respond to conversations she's totally zoned out off. That's how I got engaged, she revealed. Oh my god, I love that. Cathy laughed as others joined her. Dad always thinks it funny, she added that joke. Ryan chuckled as Harry and Ron laughed. Of course it lost its effect when he didn't know whether she was serious or not. Harry picked up the card with Dumbledore as Ryan picked up a licorice wand. Albus Dumbledore, currently headmaster of Hogwarts. Considered by many the greatest wizard of modern times. Brilliant and often controversial headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Professor Dumbledore is particularly famous for his defeat of the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, for the discovery of the 12 uses of dragon's blood and his work on alchemy with his partner, Nicholas Flamel, and his steadfast championing of Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Professor Dumbledore enjoys chamber music and tenpin bowling. Harry turned the card back over and saw, to his astonishment, that Dumbledore's face had disappeared. He's gone. I always hated when that happened. James said. Well, you can't expect him to hang around all day, said Ron as he looked down at a brown furry creature whose head was hidden inside an empty box of sweets. This is Scabbers. Pathetic, isn't he? Ew. A rat. A little. Harry nodded. Fred gave me a spell to turn him yellow. Want to see? Yeah. Harry nodded as Ryan shrugged and picked up his book. Ron took out his wand and cleared his throat. Before he could, a girl with long bushy hair opened the door to their compartment. Who's she? Has anyone seen a toad? She asked. A boy named Neville's lost one. Bad luck, Nev. Ryan murmured. No. Harry answered her. The girl's eyes landed on Ron, who was holding his wand. Oh, are you doing magic? Let's see, then. Ron cleared his throat once again. Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow, turn this stupid, fat rat yellow. A small flash of light made the box that Scabbers had his head in fall to the floor, but the rodent's fur color remained unchanged. What jokers? Gideon said in approval. Are you sure that's a real spell? Well, it's not very good, is it? I've only tried a few simple ones myself, but they've all worked for me. The girl said smugly as she sat down next to Harry. She took out her wand and pointed it at his glasses. For example, Oculus Reparo. Impressive. Professor Flitwick stated. To correctly cast a spell like that before she's even attended a class. The lens on Harry's glasses that were previously cracked healed and the glass became almost good as new. Well, that's pretty problematic. Ryan spoke. You just sat down and blasted a spell at Haz's face. Like you didn't even ask consent. Who do you think you are? He's got a point. Severus nodded. It is rather rude. Hermione looked back to Harry. Possibly to apologize, when she caught view of the scar on his head. Holy cricket, you're Harry Potter. I'm Hermione Granger. And the two of you are. I'm Ron Weasley. The redhead introduced. Ryan. The boy said simply. Pleasure. The girl said before she stood up and walked to the doors of the compartment. Before she left, she turned back to the three boys. You three better change into robes. I expect we'll be arriving soon. She turned her eyes at Ryan and narrowed them. You've got chocolate on your chin. Did you know? And you've got smug tattooed on your forehead. Ryan shot back. But don't worry though. It's mostly covered by that ridiculous fringe. Several people laughed loudly at Ryan's comeback while others just smiled or giggled. It seems that our grandson has your temper. Orion told his wife, who smiled with pride at how he put that girl in her place. And her forked tongue too, apparently. Sirius murmured. Someone should tell him to be nicer to girls. Or else they won't like him too much when he asks them to. He's 11, Padfoot. Remus reminded him. They're all 11. Hermione huffed her breath and left the compartment after slamming the doors shut. Harry and Ron stared at Ryan and the boy looked back at them. What? Why'd you pick a fight with her? Dunno. I was bored. Ryan answered. Dad says my mum does the same thing. Picks fight when she's bored. Right, then. First years, this way, please. Hagrid's voice was heard by all of the first-year students, who separated from the other students on the train and made their way over to the half-giant. As Ryan, Ron and Harry walked over with the other first-years, Ryan caught sight of a boy with pale blonde hair. The boy was between two thick boys and was looking about when he turned around to Ryan's direction. The raven-haired boy grabbed Ron and Harry and pushed them together and huddled behind them. What's up with him? James questioned. Hell if I know. Sirius shrugged. Hey, Ron said in a startled voice. Ryan, what are you doing? Harry asked. Nothing, don't worry about it, Hazza. He said, peeking over Harry's shoulder to see that the blonde boy wasn't looking at his direction anymore. Who is that lad he was hiding from? Hagrid wondered. Harry. Ryan. Neville's voice made the three boys look to the right to see Neville walking toward them. Hey Nev. Ryan said, releasing a confused Ron and Harry. Any luck finding Trevor? He asked as they walked towards Hagrid. No, the boy said in a sad tone. Sad. Someone commented. Come on, first years, don't be shy. Come on now, hurry up. Hagrid said as the four boys came up to him. Hello, Harry, Ryan, Neville. Hi, Hagrid. Harry greeted. Ron stared the giant man in awe of his size. Whoa, right, then. This way to the boats. Come on now, follow me. The next scene showed all the first-year students sat down of boats as it moved towards the castle. The clear stars made the lake shine and the children all stared in awe of Hogwarts as they arrived. Wow! Wicked! The students walked up several stone stairs and came to a stop before two very large doors. In front of the doors was an older woman in an emerald green dress, glasses and a stern face. Minnie, James and Sirius cheered, making people shush them. Though the Transfiguration professor had a small smile on her face. "Welcome to Hogwarts," the woman greeted them. "Shortly, you'll pass through these doors and join your classmates. But before you take your seats, you must be sorted into your houses. They are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw and Slytherin. While you're here, your house will be like your family. Your triumphs will earn you points. Any rule breaking and you will lose points. At the end of the year, the house with the most points wins the house cup." Just then the doors of the Great Hall opened slightly and Harry watched his Aunt Cathy slip past as the doors shut behind her. Harry was slightly thrown off by her appearance. So far Harry had only seen his aunt wear pants and t-shirts and other articles of clothing that were normal for casual wear. Tonight, Cathy wore a strapless dark maroon dress, her hair fell down to her left and wore light makeup. The difference was startling for Harry and the other children who stared at as she approached them. Someone whistled and several others cheered and catcalled Cathy. Cathy smiled and blushed slightly while several of the girls seemed genuinely impressed at her appearance. "Oh, you look lovely, Cathy," Euphemia said. "See, why can't you dress more like that?" Growing up, Cathy was always more of a tomboy, preferring to play outside rather than stay inside. As she grew into her teenage years, she became more feminine, but she, much to the annoyance of her mother, seemed to have a strong dislike for dresses or anything she believed to be too girly. "Ah." Cathy rolled her eyes at her mother's comment. Neville was not thrown off by her. But that was mostly because his attention was on the amphibian in her hands. "Trevor," the boy shouted as he walked forward to Cathy. "Hey," Remus said. "She found the toad." "Sorry, Minerva," Cathy said as she knelt down to Neville. "He was at the station near a tap." Neville held out his hands. "Best I hold on to him till after the sorting, Neville." "Oh, okay, Aunt Cathy," Neville said. "That's her," a girl whispered. "Catherine Black. It is her." "Who?" "The Scarlet Witch." "No way." "It is. It is." "Did they call her the Scarlet Witch?" Marlene inquired. "What's that?" Regulus and Cathy stiffened in shock, not that anyone noticed. "It's probably an alias or nickname," Alice guessed. "You know, 'cause her magic is red." Everyone nodded and accepted this explanation without dispute. Cathy smiled down at the new students. "Hello, my little munchkins. Welcome to Hogwarts. If you excuse us, the sorting ceremony will begin momentarily." Minerva and Cathy both turned around and walked back through the doors. As soon as the two witches left, the pale blonde that Ryan was hiding from earlier spoke up. "It's true then, what they're saying on the train. Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts. Doesn't that boy look like?" "Yeah," people whispered at the sight of the blonde and looked between him and the Malfoy family. "He's Lucius' son then," Severus stated, to which Lucius looked up with pride with his fiancée. "Harry Potter," someone whispered. The boy's eyes went from Harry and then landed on Ryan. "Here we go," Ryan murmured as he rolled his eyes. "Hello, Orion. I thought I'd be seeing you this year. Pity we didn't meet in the train station." "So, they do know each other," James said. "Do you know him?" Harry asked. "He's my cousin," Ryan said reluctantly. "Makes sense." Sirius nodded. "He's related to us." "No, just me. His mum's my aunt on my dad's side," Ryan explained. "So, you're spared the fate of being his relative. This is Crabbe and Goyle," the boy said, introducing the two heavy-set boys besides him. "And I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." Jesus, they multiplied. Someone from Gryffindor table shouted, making everyone except for the Slytherins laugh. Ron gave a slight cough, which was just him hiding a snigger. "Think my name's funny, do you? I've no need to ask yours. Red hair and a hand-me-down robe. You must be a Weasley. You'll find out some wizarding families are better than others. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there." "I don't like him," Arthur said, glaring at the boy in the screen. "Arthur, pity the future is bleak for you." "Family," Abraxas Malfoy said smugly. Arthur Weasley tried to get up, but Gideon and Fabian held him back. Now, Dumbledore clapped his hands. "Let us not quarrel amongst ourselves. Draco held out his hand and Harry just gave it a small glance before facing Draco. I think I can tell the wrong sort for myself, thanks. Good answer. Lily nodded with approval. The other student also agreed with Lily and some clapped at his answer. That's my boy, Ryan said, throwing his arm around Ron and Harry. I knew I liked you. Cousin. Sorry Draco, I'm all loaded up with enough friends for the time being. Ryan smiled. This kid is weird, but you have to admit, he's not that bad. Kinda grows on you over time. Sirius said. The other three Marauders nodded in agreement. Cathy and Minerva came back to the group, but the opening of the door so slightly barely made a noise. Draco, unaware of them approaching, turned red with embarrassment and anger. I'd be careful if I were you, Potter, he said slowly. Unless you're a bit politer, you'll go the same way as your parents. They didn't know what was good for them, either. You hang around with riff-raff like the Weasleys and it'll rub off on you. What a vile child. Augusta Longbottom shouted. Prick. James cursed at Draco. Fleamont and Euphemia looked at anger at what the boy had said. Uh-oh. Remus said as Cathy on the screen looked angry at the sound of Draco's words. Oh, this is gonna be good. Ryan said. People went silent and Draco gave a smug grin, not knowing that Cathy was behind him with a dark expression. Minerva cleared her throat and Draco turned around in shock at the two witches. His eyes landed and stayed with Cathy, however. Aunt Cathy, Draco tried to speak. It's Professor Potter to you, Shirley Temple. Cathy remarked. Now get back in with the other children before I drag you there by your widow's peak. A large amount of people laughed and cheered for Cathy. Even several Slytherins laughed without completely understanding the reference to Shirley Temple. Several people giggled and sniggered at this as Draco, Crabbe and Goyle walked back to the other students. Cathy's expression shifted back to a lighter one as she smiled at rest of the students. We're ready for you now. Follow us. Minerva and Cathy led the students in the Great Hall as the doors opened wide this time. The students looked around in awe of everything around them. The older students were seated on 4 huge tables that were laid with glittering golden plates, and at the end of the table was a table that sat the teachers of Hogwarts. The ceiling isn't real. It's bewitched to look like the night sky. Hermione said as everyone looked up to see the hundreds of candles that hovered in the night sky. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history. Will you wait along here, please? Minerva told the students as she went over, bring a stool and placed a dusty old pointed wizard's hat. Now, before we begin, Cathy spoke. Professor Dumbledore asked me to say a few words. The aging wizard nodded to Cathy as she pulled out a piece of paper, unfolded it to read the instructions. Just a few start of term notices he wishes for me to announce. Cathy said as she scanned through the letter. The first years, please note that the Dark Forest is strictly forbidden to all students. Unless you get detention with Filch and Hagrid, then we'll send you in there unprepared and unsupervised. True story. Cathy said as some of the audience nodded. What? Hermione and the others had their eyes widen with shock. Oh yeah, Cathy continued. There are giant spiders in there that'll eat your face clean off. There's centaurs. You ever been kicked by a centaur? Tell you what kids, you ain't walking back. A lot of people laughed and giggled as Cathy looked somewhat proud of her future self. Fleamont laughed at his daughter's antics, while most of the pure-bloods felt that as a Hogwarts professor she should conduct herself more professionally. The loudest laugh, however, came from the teachers, with Professor Dumbledore and Slughorn laughing and coughing while the other members of staff smiled, giggled and chuckled. Tell them about the demons. Professor Flitwick told her. Oh yeah. There are demons in there. You'll get possessed, come back to the castle and be all like. Cathy twisted her face and shut one of her eyes. While the first years looked scared, the other students laughed and chuckled at Cathy's whole performance. Next, Cathy took another look at the note. Our caretaker, Mr. Filch, has asked me to remind you that the 3rd floor corridor is strictly out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a most painful death. The 3rd floor corridor. Regulus looked confused, as did everyone did. Why is the 3rd floor corridor off limits? I do not know, Mr. Black. Dumbledore said. Perhaps I'm storing some sweets. Some people laughed at the joke, but most were in a serious mood, wishing to know the answer. While the first years and the other students looked at each other with anxiety and worry, Cathy turned around to see Professor McGonagall giving her several dirty looks. What? Minerva said, stepping past Cathy, and Cathy walked to the teacher's table and sat down next to Professor Sprout. Thank you, Minerva said, unrolling a parchment. When I call your name, you will come forth. I shall place the sorting hat on your head, and you will be sorted into your houses. Hermione Granger. Oh, no. Okay, relax, Hermione whispered to herself as she walked past the other students on her way to Professor McGonagall. Mental, that one, I'm telling you. Ron murmured to Harry and Ryan. The hat was placed on Hermione's head and the wrinkles and crinkles on the hat formed to make a face. Ah, right, then. Right. Okay. Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table cheered for Hermione. Hermione looked happy as Gryffindor table clapped and cheered for her. Professor McGonagall took off the hat and she hopped down to join the House of the Lion. Draco Malfoy. Professor McGonagall read out next. Malfoy swaggered forward when his name was called and the hat had barely touched his head when it screamed, Slytherin. The Malfoys clapped and the Slytherin table cheered for Draco. Every wizard who went bad was in Slytherin. Ron whispered. That's a prejudiced view, Rabaston stated. Is it? James questioned. Not everyone in Slytherin is evil, Regulus said before looking Peter Pettigrew. Just like not all Gryffindors are brave. What's that supposed to mean? Sirius demanded. Take it however you want. Hey, I resent that, Ryan said defensively. Most people on me dad's side were in Slytherin. Don't you have relatives in Azkaban prison for mass murder? Ron questioned. Ryan stared at Ron silently for a few seconds. Yeah, what's your point? Ryan asked as Harry looked at his cousin incredulously. Several people from Slytherin laughed as the rest of them in the Black family nodded in approval. Susan Bones. Harry looked up at the redhead who walked over to the sorting hat before looking at his aunt. Cathy watched the redhead closely as she sipped some of her wine. She shifted to her right and began talking to a teacher with greasy black hair, a hooked nose, and sallow skin. It happened very suddenly. The hook-nosed teacher looked past Quirrell's turban straight into Harry's eyes and a sharp, hot pain shot across the scar on Harry's forehead. Snivellus. James called out, making Sirius and Peter laugh. Who is that? Euphemia asked. That's Sev. Cathy said, pointing to the boy sitting with the rest of the Slytherin students. Why did James call him? Snivels was it? Fleemont asked. Snivellus. Cathy corrected. Remember the letters you got last year for James' bullying incident last year? Yeah, that's who he was bullying. Ouch. Harry clapped a hand to his head. Ah. What was that? James questioned. Harry, what is it? Ron asked. Nothing. Nothing, I'm fine, Harry said, looking at the teacher again, who went back to talking to Cathy. Let's see. I know. Hufflepuff. Ronald Weasley. Professor McGonagall announced. Ron gulped before he went up and sat down on the stool before the sorting hat was placed on his head. Ha, another Weasley. I know just what to do with you. Gryffindor. Molly and Arthur smiled at their future son while Gideon and Fabian cheered for their nephew. Ron sighed with visible relief before he walked down to join his brothers and the other Gryffindor students. Harry Potter. As Harry stepped forward, whispers suddenly broke out like little hissing fires all over the hall. Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter. The last thing Harry saw before the hat dropped over his eyes was the hall full of people craning to get a good look at him. Next second he was looking at the black inside of the hat. He waited. Difficult, very difficult. The sorting hat murmured. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind, either. There's talent, oh, yes. And a thirst to prove yourself. But where to put you? What's taking so long? James wondered. Not Slytherin, not Slytherin. Harry whispered to himself over and over again. Not Slytherin, Are you sure? The sorting hat said. You could be great, you know. It's all here, in your head. And Slytherin will help you on the way to greatness, no doubt about that. No. Well, if you're sure. No way, James said in worry. Euphemia also looked concerned while Cathy and Fleemont looked unconcerned. Please, no, Harry whispered. Better be. Gryffindor. Harry smiled with relief as he went down to join Ron and the other first years. Oh, thank God. James sighed in relief as the Marauders and the rest of Gryffindor cheered for James and Lily's son. Orion Black. Professor McGonagall read out. Ryan strolled up as people whispered to themselves again. Cathy, looks like your son's up. Fleemont told his daughter. Black. That's Professor Potter's son, isn't it? Ryan sat down and the hat was placed on his head. Tricky, tricky, tricky. The Sorting Hat murmured. Not much fear, plenty of courage, sharp mind, where should you go? Ryan winked to Harry who was watching. He brought his hands close together and small golden yellow ball of magic glowed in the space between and he moved his fingers in unison as if he were petting something. It's chaos magic. Someone pointed out in excitement. The pure bloods were all staring in astonishment. Not only was Cathy a chaos caster but somehow, she was also able to pass her ability down to her children. I'll put you into House of Targaryen. What the hell is that? Sirius questioned. What did he just say? Everyone looked confused and stared at Ryan who was sniggering and laughing silently to himself. Professor McGonagall peeked from the side and saw that Ryan was using a bit of chaos magic in his palms. The Transfiguration professor looked to Cathy who was smiling slightly but quickly wiped off her expression. Ryan. Sorry. Ryan smiled and let the chaos magic vanish. James and Sirius burst out laughing at the incident. The Sorting Hat was confused before jumping and lumping Ryan lightly on the head as if to hit him. Now then, there's probably no place better for you other than Gryffindor. Everyone at Gryffindor cheered as the eldest son of House Black strolled down to take his seat with Harry, Ron and Neville. Yes. Sirius fist pumped in happiness while Cathy just smiled. Your attention, please. The headmaster spoke. Let the feast begin. At once the empty plates appeared now piled with food. Harry stared in astonishment. He had never seen so many things he liked to eat on one table. Roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops and lamb chops, sausages, bacon and steak, boiled potatoes, roast potatoes, fries, Yorkshire pudding, peas, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and, for some strange reason, peppermint humbugs. Wow. Ron said in amazement. I'm half and half. A boy said in an Irish accent. Me dad's a muggle. Mum's a witch. Bit of a nasty shock for him when he found out. Harry looked up to the teacher's table and saw that Cathy was still chatting with the raven-haired man. Percy. Harry leaned into the eldest Weasley. Who's that teacher talking to my aunt? Snivellus. James chuckled. Percy looked up and saw what Harry was talking about. Professor Snape, head of Slytherin House. What's he teach? Harry asked. Potions. But he fancies the dark arts. He's been after Professor Quirrell's job for years. Next the ghosts of the castle came down floating and flying about in the Great Hall. Hello. How are you? Welcome to Gryffindor. The Gryffindor ghost said. Sir Nick. Several of the Gryffindors cheered for. Next a ghost covered in grey silvery blood floated through the Slytherin table. It's the Bloody Baron. A girl said loudly. Hello, Sir Nicholas. Percy greeted. Have a nice summer. Dismal. Once again, my request to join the Headless Hunt has been denied. The ghost complained. I know you. Ron chirped in. You're nearly headless, Nick. I prefer Sir Nicholas, if you don't mind. Nearly headless. Hermione repeated. How can you be nearly headless? Sir Nicholas looked extremely miffed, as if their little chat wasn't going at all the way he wanted. Like this, he said irritably. He seized his left ear and pulled. His whole head swung off his neck and fell onto his shoulder as if it was on a hinge. Someone had obviously tried to behead him, but not done it properly. That never ceases to gross me out. Dorcas groaned. Looking pleased at the stunned looks on their faces, nearly headless Nick flipped his head back onto his neck. The scene later shifted to Percy Weasley leading the first-year Gryffindor students through the castle. Gryffindors, follow me, please. Keep up. Thank you. Ravenclaw, follow me. This way. Another prefect's voice was heard echoing in the passageway. This is the most direct path to the dormitories. Percy informed. Keep an eye on the staircases. They like to change. Keep up, please, and follow me. Quickly now, come on. Come on. That picture's moving. Ron pointed. Look at that one. Ryan said. I think she fancies you. Harry joked, making the three boys laugh loudly. Look. Who's that girl? Welcome to Hogwarts. A man in a painting said. Who's that? Password. Percy stopped in front of the painting of the fat lady. Caput Draconis. Percy said. The door swung open and Percy led them into the Gryffindor common room. Wow. Someone exclaimed. Follow me, everyone. Keep up. Quickly, come on. Gather around here. Welcome to the Gryffindor common room. Boys' dormitory is upstairs to the left. Girls, the same on your right. Your belongings have already been brought up. The next scene started out with the boys' dormitories. The camera went from Ron to Neville to Ryan before it showed the empty bed of Harry. The view moved upwards and showed that Harry was by the window with Hedwig staring out to the lake. Harry looked back to his room when he heard that Ryan was ruffling his blankets and sat up. "Morning," Harry whispered. Ryan opened his mouth, but the words that came out were muffled and slurred like there was something in his mouth. "What's wrong with him?" Cathy wondered. Harry looked puzzled. "What?" Ryan held up a finger and pulled out a blue C-shaped plastic object from his mouth. "I said, what are you doing up?" "I'm excited, I guess." Harry shrugged. His eyes went from Ryan to the object his hand. "What's that?" "It's a night guard, I have bruxism," Ryan informed his cousin. "Is that some sort of disease?" James asked. "What's that?" "I grind my teeth in my sleep," Ryan said. He placed the night guard back in his mouth and said something resembling a good night. "Oh Ryan, you have the same affliction as the boy," Wahlberga stated. The head of the Black family nodded. "As did my grandfather. I suppose the condition is hereditary." James turned to his best friend. "Sirius, I've slept over at your house before. Have you ever seen me grind my teeth?" Sirius said defensively. "No, but I've never seen you speak French either," James replied. The next scene showed Harry and Ron running into the Transfiguration classroom. Everyone else was already at their desks and writing when Ron and Harry came to a stop, huffing and puffing. In front of them was a cat sitting at Professor McGonagall's desk. "Made it," Ron gasped. "Can you imagine the look on old McGonagall's face if we were late?" "Oh no," Remus said. The cat sitting down leapt into the air and transformed into their house teacher, who walked towards the pair without missing a beat. "That was bloody brilliant," Ron exclaimed. "Thank you for that assessment," Professor McGonagall said. "It'd be better if I transfigured Mr. Potter and you into a watch. Then one of you might be on time." "We got lost," Harry said. "Then perhaps a map. I trust you don't need one to find your seats." Harry and Ron moved towards the seat next to Ryan and sat down. "Why didn't you wait for us?" "I'm not gonna be late on my first day," Ryan said. "Sorry." "Reasonable." Remus nodded. "Acceptable." Cathy agreed. "How'd you get here so fast anyway?" Ron asked. "You woke up later than we did." Ryan didn't answer but just smiled. The next scene shifted to their next class. The first years were all sat down at their desks chatting when the doors to the dungeon burst open and made a bang when they contacted the wall before slamming shut loudly as well. "There will be no foolish wand waving or silly incantations in this class," Snape said as he walked to the front of the class and stood there. "As such, I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion making." "Well, you're a fun teacher," James mocked. "However, for those select few who possess the predisposition, I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death." Harry was busy scribbling down everything that Snape was saying when the potions professor looked down at him. "Then again, maybe some of you have come to Hogwarts with abilities so formidable that you feel confident enough to not pay attention." He was writing down what you said. James snapped at Severus. "I have not done anything against your son, now have I?" Severus shot back. "You, James." Euphemia interrupted her son. "Be quiet." James looked surprised but obeyed his mother. Ryan nudged Harry, who looked up to find Snape staring at him with an annoyed look. "Mr. Potter, our new celebrity. What would I get if I added root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry looked at the professor with an uncertain look, whereas Hermione had her hand shot straight up. A wisp of wind went through Harry's face and he blinked and looked down. On his notes, the draft of Living Death was scribbled in wet ink. "Who wrote that?" Frank questioned. "You don't know?" Snape questioned. "Draft of the Living Death," Harry answered. Snape looked surprised but removed the expression immediately. "Let's try again. Where would you look if I asked you to find a bezoar?" "Why the hell is he targeting Harry?" James questioned. "I wonder why," Cathy murmured. Harry's eyes looked down slight and found another answer scribbled down. "The stomach of a goat, sir." "Who's writing that?" Remus questioned. "What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" Snape asked immediately. "Same thing," was scribbled down next. "They're the same thing?" Harry inquired. "Wish I had them during my exams." Sirius sighed. "What other name does wolfsbane go by?" "Aconite," Harry said after finding the answer on his notes again. Snape looked annoyed at Harry before he looked up and addressed the class. Well, why aren't you all writing that down? There was a sudden rummaging for quills and parchment. Over the noise, Harry looked at his notes and then noticed that Ryan had already finished writing his notes. Looking at his cousin's book and his own, he noticed that the handwriting of his cousin and the answers scribbled on his notes were the same. No way, Peter exclaimed. You're welcome, Ryan said. How? Shish. Ryan watched as Snape walked over and placed his hands on Ryan's desk and stared down at the boy. Professor, I hope you understand that magic and cheating in my class will result in your automatic failure. Oh, Lucius said. He knows. Got it. Ryan smiled. As soon as Snape turned around, Ryan laughed silently behind his back. Snape turned around quickly and Ryan cleared his expression. Snape narrowed his eyes at the boy and turned around. The scene fades away and reemerges to show an older James Potter walking across the halls of Hogwarts in a rushed pace. He turned to right and entered the Transfiguration room. It's me, James exclaimed. Look Mum, I'm on the screen. The room had Dumbledore, McGonagall, Alistair Moody, Peter Pettigrew and Kingsley Shacklebolt. All of them were huddled around a table, and when James got closer it was showed that they were looking at two puppies on a desk. Kingsley Shacklebolt and Moody were both present with the minister and noted their presence, as did their fellow Aurors. What's this? James questioned. I thought you said that Sirius and Remus were attacked. They were, Dumbledore said. He looked down at the puppies and looked back to James. On the puppies were notes cello taped to their backs with their written names. What the hell, Cathy? Sirius shouted to the girl and she just shrugged it off. No way. James chuckled. That's them. The puppies started to yip and bark viciously. God, this is so humiliating. Remus groaned as so of the Slytherin students laughed. Yes. Professor McGonagall nodded. They were transformed evidently. Padfoot. Moony. James laughed. Got a little problem, do we? Turn them back, it'll be easier to tease them. The five people looked at each other strangely, which unnerved James. What is it? We can't change them back. Dumbledore said. They what? Sirius looked at the screen in shock. What do you mean? James questioned. Why not? Watch. Professor McGonagall said as she pointed her wand at the puppies. She said a spell and a red glow appeared on the puppies, but that quickly died back down. No matter what I've tried, there seems to be something preventing me from turning them back. That's chaos magic, Walburga noted. How is that possible? James asked, sounding worried. We're not sure, Shacklebolt said. We found them in a basket at the ministry. Do you know where they were before that? Dumbledore asked. They were interviewing people who might have been involved in the escape of Regulus Black. Peter answered. Regulus Black, the Scarlet Witch. And now this. Dumbledore looked down on Sirius and Remus quite seriously. Why were they turned into puppies? What do you mean, Headmaster? Shacklebolt inquired. The person who did this could have turned them into anything they wanted, so why puppies? Why not kittens? James thought about what Dumbledore was asking. Why were they turned into puppies? It was almost as if they knew. James stated. The person who did this must have known about Sirius and Remus. What does he mean? Euphemia asked her son. I dunno. James relied as he and the rest of his group turned pale. Indeed. Dumbledore nodded. But who would know about them? Peter asked. Their condition. Did you tell anyone about it? Kingsley Shacklebolt asked. What condition? Someone questioned from Hufflepuff. Only those at the Order knew. James said. Professor McGonagall though for a bit of time, and a thought came to her. No, she gasped. It can't be. She knows. Marlene said. There's no way. How? Dorcas questioned. Everyone turned to her. What is it, Minerva? Dumbledore asked. I think I know who did this. Who is it? Peter immediately asked. Professor McGonagall didn't respond but walked over to her desk and pulled out one of her drawers. Mr. Potter, Mr. Pettigrew, as former students of mine, can you tell me what was the first lesson in Transfiguration that I give the first years in their first week? Everyone in the hall nodded as Professor McGonagall realized what her future self was doing. Turning matchsticks into needles, right? James answered. Correct. The professor said as she took out a box and walked over to the wizards, who watched her curiously. She placed the box on the table and spoke some more. Every year I have my first years cast this spell so that I can see which one of them has the best affinity for the subject. Most fail, which isn't unusual given their lack of experience with magic. But there's always a few that manage to transfigure their matchsticks. Some, like your wife Lily, even manage to get it in their first try. Way to go, Lily. Alice high-fived her. I remember you telling me that my needle wasn't sharp and shiny enough. James said. So, the first week of class is basically a test to gauge their abilities. Moody spoke for the first time. I already knew she did that. Cathy said. How? Lily asked, to which Cathy responded by tapping her head, reminding her that she was a legilimens. Turning the matchstick into a needle is only half the test. The other half is to see how long it stays transfigured. Professor McGonagall said, opening the box. Some of the needles return to their original state after a few minutes or hours. The Transfiguration professor took out a single shiny needle. Except for this one, she said, looking at it in amazement. The student who spelled this needle did it with such ease that I thought she must have had practice, given that she came from a pureblood family. But after a few days the needle never changed back. I waited, for months I waited, but all in vain. It stayed the same all that time. Dumbledore asked in surprise. Yes. Minerva nodded. After a few months, I tired of waiting and decided to turn it back myself. But I couldn't. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't transfigure what she changed. A first year. How is that possible? James questioned. I do not know, McGonagall said. But I watched her for years. Anything she ever transfigured stayed in the state she left it unless she herself changed it back. Who is it, Professor? Moody asked. Catherine Potter. At the sound of her name, both Remus and Sirius barked and yipped loudly. James's eyes widened in shock. No, Cathy couldn't have done this. She's not a member of the Order. She couldn't have known about Sirius and Remus. Isn't your sister a legilimens? Kingsley Shacklebolt asked. James was silent. She must have read your mind at some point and discovered the truth about Black and Lupin. You knew, James said in an accusational tone. I know pretty much everything. Cathy just shrugged. Why would she do this? Peter asked. And why would she help Regulus Black? Excellent questions, Dumbledore said. Questions we should ask her ourselves. How? Moody asked. We don't know where she is. I believe we might, Dumbledore said. She must have known that we wouldn't have been able to change Remus and Sirius back ourselves, so we'd have to come here, to Minerva. She wanted us here, James said. But why? Where do you think she is, Albus? Shacklebolt asked. Where did you say you found Remus and Sirius? Kingsley's eyes widened at what Dumbledore was hinting at. The Ministry. Wonderful mind games, sweetheart. Flamel praised his daughter. Really had me fooled. Thanks, Daddy. Don't praise that. Euphemia snapped at her husband in annoyance. She a future criminal. She is also a future professor, so let's not get too bent out of shape. Flamel reminded her. The scene darkened and lightened to show the Gryffindor table with the first years having lunch. Eye of Rabbit, harpstring hum, turn this water into rum. The scene opened up with Seamus Finnegan waving his wand over a goblet. Eye of Rabbit, what's Seamus trying to do to the water? Harry asked. Turn it to rum, Ron answered. Actually managed a weak tea yesterday. Ryan smiled at the scene. Of course, that was right before he. A loud band and flash of light cut Ryan off. In an instant Seamus' face was black with ash, his hair steaming with the very little hair remaining on his eyebrows. Everyone laughed at him while Ryan just fanned the smoke away from his eyes. Several students in the Great Hall also joined and laughed at Seamus. The sound of an owl's screech signals more screeching, and the entire hall was filled with owls flying about, dropping parcels and packages to everyone. Mail's here, Ryan noted as he took another spoonful of his salad. An owl dropped some things wrapped in cloth along with an issue of the Daily Prophet to Ron, while another dropped a small package to Neville. Ron immediately unwrapped his parcel and put the newspaper aside. Can I borrow this? Harry asked, picking up the paper. Ron nodded and went back to his parcel. Thanks. Look, Neville's got a remembrow. Dean Thomas announced. I've read about those. Hermione chirped in. The smoke turns red when you've forgotten something. The problem is, I can't remember what I've forgotten. Neville shrugged. Nev. Ryan called out to him. Neville looked over to Ryan, who tugged at his robes. Neville quickly realized that he had forgotten to put on his robes. Oh no, Neville said before he got up and ran back to the dormitories. Several people laughed while Frank felt pleased that Ryan had reminded his son. Somebody broke into Gringotts. Harry informed as he read the paper. No way. Say what? Ryan turned his attention to his cousin. Listen, Harry whispered as he began to read. Believed to be the work of dark wizards or witches. Gringotts goblins acknowledge the breach but insist nothing was taken. The vault in question, number 713, had been emptied earlier that same day. That's odd, Ryan said. That's the vault that was close to yours, Hazza. We might have just missed it. Harry had an uncertain look on his face. Didn't we meet Hagrid that same day? Yeah, when Aunt Cathy hugged Hagrid, I saw her take something out of his pocket. You don't think. The article said that the vault was emptied earlier. Hermione said overhearing their conversation. And beside there's loads of vaults in Gringotts. What are the odds that Hagrid was in the one that was broken into? She's right. Ryan nodded but Harry still looked uncertain. Weird, James commented. The next scene showed that the first-year students were all split in half and lined up in the Quidditch pitch with brooms in front of them. Good afternoon, class. Madam Hooch greeted as she walked past them in a quick pace. Good afternoon, Madam Hooch. The students reciprocated. Good afternoon, Amanda. Good afternoon. She turned around and showed her bright yellow hawk-like eyes. Welcome to your first flying lesson. What are you waiting for? She barked. Step up to your broomstick. Everyone took a step forward, line up with their brooms. Come on now, hurry up. Stick your hand over the broom and say, up, up. Everyone shouted. Ryan and Harry's broom jumped into his hand at once, but it was one of the few that did. Hermione Granger's had simply rolled over on the ground, and Neville's hadn't moved at all. Up, Ron shouted, making his broom fling upwards and whack him in the face. People laughed at Ron. Arthur chuckled lightly before stopping when his wife elbowed him in the ribs. With feeling, Madam Hooch told them. Harry laughed at the scene, making Ron scowl at him. Shut up, Harry. Up, 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 up. Hermione kept repeating as her broom just kept rolling about. Reminds me of my first flying lesson. Lily said in embarrassment. Up, up. Neville kept said in a quavering voice. Ryan placed his hand on the boy's shoulder. Poor lamb, Alice said sadly. Try it now, Ryan said. Neville still looked unsure of himself but tried anyway. Up. Ryan's eyes glowed yellow for a second and his hand on Neville's shoulder had a small yellow wisp around it. The broom instantly shot up and rested in Neville's hand. Cool, someone said. Augusta Longbottom looked pleased that her grandson was getting help, although she wished Neville had managed to get his broom on his own. After the rest of the students got their broomsticks to respond to them, Madam Hooch began to give them their first flying lessons. Now, once you've got hold of your broom, I want you to mount it. Ryan coughed abruptly, trying to cover up his laugh, which Madam Hooch narrowed her eyes at him. Is there something funny, Mr. Black? No ma'am, Ryan said. Right then, Madam Hooch got back to giving the lesion. Grip it tight. Oh God. Ryan whimpered with his face turning red, trying not to laugh. What's so funny? Harry inquired. Nothing, Ryan answered. I just realized that I might have a dirty mind. You don't want to be sliding off the end. Jesus Christ. Ryan's body shook a bit from his amusement. Several of the older students and adults laughed as they understood why Ryan was laughing. Madam Hooch looked down, her ears glowed bright pink. Madam narrowed her eyes at Ryan, which made him close his eyes and gain control of himself. When I blow my whistle, I want you to kick off from the ground, hard. Keep your broom steady, hover for a moment, then lean forward slightly and touch back down. On my whistle. 3, 2. Neville, nervous and jumpy and frightened of being left on the ground, pushed off hard before the whistle had touched Madam Hooch's lips. Everyone's eyes stuck to Neville as the poor boy seemed to gain altitude. Oh no, Lily exclaimed. Mr. Longbottom. Madam Hooch sputtered out loudly. Mr. Longbottom. Down, down. Neville tried to command his broom. Neville. Harry called out as Neville rose even higher into the air. Come back down this instant. Madam Hooch shouted. Professor, Ryan spoke up, seeing that this is our first flying lesson, maybe you'd make your instructions just a bit more instructive. He's right, Cathy nodded. Whoa, Neville screamed as he came spiraling down towards the class. Everyone out of the way. Madam Hooch yelled as she ducked for cover. Neville zoomed past him, almost impaling Madam Hooch. This is not going to end well, Ryan said as Neville flew past a statue with a sharp pointed sword pointing towards the sky. His robe got caught on the sword and hooked him, pulling him off the broom. Neville hung on the statue on a few seconds before he fell down. His robe got caught again on a torch, stopping his fall for a second before he finally fell to the ground. All the students rushed over to Neville, who was face down on the grass in a heap. His broomstick was still rising higher and higher, and started to drift lazily toward the forbidden forest and out of sight. "Is he all right?" Ryan asked as Professor Hooch held up Neville's arm slowly. Neville whimpered and his face was white as chalk. "Oh, dear, it's a broken wrist," she said in a soothing tone. "Poor boy. Come on now, up you get." "Bad luck, Nev," Ryan said, sounding sorry. "Keep your feet on the ground while I take him to the hospital wing," Madame Hooch said as she led Neville off the pitch. "Understand, if I see a single broom in the air, the one riding it will be expelled before they can say Quidditch." Yeah, of course." Ryan nodded. Draco walked over to where Neville had fallen and snatched up the glassy remembrall. "Did you see his face?" Draco questioned with a twisted smirk. "If he had squeezed this, he'd have remembered to fall on his ass." "What a rotten child," Professor Flitwick said, and others nodded in agreement. "Give it here, Malfoy," Harry demanded. "No, I'll leave it somewhere for Longbottom to find." Draco smirked. He pushed his feet off the ground and flew up into the air. "How about on the roof?" "What's the matter, Potter?" "Bit beyond your reach." Harry gripped his broom tightly and mounted it. "Harry, no way," Hermione exclaimed. "You heard what Madame Hooch said. Besides, you don't know how to fly." "She's right, Hazza," Ryan agreed. "Draco's clearly trying to rile you up. For you to fall for something this simple, you'd have to be—" Harry didn't listen and pushed off the ground and into the air, unbelievably stupid. Clearly he got James's wits and looks. Remus said. "Hey." Harry flew up to the Malfoy heir and hovered nearby him. "Give it here or I'll knock you off your broom." "Is that so?" Draco smirked. "Catch it if you can, then," he shouted, and he threw the glass ball high into the air and streaked back toward the ground. Harry saw, as though in slow motion, the ball rise up in the air and then start to fall. He leaned forward and pointed his broom handle down. Next second he was gathering speed in a steep dive, racing the ball. Wind whistled in his ears, mingled with the screams of people watching. He stretched out his hand a foot from the ground. He caught it, just in time to pull his broom straight. He hovered outside a window and flew down to the ground. Professor McGonagall was on the other side of the window and stood up and walked over to get a closer look at Harry. Harry got closer to the ground. He toppled gently onto the grass with the remembrall clutched safely in his fist. The other students all cheered and ran over to him. "Well done, Harry," James shouted as the other students clapped and cheered. "Nice going, Hazza," Ryan cheered as he high-fived his cousin. "That was wicked, Harry," Ron shouted. "Harry Potter." Professor McGonagall walked over to the pitch and cheers died down immediately. "Follow me." "Oh no," Sirius said. "It wasn't his fault, it was that twat," James shouted. "Quiet, Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall reprimanded him. Harry and Professor McGonagall walked through the halls of the school and came to a stop at a classroom. "You wait here," the Transfiguration professor said to Harry as she opened the doors of the classroom. Harry peeked inside and saw his Aunt Cathy teaching. There was a large red 3D projection of a creature that looked like an ape with very large eyes. "Whoa," someone exclaimed. "Now that's the way to learn," Remus said in wonder. Cathy didn't say anything but felt proud of how she was teaching. "Can anyone tell me why the demiguise is so difficult to capture other than its ability to turn invisible?" Cathy asked her class. "Professor Potter, excuse me," Professor McGonagall interrupted. "Could I borrow wood for a moment?" Cathy caught sight of Harry from the corner and excused herself from the class as she walked over to them. "Harry, what's going on, Minerva? Is he in trouble?" "Nothing of the sort," Professor McGonagall assured her. "I need to speak with Mr. Wood if you may." "Thank God," Lily sighed. "If you say so." Cathy nodded as she turned to her class. "All right, Oliver, off you trot." Oliver turned out to be a fifth-year boy and he walked over to Harry and their head of house. "Now class, on page 63 is a diagram of the demiguise. Try, if you can, to match the structures you see to my projection, and when I come back I'll ask you how these enable the demiguise to live the way it does." "Potter, this is Oliver Wood." Professor McGonagall smiled gleefully as Cathy closed the door behind her. "Wood, I have found you a seeker." "No way," James exclaimed while the others watched in shock. Wood's expression changed from puzzlement to delight. Are you serious, Professor? Really? Cathy looked just as surprised as Oliver. Absolutely, said Professor McGonagall crisply. The boy's a natural. I've never seen anything like it. Was that your first time on a broomstick, Potter? Harry nodded silently. He caught that thing in his hand after a 50-foot dive, Professor McGonagall told Cathy. Didn't even scratch himself. Charlie Weasley couldn't have done it. Molly Weasley had her ears perk up at the mention of her son's name. Wood was now looking as though all his dreams had come true at once. Well done, Harry, Cathy said, ruffling the boy's hair. Ever seen a game of Quidditch, Potter? Oliver asked excitedly. Wood's captain of the Gryffindor team, Professor McGonagall explained. He's just the build for a seeker, too, said Wood, now walking around Harry and staring at him. Light, speedy, we'll have to get him a decent broom, Professor. A Nimbus 2000 or a clean sweep 7, I'd say. I thought first years weren't allowed to have brooms in school. Harry said. Leave that issue to me. Cathy said, waving her hand in disregard. I'll speak to Albus and see if we can't bend the first-year rule. Heaven knows, we need a better team than last year. Flattened in that last match by Slytherin. Severus got so smug I couldn't look him in the eye for weeks. Ellipsis quote. What? James and Sirius exclaimed. We lost to Slytherin. James questioned as the Slytherin students felt proud of the future members of their house. Professor McGonagall peered sternly over her glasses at Harry. I want to hear you're training hard, Potter, or I may change my mind about punishing you. Ah yes, extortion. The best way to get a child to do what you want. Cathy smiled. The scene opened up with Harry, Ron, Hermione and Ryan all seated at the Gryffindor table. Harry seemed rather queasy while the others looked in looking worried and concerned. Take a bit of toast, Hazza. Ryan encouraged, placing the toast on his plate. Go on. Ryan's right. Ron nodded. You'll need your strength today. I'm not hungry. Harry said. I'm too nervous. The three Gryffindors all looked at each other, worried for their friend. Can we talk about something else? To take my mind off the game. Oh, it's his first game, the poor lamb. Euphemia said lovingly. I was nervous too for my first game. James admitted. Didn't you vomit? Cathy asked. Shut up. James growled at his sister as several people giggled. All right. Hermione nodded. They were quiet for a time before Hermione spoke to Ryan. So, you're really fast. I guess. Ryan nodded, taking a bite off an apple slice. But it's not really being fast. What do you mean? Ron asked. I'm not being super fast, my gift is that I can manipulate time. Ryan revealed. What did he just say? Cathy inquired. You can manipulate time. Hermione inquired in surprise. Yeah, Ryan nodded. That's amazing. That's his gift. Several people discussed among themselves about Ryan's power. About the things he could do or the things they'd do with that sort of power. That's so cool. Ron grinned. Not really. Ryan said. I can slow time down and speed me up, but if I move in super speed it's hard to sort of control myself the longer I run. It's why I can only run short distances. Plus, it's really hard to breathe when you're moving that fast. That's why he told Harry to hold his breath. Remus nodded. Oh, Harry said. What about your sisters? Yes. Walburga leaned in, wanting to hear more about her grandchildren. Ryan sipped some of his tea. Cassie can amplify and weaken bonds. What does that mean? Hermione asked. She can make anything, physical or magical or emotional or any property, stronger or weaker. She can make a feather as heavy as a truck or a concrete wall weak as a bubble. She can also make magic stronger or she can negate it completely. Oh, and she can do this emotional thing that can make best friends worst enemies and vice versa. That's amazing, Hermione said. Impressive. Orion nodded. It really is. Ron nodded. What about Haley? Harry asked. She can alter any unlikely scenario or situation, not matter how improbable, to fall in her favor regardless how much harmful or advantageous it is to those involved or those around her. Ryan answered rather fancifully. She can what? Sirius looked confused. Ron looked incredibly confused. What? She's lucky. Ryan smiled. That's it. James said. That's her gift. Hermione questioned. Don't be dismissive. In my opinion, she's got the scariest gift of us all. Ryan said. I once played a game of hide and seek with her at my house. Just as I was about to find her, the ceiling fell on me. Oh my God. Yeah, Ryan nodded. My house is made from chaos magic, the most powerful force of energy in existence. And it collapsed because of her gift. She can make anything regardless of whether or not it's possible to happen. My dad calls it probability manipulation. That's incredible. Walburga praised happily while Cathy watched her feeling slight discomfort. That must be difficult to live with. Hermione guessed. Not really. Ryan said. Makes fights real interesting. I bet. Regulus smiled. The four of them all chuckled lightly as the Hogwarts potions master walked over to them with a limp. He stopped at their table and looked down at Harry. Good luck today, Potter. He spoke. You've proven yourself against a troll. A game of Quidditch should be easy work. Even if it is against Slytherin. As Snape walked away, Harry looked and watched him limp as he tried not to put much of his weight on his right leg. Why must you bother him like that? Lily questioned. Severus looked caught off guard at his behavior. I can guess why, Cathy said looking at her brother. What's wrong with his leg? Ron wondered as the other three Gryffindors joined. Harry's line of sight. Dunno, but I hope it's biting him. Ryan smiled. That explains the blood, Harry murmured. Blood. Hermione looked back to Harry puzzled. Last night, I'm guessing Snape let the troll in as a diversion. Harry whispered. So, he could get past that dog. But he got bit, that's why he's limping. Seems like a bit of a stretch. Flamel commented. Maybe he just tripped or something. Ryan suggested. Besides, why would anyone go near that dog? At Gringotts, I'm guessing Hagrid took something out of the vault and Aunt Cathy took it from him before he left. Hermione looked like she was catching on. You're saying, that's what the dog's guarding? Harry concluded. That's what Snape wants. I dunno. Ryan said. Seems like a lot of guessing is involved in that theory. Like grandfather like grandson. Flamel folded his arms smugly. But, before Harry could say anything else, Hedwig screeched very loudly as she came flying into the great hall. She flew down and dropped an enormous package wrapped in brown paper and tape. Bit early for mail, isn't it? Hermione questioned. But I never get mail. Harry said. I wonder what it is. Ryan said rather sarcastically. From the shape of the wrapping, it was obviously a broomstick. Yes, what could it be? Peter joked. Let's open it, Ron said eagerly. The four of them removed the wrapping as the other students in the hall walked over to see what kind that of broom it would be. It's a broomstick, Harry said. That's not just a broomstick, it's a Nimbus 2000. Ron exclaimed as he and Ryan observed it closely. Whoa, nice. Lucky bastard. Several people, especially the Quidditch enthusiasts, were all admiring the broom. Hazza, check it out, Ryan said, showing Harry that his initials were engraved in gold at the end of the broom. But who? Harry looked up the teacher's table and saw that Hedwig had landed there and was eating grapes out of Cathy's hand. She looked up at him and winked at him. Harry smiled gratefully. Cathy. James looked to his sister appreciatively. Thanks. Lily grabbed Cathy's hand and gave it a squeeze. You're my best friend. Hey. Marlene looked offended. You're my secret best friend. Lily corrects, making Cathy laugh. The scene changed to show that Harry was marching with the rest of the Gryffindor team to the Quidditch pitch. They stopped just at the end of Gryffindor's side and looked over at the entire school that had come to cheer them on. Scared, Harry? Oliver Wood asked the first year. A little, Harry admitted. It's all right. I felt the same way before my first game. What happened? I don't really remember. Oliver said. I took a bludger to the head 2 minutes in. Oliver told him. Woke up in hospital a week later. Oh yeah. Sirius nodded. That'll encourage him. Harry didn't say anything else. The team all mounted their brooms and took off into the air. The cheers from the school were deafening. Welcome to Hogwarts, first Quidditch game of the season. Lee Jordan announced through a mic. Today's game, Slytherin vs Gryffindor. The camera cut to the Gryffindor stand where Ryan, Hermione, Ron and Neville were with the rest of their house cheering for their house team. Gryffindor. Neville and Ron shouted at the top of their lungs. The teams from both Gryffindor and Slytherin flew over to their respective sides and hovered above the center of the pitch. The players take their positions as Madam Hooch steps onto the field to begin the game. Lee Jordan comment as the school's flying instructor opened the chest containing all the balls used in Quidditch. Now, I want a nice, clean game from all of you. Madam Hooch said, looking specifically at Marcus Flint, the Slytherin's team. Captain. She bent down and released the bludgers, which shot up into the sky immediately. She unhooked the golden snitch, which flew over and fluttered about near Harry and the Slytherin seeker. The bludgers are up, followed by the golden snitch. Lee Jordan commented, "Remember, the snitch is worth 150 points. The seeker who catches the snitch ends the game." Madam picked up the quaffle and threw it into the air. The quaffle is released and the game begins. Lee Jordan shouts. Immediately the chasers all move towards it, but it's a female chaser from Gryffindor who grabs it first and flies over to the Slytherin goal. She ducks and evades several of the Slytherin team and even almost gets hit by a bludger. She flies straight to the goal and throws it through the goal. "Yes!" Gideon shouted. "Woo!" Fabian cheered with his brother and the rest of Gryffindor house. "Go Gryffindor!" Angelina Johnson scores 10 points for Gryffindor. Lee Jordan shouts, gaining cheers from everyone except the Slytherins. "Go, go Gryffindor!" Cathy cheers as she and the rest of the professors clap. "Oh, the team is strong this year." Professor McGonagall smiles gleefully. Gryffindor house cheered and shouted at their house head's comment. "Well done." Hagrid cheers as he watches through his binoculars. Slytherin takes the quaffle. Lee Jordan dictates. Bletchley passes to Captain Marcus Flint. Flint evades all the Gryffindors and even kicks one of the chasers away. "Foul!" James shouted. "Cheat!" Sirius yelled along with James. "Hooch! What is this, Quidditch or karate? That's a penalty." Cathy shouted angrily. "Yeah." James and Sirius nodded. Just as the Slytherin captain throws the quaffle into the goal, Oliver Wood flies up and uses the back of his broom to knock it away. Flint looks furious at Wood, who smirks back at him. The Gryffindor chasers grab the quaffle and they evade Slytherin while passing it between themselves. The quaffle makes its way to Angelina Johnson, who throws it through the Slytherin's goal and successfully gains another score. "Yes!" Harry claps from his broom and the school cheers for the Gryffindor team. "Another 10 points to Gryffindor." Lee Jordan announces. "Give me that." Marcus Flint says angrily, snatching a bat from his team's beater. When the bludger came charging at them, Flint used the bat to knock it at Oliver Wood. The Gryffindor captain was too busy to cheering for his team and didn't notice the bludger until it collided with him. Assault. Prick. The bastard could have killed him. A lot of the students, Slytherins included, felt anger towards Marcus Flint's actions. Wood grabbed onto his broom tightly as he descended down and fell unconscious. A wave of rage washed over the stands as everyone watched Flint cheat. Hooch gave the Slytherin team a penalty and allowed Gryffindor to take a free shot at the goals. "I hope he's all right," Cathy told Professor McGonagall, who nodded, looking worried at Oliver Wood. As the game continued, Flint targeted Angelina Johnson next. "Take that side," he ordered one of his teammates. They both squeezed into her from both sides and sent her straight into the stands. She fell out at the bottom of the pitch unconscious. The Slytherin house looked both annoyed at the sight of Gryffindor losing but also at the way the future members of their house played. While their house did cheat, it was on occasion and wasn't so obvious or harmful to the other players. "Oh my God, they're dropping like flies," Professor McGonagall exclaimed. "They are, aren't they?" Cathy chuckled. "What's wrong with you?" James looked at his sister. Lee Jordan looked at her confused. "Professor, don't you want Gryffindor to win? Get off the ground, you lazy animals," Cathy shouted to the unconscious members of Gryffindor's Quidditch team. "I don't know," Cathy answered her brother. Harry looked annoyed at the Slytherin's actions. Without any warning, Harry's broom jerked around violently. "Whoa, whoa." Harry tried to hold on as hard as he could. "What's going on with Harry's broomstick?" Hagrid asked. "What's happening?" James asked, concerned. Hermione took out her binoculars and looked at Harry. She then looked down to the teachers and zoomed in on Professor Snape. Snape was staring directly at Harry and his lips were moving at a rapid speed. "What are you doing?" James questioned Severus angrily. "Sev," Lily said. "Let's watch everything play out for now," Cathy said, defending Severus. Hermione looked away from her binoculars and turned to Ron and Ryan. "It's Snape. He's jinxing the broom. Jinxing the broom," Ron repeated. "What do we do?" "Leave it to me," Hermione declared. She went back and ran over to the professor's stands. Harry was almost shaken off his broom and was hanging on by his hands. "Come on, Hermione," Ryan said while Neville buried his hands in fear. Hermione finally came over to the area underneath the professors of Hogwarts. She took out her wand and pointed it at Snape's black robes. Lacarnum inflammare. Hermione casted shots of fire and it ignited and began to spread. Does anyone else smell something burning or am I having a stroke? Cathy questioned. Fire. Someone yelled at Snape. You're on fire. Yes. James clapped. Good girl. Snape got up and tried to put out the flames. Chaos ensured at the stands and at some point, several professors like Quirrell were knocked down. It was enough. Up in the air, Harry was suddenly able to clamber back onto his broom. Neville, you can look. Ryan said. Neville had been sobbing into Hagrid's jacket for the last 5 minutes. What a sensitive boy, Augusta commented. Harry was speeding toward the ground when the crowd saw him clap his hand to his mouth as though he was about to be sick. He hit the field on all fours, coughed, and something gold fell into his hand. He's got the snitch, Lee shouted. Harry Potter receives 150 points for catching the snitch. Gryffindor wins. He got it. James screamed as the rest of Gryffindor House yelled with him in joy. They know that this game won't happen for another decade or so, right? Regulus said. Let them have this. Cathy told him. Yes. Ron and the other Gryffindors cheered. The scene then changed and showed Harry, Ryan, Ron and Hermione walking alongside Hagrid. Nonsense. Hagrid declared. Why would Snape put a curse on Harry's broom? He did do it. James accused. Who knows? Why was he trying to get past that 3-headed dog? Harry responded. Hagrid looked down at the 4 students. Who told you about Fluffy? Fluffy. Fluffy. Ryan repeated. That thing has a name. Of course, he has a name. He's mine. Hagrid informed them. I bought him off an Irishman. I lent him to Dumbledore to guard the... Yes. Harry pressed. Shouldn't have said that. Hagrid said. No more questions. That's top secret. Didn't let it slip. Hagrid said proudly. But whatever Fluffy's guarding, Snape's trying to steal it. Harry insisted. Codswallop. Professor Snape is a Hogwarts teacher. Hagrid said. Teacher or not, I know a spell when I see one. I've read all about them. Hermione said. You've got to keep eye contact, and Snape wasn't blinking. She's right. Remus nodded. Exactly. Ron agreed. Now, you listen to me, all 4 of you. Hagrid said in a warning manner. You're meddling in things that ought not to be meddled in. It's dangerous. What that dog is guarding is between Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Oh Hagrid. Dumbledore shook his head in disappointed at the half-giant who was blushing with embarrassment. Nicholas Flamel. Harry repeated. Hagrid's face turned white. I shouldn't have said that. I should not have said that. The half-giant walked away as the Gryffindors watched. Nicholas Flamel. Harry repeated. Who's Nicholas Flamel? Hermione shook her head. I don't know. The scene changed to show that the Hogwarts castle was now completely covered in snow. Hagrid was seen dragging an enormous tree into the castle. He walked in as several students were singing. Oh, is it Christmas already? Mary asked. Merry Christmas, ring the Hogwarts bell, Merry Christmas, cast a Christmas spell. Thanks Hagrid, Cathy said as he brought the tree in. She waved her hand and lifted the tree up. She and Flitwick then conjured up ornaments and decorated the tree. The camera shifted to Ryan, Ron and Harry all seated at Gryffindor table. Ryan and Harry were both with packed suitcases and Ron was playing chess with Ryan. Knight to e5. Ryan ordered as Hermione arrived with her luggage and observed the 2. Queen to e5. Ron said smugly. The queen moved over, stood up and used her chair to whack Ryan's knight off the board. Ooh, brutal. James commented. Not again. Ryan complained. That's totally barbaric. Hermione said shocked. That's wizard's chess. Ron said. That's the 3rd game you won. Ryan said. 7th if you count the ones I played with Harry. He must be really good. Arthur told his wife proudly. Ryan narrowed his eyes at the Weasley. Oh, you're no ordinary redhead, are you? Ron's smile just grew bigger as he looked at Hermione. I see you've packed. Gideon and Fabian grinned and whipped their heads to sew off their red hair in a dramatic fashion. I see you haven't. Change of plans. My parents went to Romania to visit my brother Charlie. Ron replied. He's studying dragons there. Dragons. Molly repeated with surprise and a twinge of fear. Good. Then you're going to the library to look up Nicholas Flamel. Hermione smiled. We've looked 100 times. Ron complained. Not in the restricted section. Hermione sat down. Oh, they've corrupted her. Remus said. I think we've had a bad influence on her. Harry said, making them all laugh. Merry Christmas. Cathy greeted the group as she walked over and sat down next to Harry. Merry Christmas, Professor Potter. Hermione and Ron said in unison. All set to go? Cathy asked Ryan and Harry. When they both confirmed that they were, Cathy turned to Ron and Hermione. Are you two excited to go home for the holidays? You've certainly had a rather exciting year so far. I am, Professor. Hermione nodded. My brothers and I are staying here at Hogwarts for the holidays. Ron informed Cathy. My mum and dad are visiting my older brother. Charlie or Bill? Cathy asked. Charlie. Well then, if you want you can come spend Christmas with me, Harry and Ryan. Cathy offered. Your brothers can come with as well. Ron looked surprised at the offer. Is it all right? Yeah, Ryan agreed. We always have people over for Christmas. It'll be fun cause this time the people are my age. If it isn't any problem. It isn't, Cathy assured him. Ron stood up excited. I'll go tell Percy and Fred and George. What a nice thing to do, sweetheart. Flamel said, patting his daughter's head. As he walked over to the other end of the table to his brothers, Cathy turned to Hermione. Ms. Granger, how about you? My parents are really eager to hear about my first year, so. Say no more. Cathy smiled as Ron came back excited. They said we can go. Ron said happily. Oh, and Percy say thank you. Of course. Cathy smiled. Mummy. A loud squeal of a little girl echoed in the great hall. Everyone turned to see a 6-year-old Haley run across the hall to her mother at a fast pace. Cathy got up and caught her daughter before lifting her up and kissing her on the cheek. Oh, how cute, Marlene said. So cute. Dorcas agreed as they gushed over the little girl hugging her mother. What are you doing here? Cathy asked. Hi Mum. Cathy looked up and saw Cassie standing next to man in a black suit and a bit of snow on it. The camera was focused on Cassie and didn't show his face. Dad. Ryan ran over to his father and hugged him. It's you, Padfoot. James said, tapping his best friend on the shoulder. Sirius didn't respond but just watched in anticipation. What are you doing here? Cathy asked as she kissed Haley's cheek. Haley wanted to come and get you and Dad decided to bring us to pick you up. Cassie explained. Hi Harry. Hi. Cathy turned around to Harry who had also gotten up. Harry, you haven't met my husband. Harry walked up to his aunts, sighed and said hello. You weren't kidding, he does look like your brother. Harry, this is my husband, Regulus. Cathy introduced. The entire great hall went quiet. Cathy and Regulus looked stiff and pale, clearly in shock. The camera finally adjusted itself and showed the handsome face of an adult Regulus Black. Regulus Black, nice to meet you. Regulus smiled. Ryan's written to me about you a lot. James Potter was walking down the streets of Godric's Hollow with Lily Potter in arm at night toward the Potter house was the first opening scene. The night was cold as seen by the warm clothes that they wore, but there was no evidence of rain or snow. As they walked silently, Lily turned to James. Lily, look, it's us. James pointed. Yes, yes. Lily nodded. Are you all right, James? She asked. Oh yeah. James replied. Thinking about your sister. I just don't understand how any of this is happening. James said. How could she switch sides to join the Dark Lord? Oh, I think this is where we'll find out about what Cathy's been up to. Remus said. We don't know that she did. Lily said. She's working with the Black family. James reminded her. Sort of makes that hard to argue. Lily stopped walking in the street and James stopped as well to face her. What is it? Lily looked slightly guilty. There's something I have to tell you. Oh, no. Cathy said. What is it? Remember earlier you said that Cathy couldn't have worked with Regulus Black. You know, because they don't know each other. James nodded. That's not entirely true. What do you mean? James questioned. They were friends. Lily stated. Who were? Cathy and Regulus. Lily said. What? James, Sirius, Remus and Peter said at the same time. What? James looked shocked. How do you know this? Lily looked down at the pavement. I know because the four of us used to hang out. The four of us? James repeated. What is happening? James questioned, looking to the four of them who all shrunk down into their seats. Yeah, the red-haired witch confirmed. Me and Severus and her and Regulus. We used to spend most of our holidays together. Regulus, is this true? Walburga questioned her son who didn't answer her. Catherine. Euphemia called out to her daughter who didn't respond. How? James sputtered. How on earth could the four of you know each other? Well, you already know that Severus and I used to live on the same street, right? Lily asked and James responded with a nod. Do you know what Cathy usually did on her holidays? She used to spend time in the cinemas that are in the Muggle world. James said. She went every day. James watched Lily's expression and realized what she was getting at. She didn't go to the cinemas every day, did she? Excuse me, Euphemia said. No, Lily said. She and Regulus met up one day and they sort of just hung out like me and Severus. Wait then how did you and Snape? The cinema that Cathy went to was near the place where my dad worked. Lily said. She and Regulus were coming back one day, I guess she took him to watch a movie and we all met. So, what I'm hearing is, Cathy and Regulus Black have been friends for years and you knew about it. James stated. Oh boy, Lily whispered. Oh no, Regulus murmured. Oh god, Severus murmured. Shit, Cathy cursed. Yeah, Lily said. When we found out about Cathy, I knew I had to tell you but. Why didn't you? James questioned. Why didn't you tell me about them? Why didn't she? Because of Regulus' parents, Lily said. You know how hard they were on Sirius. He was just a boy when he and Cathy became friends. He didn't want to go through what Sirius went through. If his parents found out that he was friends with a Muggle born in Cathy. You mean if they found out that he was hanging out with a girl from a mudblood-loving family? James exclaimed. You know what I can't. Not right now. Lily looked hurt. James. So dramatic. Sirius said. Lily, I get why you kept this a secret but right now, I think I need some time to think. James walked off leaving Lily looking hurt in the street. Snow began to fall down and land all over Godric's Hollow as James Potter walked into his home. He closed the door behind him and Lily left, apparating away. James took off his coat and put it on a coat rack and was about to walk up the stairs when he noticed a smell coming from his kitchen. He walked slowly over to source of the smell and saw that the light in the kitchen were switched on. James took out his wand and slowly peeked in from the hallway and saw that there were several plates set on the table and a large pot was placed in the middle. He walked in slowly and looked around. No one was nearby so he lifted the pot and steam came floating out. There was chicken soup in the pot. A figure in an apron was out of focus standing behind James. The figure took a silent step closer and James was still unaware of the presence. Who's that? James. Immediately the Auror turned around and flicked his wand forward shooting a spell at the intruder. Cathy batted the spell away with ease. Hi. Cathy smiled. I was wondering when you'd show up. She put her hands behind her back and untied the apron. James looked at his sister dumbfounded as she took off the apron. What? You hungry? Cathy asked as she folded the apron and put it away. I made your favorite but you're going to have to wait until the others arrive. James was staring at his sister in complete bewilderment. I sorry what? He said much louder. Oh, he's in shock. Remus said. Put the wand down, you might hurt someone. Cathy said. There was a knock on the front door and Cathy looked to James who was still in shock and still pointing his wand at her. I guess I'll get the door then. Cathy walked out of the kitchen into the door. Man, chivalry is dead. She mumbled to herself. There is something seriously wrong with this girl. A boy from Slytherin said. James remained standing in the kitchen frozen. What is happening? Oh hey everyone come on in. James heard Cathy cheerfully greet who he assumed were multiple people. Just head over to the kitchen, it's right at the end of the hall. I hope you're hungry. I am, thank you Catherine. A woman said as she wiped her feet. The first people to enter the kitchen was none other than Regulus Black and his mother Walburga and a man that James had never seen before. James immediately was on guard and pointed his wand at them. Marius. Walburga gasped. Who? Regulus asked. That's your mother's brother. Orion informed his sons. Hello, Potter. Regulus greeted. Put that wand down before you hurt someone. Walburga warned him. Walburga, you seem to be healthy. Orion noted. I told him the same thing but I think he's still a little antsy, I suppose. Just ignore him for now. Cathy shouted from the door. Oh, good evening Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall. Good evening, Ms. Potter. The familiar aged voice replied in an unexpectedly friendly voice. Dumbledore. James whispered. Soon the old Hogwarts headmaster and his deputy headmaster entered the kitchen as well. Good evening Mr. Potter, Mr. Black, Mrs. Black. Good evening, Professor. Regulus replied. Hey, welcome, everyone, welcome. Cathy continued to greet. Reg, I'm guessing that the kitchen is starting to fill up. You guessed right. Regulus confirmed. Follow me into the dining room. Cathy said to the new arrivals. I was told there'd be chicken soup. Dumbledore asked. James looked at the pot and Dumbledore nodded. Ms. Potter, may I serve myself? Dumbledore asked. Go ahead. Cathy yelled. Join us over here, would you? Does anyone else want to eat? The other people shifted to the dining room as Dumbledore served himself a bowl. This is so weird, Peter commented. James put his wand down and walked into the dining room. Inside the room was Kingsley Shacklebolt, Moody, Peter Pettigrew, Amelia Bones, Marlene McKinnon, Dorcas Meadows, Mary McDonald and Lily, who was holding a box that housed the puppy forms of Sirius and Remus. Dorcas, it's us, Mary said in a happy tone. Cathy walked past James and went to the table to serve out several bowls of the soup. Hey, Lily greeted her boyfriend. What is happening? James asked. I'm not sure, Lily said. Marlene got me and told me about coming here. Cathy came in with a tray that had 5 bowls of soup. She walked over to Moody, Shacklebolt and Mary, who all accepted a bowl. Thank you, Mary said. Cathy walked over to the puppies and the two turned back into their full human forms. Finally, we're back to our good-looking selves. Sirius sighed with relief. You guys must be hungry, Cathy said. The two wizards looked startled and incredibly confused. Remus and Sirius were hesitant, but soon the two of them accepted the bowls. They sipped spoons at first and then began to eat eagerly. Can someone please tell me what the hell is happening? James exclaimed. We are here to discuss your sister's alleged crimes, Kingsley Shacklebolt revealed. Finally, the Minister of Magic said. What do you mean alleged? Remus asked. She did all those things. She turned me and Sirius into dogs. Yeah, sorry about that. Cathy apologized. We're here to reveal everything, Amelia said. Firstly, we need to tell you about what we do at WPP. You mean the secret task force that you run? Moody asked as he sipped some soup. Can I have some salt? Cathy headed into the kitchen and came back with the salt. At least your manners have improved some, Euphemia said. WPP stands for the Wizard Protection Program. Amelia continued. We are responsible for the relocation of wizards who are targeted by the Dark Lord, and if necessary we also relocate their families. How do you know who Voldemort targets? Dumbledore asked. Catherine had a source who was embedded into the Dark Lord's inner circle. And that is? James asked. Regulus cleared his throat. That would be me. What? Bellatrix looked at her cousin feeling anger. You betrayed the Dark Lord. You have got to be kidding me. Sirius complained. It's true, Cathy confirmed. You're telling me that Regulus was a spy for us this entire time? Sirius questioned. Yes, and no, Cathy replied. He switched sides and I helped him with conveying any relevant information he had. Of course, you did. James spoke up. Because he was your friend, right? He's still feeling a bit bitter about that, Severus said, enjoying how petty James came across. What? Remus and Peter said at the same time. Oh yeah, James pointed between them. They're friends. They've been friends for years. Before we invest anything into some emotional family drama, let's get back on point, Shacklebolt said. He turned to Regulus. You said that you switched sides. Why? Because I found out that Voldemort killed my father, Regulus revealed. Walburga looked saddened at the words her son said. What? Orion Black exclaimed. The Dark Lord kills me. It's a lie, Bellatrix shouted. Silence, Dumbledore ordered as everyone leaned in to catch every word that was going to be spoken. What are you talking about? Sirius questioned. Dad died from a heart attack. Regulus looked at Amelia Bones, who gave Cathy a bunch of files that were in her bag. The files had the name, Street, Mungo's Hospital, printed on them. It's the things that she stole, Peter noted. Show them, Amelia instructed her. Cathy opened each file and pulled out a sheet of paper from each of them. Before Regulus left school after 6th year. You mean when he became a Death Eater? James interrupted. I didn't attend my 7th year. Regulus inquired in dismay. Too bad, Lily said. Lucky, Cathy mumbled. Yeah, Cathy sighed as she continued to place more sheets of paper on the table and everyone gathered around her. He asked me to keep an eye on his parents if anything ever happened to him or them. When Orion Black died, his death was nothing out of the ordinary. That is until I talked to Walburga. Catherine visited me at the hospital every day. Walburga said. I told her about how most of my peers had passed away during the war. How we were otherwise healthy until all of a sudden we just fell ill and died. Cathy passed some of the papers to the man that had come in with Regulus and Walburga. I had Marius take a look at the medical records. Who is Marius? Mary asked. Isn't that a type of minivan? Sirius questioned. Actually, it's a star. The man spoke up. The brightest star in the Hydra constellation. Who are you? Marlene asked. I'm Marius. The man introduced himself. Marius Black. Black. Sirius raised his eyebrow. He's my brother. Walburga revealed. The one who's a squib. That's a nice way to introduce someone. Sirius commented. Oh, nice to meet you. Sirius said. Likewise. Marius is a doctor. We've been staying with him for the past few days. Cathy informed them. Tell them what you told me. Well, Marius cleared his throat. The thing that all these people have in common is that they were healthy. No signs or previous symptoms of any disease, but they all died from the sicknesses that they never had before. So, Peter asked. They all got sick and died at different times over the last 5 years. Cathy continued. It seemed random, but they weren't. There was a pattern. Lily asked. Yes. Cathy nodded. There was. Regulus rolled up his sleeve and showed the dark mark on his arm. This was the pattern. The dark mark. People gasped and whispered at the sight of the tattoo. It's his mark. Regulus rubbed his left arm and stared at the tattooed one he would soon have if the future played out the same way. Everyone was silent and looked at the tattoo. I don't get it, Sirius said. The pattern isn't with the people who died, it's with their children. Cathy said. Every Death Eater who had the mark given to them had their parents die within the year. First the fathers die and then in a few months their mothers pass away. Impossible. Bellatrix spat. Andromeda and Narcissa however thought back to how their father who was hospitalized due to a heart condition no one knew he had. The two of them looked at each other and then at their sister who was just staring at the screen in anger. Dumbledore took a closer look at the dark mark. Do you have any proof of this? The ink is cursed. Cathy explained. When Voldemort gives someone his mark he makes a big ceremony out of it. Walburga said. The parents are seated next to the Dark Lord himself and are given a special drink. It's laced with a magical version of thallium. Cathy informed them. Thallium? James asked. What is that? Remus wondered. A slow-acting poison. Marius explained. It's what made every one of these people sick and die. But some of them, like Walburga, were able to recover some. That's why you were at St. Mungo's? Sirius asked. Walburga nodded and Sirius turned to Cathy. Then why did you take her out? Because she was still being poisoned. Cathy said. Walburga wasn't getting any better, so I took some of her blood to Marius who tested it and found that someone was still giving her thallium. What? Walburga looked scared and angry at the same time. That's why you made the entire hospital think she was still a patient there. Marlene realized. Yeah, Cathy said. Voldemort had people in St. Mungo's killing the people he didn't manage to kill off. Oh, my goodness. Narcissa said, thinking about her father. And when our parents died, Regulus said, the dark mark consumes all forms of good and happiness in their hearts. Which would explain why some of Voldemort's followers are so mental. James nodded. Several people looked to Bellatrix. Half in concern and the other half wondering if she would refute this. Everyone was surprised that she just sat silently while clutching her left arm. Okay, I get most of that, but, Remus spoke, why didn't you just tell us all this? We tried, Regulus said. When Catherine and I went to the ministry I was arrested for murder. You were a Death Eater, James pointed out. I never killed anyone, Regulus defended. He's telling the truth, Amelia said. Someone in the ministry invented the charges and I had Catherine break Regulus out of his holding facility. The pieces are starting to fall into place. Dumbledore noted. There's more. Cathy continued. The person who had Regulus arrested worked in your department. Ours. Moody and Kingsley looked surprised. Who is it? Dumbledore asked. Cathy took out a folded piece of paper from her pocket and held it in her hand. This has the names of everyone we know are working for Voldemort as well as those we strongly suspect might be. The ink of the paper darkened the other side, Kingsley Shacklebolt noted. There must be at least a dozen names on that. Give it here, James said, but Cathy still held onto it. You want something. Nothing in life is free. Cathy smiled. What do you want? Moody asked. We would like to be cleared of any and all crimes we may or may not have committed whilst evading the law. That seems fair. Flamel nodded. What? James exclaimed. There's no way. Done. Moody agreed. Moody, what choice do we have? Moody said. As much as I'd hate to admit it, we can't waste any more resources on your sister, and we can't work to stop Voldemort if his followers are working right next to us. James agreed begrudgingly. Cathy handed over the paper. All right, Ms. Potter, Mr. and Mrs. Black, while your crimes are being cleared, I'd like you all to please stay in hiding. For how long? Walburga asked. A week or so should suffice. Moody said. Well then, Regulus said, I guess we're done here. That's right. Okay. Cathy nodded. Bye. As soon as she said it, Cathy got her coat, put it on and left the house with Regulus, Walburga and Marius. James and the others watched them leave from the window. That's a very happy-go-lucky attitude you've got going on there, Potter. Evan Rosier said. Thanks. Wasn't a compliment. Are we sure about this? Kingsley asked. Albus, I took a look at that girl's aura file. She has an unusually large quantity of skills which makes her dangerous. She does. Euphemia inquired. And she overpowered you like it was nothing. Professor McGonagall said. Her abilities. Chaos magic. Albus interrupted. She used chaos magic. He figured it out. Of course, he did. He's Dumbledore. Everyone thought to themselves silently. But that would make Cathy. Yes, Mr. Potter. Albus interrupted. That would make you sister a chaos caster. I don't buy Regulus' story. Sirius said. How does ink that turned people evil, ink that worked on everyone else, not work on him? Sounds like you want it to work on me. Regulus said. Cursed ink affects the heart. Professor McGonagall informed him. It corrupts and twists a person's from within. And it just didn't affect him. On the contrary, Albus said as he watched the four of them walk away. Because cursed ink affects one's heart, there's only one way to be immune to its full effect. Which is, if that person's heart already belongs to someone else. Albus said. Everyone digested this information and watched as Regulus and Cathy walked next to each other. The two looked at each other and smiled before Walburga grabbed her brother and they all apparated away. Everyone turned to Regulus, who looked down, but they could still see that his ears had turned bright red. Cathy looked at the second son of House Black and smiled as she turned her attention back to the screen. After that scene, Regulus composed himself, in spite of his mother's stares and his friends' teasing. The other things he tried to ignore were the looks and glares being shot at him from Sirius and James. I'm telling you, it's spooky. Ron told Harry as they, along with Ryan and Hermione, walked up the stairs to the Gryffindor common room. She knows more about you than you do. Who doesn't? Harry pointed out. Without warning, the staircase they were walking up shifted and moved. The four of them gripped the banisters. What's happening? Ron said in a scared voice. Relax, the staircases change, remember? Ryan reminded him. Don't you hate when that happens? Remus said. Especially when you're already late for class. When the staircase stopped, the four of them looked up at where they were placed. Let's go this way, Harry suggested. Before the staircase moves again. Ron nodded. The four of them climbed up the stairs and ended up in a corridor that none of them recognized. As they walked around, Ron spotted a grotesque statue completely covered in cobwebs. Isn't that the third floor? Cathy asked. Yes, it is. Regulus nodded. Does anybody feel like we shouldn't be here? Ron asked. We're not supposed to be here. Hermione realized. This is the third floor. It's forbidden. Flitch's familiar Mrs. Norris came into the room behind the first years, and one of the torches in the corridor lit alight with fire. Oh, that damn cat. James groaned. Filch looked at the head boy with a death glare. Let's go, Harry said. When they turned around, they found themselves facing Mrs. Norris, who snarled and hissed at them. It's Filch's damn cat, Ryan exclaimed. Run, Harry said. Without needing to be told twice, the four of them took off running down the corridor. As they moved, more and more torches became lit. Oh, that's not working. Regulus commented. This is not working, Ryan said as he saw the corridor getting brighter and brighter. Quick, let's hide through that door. Harry pointed to the door at the end of the corridor. The four of them got to the door and found it locked. This is it, Ron moaned, as they pushed helplessly at the door. We're done for. This is the end. They could hear footsteps, Filch running as fast as he could to Mrs. Norris's loud animal noises. Oh, move over, Hermione snarled. She grabbed Harry's wand, tapped the lock, and whispered, Alohomora. The lock clicked and the door swung open. They piled through it, shut it quickly, and pressed their ears against it, listening. Alohomora, Ron whispered. Standard Book of Spells, Chapter 7. Hermione informed him. She knows which chapter that spell is in. Peter looked both horrified and slightly impressed. Anyone here, my sweet? They heard Filch ask his cat. The animal meowed loudly in response. Come on. Ryan sighed in relief and took a few steps back. He scratched the back of his head and turned around to get a look at the room. His eyes widened in shock, but the camera didn't adjust its view, so what it was seeing wasn't viewable. What is he looking at? Flamel wondered. Filch is gone, Hermione said. He thinks this door's locked. Ryan walked backwards and bumped into Hermione, who looked back at him in annoyance. And I think I know why. Ryan said as the other three first years turned around. The camera moved and showed the sight of a large monstrous dog, a dog that filled the whole space between ceiling and floor. It had 3 heads, 3 pairs of rolling, mad eyes, 3 noses, twitching and quivering in their direction, 3 drooling mouths, saliva hanging in slippery ropes from yellowish fangs. What the hell is that? Lily gasped. Oh my god. Whoa. Several people in the audience looked startled and scared. A Cerberus cool, Cathy exclaimed. Several people looked at Cathy strangely. It was standing quite still, all 6 eyes staring at them, and Ryan thought that the only reason they weren't already dead was that their sudden appearance had taken it by surprise, but it was quickly getting over that. There was no mistaking what those thunderous growls meant. The dog barked and moved towards them, but the 4 of them all, without needing to be told, opened the door and closed it behind them. The monster door tried to push its way out through the door, but they managed to close the door shut. Oh, thank goodness. Molly sighed in relief. What are they doing, keeping a thing like that locked up in a school? Ron demanded to know as the scene changed to the 4 of them arriving at the Gryffindor common room. That's a good question. Professor McGonagall agreed. Didn't you see what it was standing on? Hermione inquired. I wasn't looking at its feet. Ron exclaimed. I was preoccupied with its heads. Or maybe you didn't notice. There were 3. It was standing on a trap door. It wasn't there by accident. Hermione said. It's guarding something. Ryan realized. Guarding something. Harry repeated. That's right. Hermione glared at the boys. Now, if you 3 don't mind, I'm going to bed, before you come up with another idea to get us killed. Or worse, expelled. How is being expelled worse than death? Ryan questioned as Hermione marched off to the girls' dormitories. She needs to sort out her priorities. Ron commented, to which Ryan and Harry nodded. The scene faded and shifted to a sunny clear sky that had the green grass of the Quidditch pitch below. Harry and Oliver Wood appeared walked across the grass with a large chest being carried between the 2 of them. As they came to the center of the pitch, they dropped the chest and Oliver opened it up to show the Quidditch balls that were involved with the sport. Oh, it's Harry's first Quidditch practice. James said with glee. Quidditch is easy to understand. Each team has 7 players. Oliver Wood began to explain. 3 chasers, 2 beaters, 1 keeper and a seeker. That's you. Harry nodded as he tried to memorize everything that Oliver was telling him. There are 3 kinds of balls. This one's called the quaffle. The chasers handle the quaffle and try to put it through one of those hoops. The keeper, that's me, defends the hoops. With me so far, I think so. Harry nodded. He looked down at the balls that were strapped down to the chest. What are those? You better take this, Oliver said, handing him a bat. As soon as Oliver unstrapped one of the balls, it thrusted itself up into the air and flew so high up Harry had to cover his eyes. Careful now, it's coming back, Oliver warned him. The ball came back at a violent speed, and as soon as it was close enough Harry whacked it with the bat. Not bad, Potter, Oliver said, slightly impressed. You'd make a fair beater. That was a good hit. Sirius nodded. Oliver watched as the ball flew straight back towards them. Oliver caught it with his arms and it knocked him back a bit. The 5th year struggled as the ball tried to escape and forced it into the chest and strapped it back down. What was that? Harry inquired. Bludger. Oliver coughed. Nasty little buggers. But you are a seeker. The only thing I want you to worry about is this. Oliver picked up a small golden ball the size of a golf ball. The golden snitch. I like this ball. Harry smiled with relief. You like it now, Oliver said. Just wait. It's wicked fast and damn near impossible to see. What do I do with it? You catch it, Oliver replied. Before the other team's seeker. You catch this, the game's over. You catch this, Potter, and we win. The scene shifted to the Charms classroom with Harry sitting next to Seamus, Ron with Hermione and Ryan with Neville. How was your practice? Ryan whispered to Harry as Professor Flitwick gave out instructions from the front of the class. Would has me try to catch golf balls while we were in the air. Harry whispered back. How was it? Pretty fun. Harry smiled. Didn't miss any. I'm so proud of him. James smiled. Slow down, you haven't conceived him yet. Cathy told her brother, making some people giggle and chuckle. Well done, Hazza. Ryan nodded. One of a wizard's most rudimentary skills is levitation. Professor Flitwick informed the class, or the ability to make objects fly. Do you have your feathers? Everyone lifted up their feathers to show their teacher. Good. Now, don't forget the nice wrist movement we've been practicing. Oh fun. Marlene smiled. Charms my favorite class. The swish and flick. The Charms professor demonstrated and encouraged his class to done the same. Everyone. The swish and flick. Good. Oh, and enunciate. Wingardium Leviosa. Off you go, then. Wingardium Leviosa. The class repeated. After, everyone began trying to levitate their feathers. Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. Ron repeated. He swished and flicked his wand at the feather, and when nothing happened, he started to flick violently multiple times at it. No, stop, stop, stop. Hermione cried out at him. You're going to take someone's eye out. Besides, you're saying it wrong. It's Leviosa, not Leviosar. You do it then, if you're so clever. Ron snapped angrily. Go on, go on. Hermione rolled up the sleeves of her gown, flicked her wand, and said, Wingardium Leviosa. Her feather rose off the desk and hovered about 4 feet above their heads. Oh, that's got to sting. Mary whispered. Oh, well done, cried Professor Flitwick, clapping. Everyone sees here, Miss Granger's done it. Ron folded his arms on his desk and rested his head on it, clearly in a foul mood. Wingardium Leviosa. Neville tried unsuccessfully, waving with his arm. He turned to Ryan, who hadn't attempted anything at all. It's not working. What am I doing wrong? You're moving your whole arm. Ryan told him. Just move your wrist like this, Wingardium Leviosa. Ryan's feather immediately lifted up off their desk. Neville looked at his arm and nodded. Wingardium Leviosa. Neville's feather rose off the desk and joined Hermione and Ryan in the air. Well done, Mr. Longbottom, Mr. Black. Flitwick smiled. 3 points to Gryffindor for all 3 of you. Yay, Frank said as he and his mother smiled. Wingardium Leviosa, Wingardium Leviosa. Seamus kept repeated. Suddenly there was a bright red flash and Seamus was covered with red ash and missing both eyebrows. That's so funny. Cathy laughed. Everyone turned to see Seamus frozen in shock at the sight of his now incinerated feather. I think we're going to need another feather over here, Professor. Harry said. No kidding. James laughed with his sister. The scene changed to Neville, Ryan, Harry, Ron and Seamus walking out of class. Ron seemed angry. It's Leviosa, not Leviosar. Ron said in a high-pitched voice mimicking Hermione. She's a nightmare, honestly. No wonder she hasn't got any friends. Boo. Fabian and Gideon yelled at their future nephew. Hermione went past the boys bumping into Ron. She sniffled and seemed to start crying. The group of boys stopped and watched her continue to walk, wiping away her tears. I think she heard you. Harry said to Ron, who had turned white. Later at night, Neville, Harry and Ron were all heading to the hall when they heard Cathy's voice stop them. Hey Mo, Larry and Curly. The 3 boys turned to see Cathy walking up to them dressed in top that didn't cover her stomach, a scarf was wrapped around her head and a skirt that completely covered her feet. Nice outfit. Flamel told his daughter. Hey Mom. Ryan greeted Aunt Cathy. Harry was slightly taken aback by her appearance. You look. Yes. Cathy pressed him for an answer. Nice. Is that a question or a statement? Cathy inquired. A statement. Harry answered. Good. Cathy smiled. What are you supposed to be? Neville asked. I'm a gypsy, Cathy said, twirling around. She passed each of them a large bag that was filled with candy. Your Halloween candies. Don't eat it all at once, and if you do, don't come crying to me complaining of sore teeth. Did they dress up for Halloween at Hogwarts in the future? Sirius inquired with a smile. Do people at Hogwarts dress up for Halloween? Harry asked. Not here, Cathy said. I have to go home and be with Ryan's dad and the girls for Halloween. Oh, Sirius sounded disappointed. Tell Dad I said hi. Ryan said, snacking on a chocolate frog. Will do, Cathy said. She turned around and opened a red portal and stepped through it. The portal vanished and the three boys were left staring. I thought people couldn't teleport in or out of Hogwarts, Harry said. Hey, that's right, Remus agreed. Being a chaos caster has its perks, Cathy told him, making her eyes glow momentarily. Mum's never been on to follow rules. Ryan said, come on, let's get to the feast before Ron finishes everything at the feast. The next scene cut away to the boys eating at the feast. Ryan looked to Neville and saw him talking with one of the Potter twins. Where's Hermione? Harry wondered when he noticed her absence. Neville leaned over to Ryan, Ron and Harry. Parvati said she wouldn't come out of the bathroom. She said that she'd been in there all afternoon, crying. Oh, that boy. Molly shook her head, disappointed. I wonder why, Ryan said, looking to Ron. The ginger didn't say anything, but he seemed to have lost his appetite. Troll in the dungeon, Professor Quirrell shouted as he came running into the Great Hall. Troll in the dungeon. Thought you ought to know. The Dada professor had his turban askew and terror imprinted on his face. After that, Quirrell went pale and collapsed to the floor. What the hell? Remus looked annoyed at the man, as did several other people. For a moment no one said anything and just stared at the man who had just fainted. Is he dead? Ryan asked aloud, breaking the silence. Oh, never mind, the back of his head's twitching. All at once everyone started to scream and shout in terror and fear. Silence. Dumbledore's voice boomed through the hall, calming everyone down. Everyone will please not panic. Now, prefects will lead their house back to the dormitories. Teachers will follow me to the dungeons. What kind of Dada professor faints because of a troll? Peter inquired. One not qualified for the job, Remus answered as people looked to Dumbledore for his answer. The old wizard didn't respond. The next scene showed Percy Weasley leading all of the students of his house back to their common room. Gryffindors, keep up, please, and stay alert, Percy told them. Harry, who was one of the students all the way at the back, turned to Ron and Ryan. How could a troll get in? Don't ask me, they're supposed to be really stupid, said Ron. Maybe Peeves let it in for a Halloween joke, Ryan suggested. I wouldn't put it past him, Lily said. As they continued to walk, Harry stopped and grabbed Ryan and Ron. What? Hermione? Harry exclaimed. She doesn't know. Oh no, Euphemia said in worry. The two boys had their eyes widen and the three of them all took off for the girls' bathroom. As they came close by, they all saw the troll at the end. It was huge and carried a club in its right hand. I think the trolls left the dungeon, Harry whispered. What do we do? Ron asked. I have an idea, Ryan said. He placed his hands together and a ball of yellow chaos magic appeared. Pushing his hands forward, Ryan made the ball of magic float over to the troll. When it noticed the ball, it reached for it, but Ryan moved it out of reach. Cool, James said. Nice job, Harry whispered. Thanks, Ryan smiled. Over there, Ron pointed to a door. Lead him in. Ryan had the magic ball floated over to the door and push it open. The troll quickly followed and the three boys came out from their corner. They ran over and Harry pointed to the lock on the door. Good idea. Ron nodded and moved the lock until it was safely closing the door. The boys all smiled and were pleased with themselves until Ryan realized something. Ryan. Harry saw his cousin's expression. What is it? What's wrong? Ryan looked at the two boys in worry. Where did Neville say Hermione was crying at? The girls' bathroom, Ron answered. Why? At once the other two boys realized what Ryan was getting at. They all looked up slowly and saw the clear sign of the girls' bathroom. Jesus Christ, they've locked her in with the troll, Cathy said. A loud scream came from the bathroom, which was followed by the sound of smashing. Hermione, they said together. After unlocking the door and entering, they saw Hermione Granger was shrinking against the wall opposite, looking as if she was about to faint. The troll was advancing on her, knocking the sinks off the walls and the stalls as it went. "Oh, the poor thing!" Professor McGonagall exclaimed. "Hermione, move!" Harry shouted at her. The troll swung its club at her and she moved. The club barely missed her. "Help! Help!" Hermione pleaded. Ryan walked slowly behind the troll hoping that it wouldn't notice him. Hermione took this time to crawl over to the sinks. "Hey, pea-brain!" Ron and Harry threw small pieces of wood at the creature gaining its attention. It didn't work. The troll looked to Hermione as she clutched to the pipes. Beneath the sink, it lifted its club and Hermione moved to another sink as the one she was at initially was crushed along with the floor underneath it. "Help!" Hermione screamed. Harry took out his wand and charged at the monster. When it threw its club over its back to swing it again, Harry climbed on. "What's he doing?" James questioned. "Whoa!" Harry let go halfway through the troll's swing and landed on its shoulders. "Get up," Ryan told Hermione when he got to her. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" "No, I don't think so," Hermione said, pulling herself up off the floor. The troll shook its head violent and at some point, Harry rammed his wand up its nose. "Ah!" Ron scrunched up his face in disgust. "That's disgusting," James groaned. "Nasty," Ryan commented as he and Hermione watched. Right after the troll had had enough, he reached up and pulled Harry off by his leg. "Do something," Harry yelled. The troll swung his club and Harry pulled half his body upwards to avoid contact. "What?" Ron said. Harry's body went back down. "Anything," Harry shouted as he lifted himself upwards again to evade another swing. "Hazza, hold your breath," Ryan shouted. "What? Why?" Harry questioned. "Just do it," Ryan said. He heard Harry take a deep breath as the troll got ready for another swing. As the troll brought the club down, everything moved incredibly slowly and came to a stop. Ryan's eyes were glowing an intense yellow color. His hands flared up with yellow chaos magic and it shot out sparks of lightning. The golden lightning traveled down Ryan's legs and came to at his left heel which was raised like he was about to run. "Whoa, how's he doing that?" The lightning formed a bright yellow ball of energy and when Ryan's heel came in contact with it, a streak of yellow was seen and Harry and Ryan were pressed up against the wall behind Ron. "That was amazing," Orion Black said and his wife nodded as well. Harry looked disheveled and confused. "How did? Mum told you that all chaos casters have their own gifts, right?" Harry nodded and Ryan smiled. "I'm like really fast when I want to be." "That's his gift," James said. "Imagine all the pranks he could do with that. And no one would see him coming. I'm so glad you're the chaos caster and not your brother," Flamel whispered to his daughter. "Swish and flick," Hermione shouted to Ron who had also taken out his wand. "Wingardium Leviosa," Ron said. This time the spell worked. When the troll tried to swing its club, it hovered in midair about its head. The troll looked confused for a moment and looked at its hand and then looked up. "Cool." Ron smiled as he let go of the club and it came down fast atop of Troll's head. "Nice shot." Peter nodded. The troll swayed on the spot and then fell flat on its face, with a thud that made the whole room tremble. Hermione was the first one to speak. "Is it dead?" "I don't think so. Just knocked out," Harry told her, after which he bent down and pulled his wand out from the troll's nostril. A sticky green mucus came oozing out with the wand unfortunately. "Ah, troll boogers," Ron said as they all watched with disgust. A sudden slamming and loud footsteps made the three of them look up. They hadn't realized what a racket they had been making, but of course, someone downstairs must have heard the crashes and the troll's roars. A moment later, Professor McGonagall had come bursting into the room, closely followed by Snape, with Quirrell bringing up the rear. Quirrell took one look at the troll, let out a faint whimper, and sat quickly down on a toilet, clutching his heart. "Oh, now they show up. Oh, my goodness," Professor McGonagall exclaimed. She immediately turned to Ron, Harry and Ryan. "Explain yourselves, the three of you." "Well, what it is," Ryan began. "It's my fault, Professor McGonagall," Hermione interrupted. "Miss Granger." Professor McGonagall looked surprised. "I went looking for the troll," Hermione continued. "I thought I could handle it. But I was wrong. If Harry, Ryan and Ron hadn't come and found me, I'd probably be dead." "What a swell thing to do." James nodded. "It really it." Sirius agreed. Everyone else nodded that Hermione taking the blame was a very honorable thing to do. Professor McGonagall removed her expression of shock and replaced it with a stern look. Be that as it may, it was an extremely foolish thing to do. I expected more rational behavior and am very disappointed in you. 5 points will be taken from Gryffindor, for your serious lack of judgment. As for you three gentlemen, the Gryffindor head looked at the trio of boys, I'll just hope you realize how fortunate you are. Not many first-year students could take on a troll, and live to tell the tale. 5 points will be awarded to each of you, for sheer dumb luck. Just 5? James questioned. The three of them did break the rules. Professor McGonagall pointed out. They could have just told a prefect or a teacher. That's us, Ryan said, throwing his arms over Ron and Harry and grinning innocently. Dumb and lucky. Perhaps you ought to go, Professor McGonagall said, rolling her eyes. It might wake up. After the three of them left, the troll growled and Quirrell laughed nervously before fainting. Good of you to get us out of trouble like that, Harry told Hermione as the four of them walked along the corridor back to their common room. We did save her life, Ron pointed out. Mind you, she might not have needed saving if you hadn't insulted her, Ryan reminded him. What are friends for? Ron said to Hermione, which made her smile happily as they walked. The scene opened up with Harry, Ron, Hermione and Ryan all seated at the Gryffindor table. Harry seemed rather queasy while the others looked in looking worried and concerned. Take a bit of toast, Hazza, Ryan encouraged, placing the toast on his plate. Go on, Ryan's right, Ron nodded. You'll need your strength today. I'm not hungry, Harry said. I'm too nervous. The three Gryffindors all looked at each other, worried for their friend. Can we talk about something else? To take my mind off the game. Oh, it's his first game, the poor lamb, Euphemia said lovingly. I was nervous too for my first game, James admitted. Didn't you vomit? Cathy asked. Shut up, James growled at his sister as several people giggled. All right, Hermione nodded. They were quiet for a time before Hermione spoke to Ryan. So, you're really fast, I guess. Ryan nodded, taking a bite off an apple slice. But it's not really being fast. What do you mean? Ron asked. I'm not being super fast, my gift is that I can manipulate time, Ryan revealed. What did he just say? Cathy inquired. You can manipulate time, Hermione inquired in surprise. Yeah, Ryan nodded. That's amazing. That's his gift. Several people discussed among themselves about Ryan's power. About the things he could do or the things they'd do with that sort of power. That's so cool. Ron grinned. Not really, Ryan said. I can slow time down and speed me up, but if I move in super speed it's hard to sort of control myself the longer I run. It's why I can only run short distances. Plus, it's really hard to breathe when you're moving that fast. That's why he told Harry to hold his breath. Remus nodded. Oh, Harry said. What about your sisters? Yes. Walburga leaned in, wanting to hear more about her grandchildren. Ryan sipped some of his tea. Cassie can amplify and weaken bonds. What does that mean? Hermione asked. She can make anything, physical or magical or emotional, or any property stronger or weaker. She can make a feather as heavy as a truck or a concrete wall weak as a bubble. She can also make magic stronger, or she can negate it completely. Oh, and she can do this emotional thing that can make best friends worst enemies and vice versa. That's amazing, Hermione said. Impressive. Orion nodded. It really is. Ron nodded. What about Haley? Harry asked. She can alter any unlikely scenario or situation, not matter how improbable, to fall in her favor regardless how much harmful or advantageous it is to those involved or those around her. Ryan answered rather fancifully. She can what? Sirius looked confused. Ron looked incredibly confused. What? She's lucky. Ryan smiled. That's it, James said. That's her gift. Hermione questioned. Don't be dismissive. In my opinion, she's got the scariest gift of us all, Ryan said. I once played a game of hide and seek with her at my house. Just as I was about to find her, the ceiling fell on me. Oh my god. Yeah, Ryan nodded. My house is made from chaos magic, the most powerful force of energy in existence. And it collapsed because of her gift. She can make anything regardless of whether or not it's possible to happen. My dad calls it probability manipulation. That's incredible. Walburga praised happily while Cathy watched her, feeling slight discomfort. That must be difficult to live with, Hermione guessed. Not really, Ryan said. Makes fights real interesting. I bet. Regulus smiled. The four of them all chuckled lightly as the Hogwarts potions master walked over to them with a limp. He stopped at their table and looked down at Harry. Good luck today, Potter. He spoke. You've proven yourself against a troll. A game of Quidditch should be easy work. Even if it is against Slytherin. As Snape walked away, Harry looked and watched him limp as he tried not to put much of his weight on his right leg. Why must you bother him like that? Lily questioned. Severus looked caught off guard at his behavior. I can guess why, Cathy said looking at her brother. What's wrong with his leg? Ron wondered as the other three Gryffindors joined Harry's line of sight. Dunno, but I hope it's biting him. Ryan smiled. That explains the blood, Harry murmured. Blood. Hermione looked back to Harry puzzled. Last night, I'm guessing Snape let the troll in as a diversion. Harry whispered. So, he could get past that dog. But he got bit, that's why he's limping. Seems like a bit of a stretch. Flamel commented. Maybe he just tripped or something. Ryan suggested. Besides, why would anyone go near that dog? At Gringotts, I'm guessing Hagrid took something out of the vault and Aunt Cathy took it from him before he left. Hermione looked like she was catching on. You're saying, that's what the dog's guarding? Harry concluded. That's what Snape wants. I dunno. Ryan said. Seems like a lot of guessing is involved in that theory. Like grandfather like grandson. Flamel folded his arms smugly. But, before Harry could say anything else, Hedwig screeched very loudly as she came flying into the Great Hall. She flew down and dropped an enormous package wrapped in brown paper and tape. Bit early for mail, isn't it? Hermione questioned. But I never get mail. Harry said. I wonder what it is. Ryan said rather sarcastically. From the shape of the wrapping, it was obviously a broomstick. Yes, what could it be? Peter joked. Let's open it, Ron said eagerly. The four of them removed the wrapping as the other students in the hall walked over to see what kind that of broom it would be. It's a broomstick, Harry said. That's not just a broomstick, it's a Nimbus 2000. Ron exclaimed as he and Ryan observed it closely. Whoa, nice. Lucky bastard. Several people, especially the Quidditch enthusiasts, were all admiring the broom. Hazza, check it out, Ryan said, showing Harry that his initials were engraved in gold at the end of the broom. But who? Harry looked up the teacher's table and saw that Hedwig had landed there and was eating grapes out of Cathy's hand. She looked up at him and winked at him. Harry smiled gratefully. Cathy. James looked to his sister appreciatively. Thanks. Lily grabbed Cathy's hand and gave it a squeeze. You're my best friend. Hey. Marlene looked offended. You're my secret best friend. Lily corrects, making Cathy laugh. The scene changed to show that Harry was marching with the rest of the Gryffindor team to the Quidditch pitch. They stopped just at the end of Gryffindor side and looked over at the entire school that had come to cheer them on. Scared, Harry? Oliver would ask the first year. A little, Harry admitted. It's all right. I felt the same way before my first game. What happened? I don't really remember. Oliver said. I took a bludger to the head 2 minutes in. Oliver told him. Woke up in hospital a week later. Oh yeah, Sirius nodded. That'll encourage him. Harry didn't say anything else. The team all mounted their brooms and took off into the air. The cheers from the school were deafening. Welcome to Hogwarts, first Quidditch game of the season. Lee Jordan announced through a mic. Today's game, Slytherin vs Gryffindor. The camera cut to the Gryffindor stand where Ryan, Hermione, Ron and Neville were with the rest of their house cheering for their house team. Gryffindor. Neville and Ron shouted at the top of their lungs. The teams from both Gryffindor and Slytherin flew over to their respective sides and hovered above the center of the pitch. The players take their positions as Madam Hooch steps onto the field to begin the game. Lee Jordan comment as the school's flying instructor opened the chest containing all the balls used in Quidditch. Now, I want a nice, clean game from all of you. Madam Hooch said, looking specifically at Marcus Flint, the Slytherin's team captain. She bent down and released the bludgers, which shot up into the sky immediately. She unhooked the golden snitch, which flew over and fluttered about near Harry and the Slytherin's seeker. The bludgers are up, followed by the golden snitch. Lee Jordan commented. Remember, the snitch is worth 150 points. The seeker who catches the snitch ends the game. Madam picked up the quaffle and threw it into the air. The quaffle is released and the game begins. Lee Jordan shouts. Immediately the chasers all move towards it, but it's a female chaser from Gryffindor who grabs it first and flies over to the Slytherin goal. She ducks and evades several of the Slytherin team and even almost gets hit by a bludger. She flies straight to the goal and throws it through the goal. Yes, Gideon shouted. Woo! Fabian cheered with his brother and the rest of Gryffindor house. Go Gryffindor! Angelina Johnson scores 10 points for Gryffindor. Lee Jordan shouts, gaining cheers from everyone except the Slytherins. Go Gryffindor! Cathy cheers as she and the rest of the professors clap. Oh, the team is strong this year. Professor McGonagall smiles gleefully. Gryffindor house cheered and shouted at their househead's comment. Well done. Hagrid cheers as he watches through his binoculars. Slytherin takes the quaffle. Lee Jordan dictates. Bletchley passes to Captain Marcus Flint. Flint evades all the Gryffindors and even kicks one of the chasers away. Foul! James shouted. Cheat! Sirius yelled along with James. Hooch! What is this, Quidditch or karate? That's a penalty. Cathy shouted angrily. Yeah. James and Sirius nodded. Just as the Slytherin captain throws the quaffle into the goal, Oliver Wood flies up and uses the back of his broom to knock it away. Flint looks furious at Wood, who smirks back at him. The Gryffindor chasers grab the quaffle and they evade Slytherin while passing it between themselves. The quaffle makes its way to Angelina Johnson, who throws it through the Slytherin's goal and successfully gains another score. Yes. Harry claps from his broom and the school cheers for the Gryffindor team. Another 10 points to Gryffindor. Lee Jordan announces. Give me that. Marcus Flint says angrily, snatching a bat from his team's beater. When the bludger came charging at them, Flint used the bat to knock it at Oliver Wood. The Gryffindor captain was too busy cheering for his team and didn't notice the bludger until it collided with him. Assault. Prick. The bastard could have killed him. A lot of the students, Slytherins included, felt anger towards Marcus Flint's actions. Wood grabbed onto his broom tightly as he descended down and fell unconscious. A wave of rage washed over the stands as everyone watched Flint cheat. Hooch gave the Slytherin team a penalty and allowed Gryffindor to take a free shot at the goals. I hope he's all right, Cathy told Professor McGonagall, who nodded, looking worried at Oliver Wood. As the game continued, Flint targeted Angelina Johnson next. Take that side, he ordered one of his teammates. They both squeezed into her from both sides and sent her straight into the stands. She fell out at the bottom of the pitch unconscious. The Slytherin house looked both annoyed at the sight of Gryffindor losing but also at the way the future members of their house played. While their house did cheat, it was on occasion and wasn't so obvious or harmful to the other players. Oh my god, they're dropping like flies. Professor McGonagall exclaimed. They are, aren't they? Cathy chuckled. What's wrong with you? James looked at his sister. Lee Jordan looked at her confused. Professor, don't you want Gryffindor to win? Get off the ground, you lazy animals. Cathy shouted to the unconscious members of Gryffindor's Quidditch team. I don't know. Cathy answered her brother. Harry looked annoyed at the Slytherin's actions. Without any warning, Harry's broom jerked around violently. Whoa. Harry tried to hold on as hard as he could. What's going on with Harry's broomstick? Hagrid asked. What's happening? James asked, concerned. Hermione took out her binoculars and looked at Harry. She then looked down to the teachers and zoomed in on Professor Snape. Snape was staring directly at Harry and his lips were moving at a rapid speed. What are you doing? James questioned Severus angrily. Sev, Lily said. Let's watch everything play out for now. Cathy said, defending Severus. Hermione looked away from her binoculars and turned to Ron and Ryan. It's Snape. He's jinxing the broom. Jinxing the broom. Ron repeated. What do we do? Leave it to me, Hermione declared. She went back and ran over to the professor's stands. Harry was almost shaken off his broom and was hanging on by his hands. Come on, Hermione, Ryan said while Neville buried his hands in fear. Hermione finally came over to the area underneath the professors of Hogwarts. She took out her wand and pointed it at Snape's black robes. Lacarnum inflammare. Hermione casted shots of fire and it ignited and began to spread. Does anyone else smell something burning or am I having a stroke? Cathy questioned. Fire. Someone yelled at Snape. You're on fire. Yes. James clapped. Good girl. Snape got up and tried to put out the flames. Chaos ensued at the stands and at some point, several professors like Quirrell were knocked down. It was enough. Up in the air, Harry was suddenly able to clamber back onto his broom. "Neville, you can look," Ryan said. Neville had been sobbing into Hagrid's jacket for the last 5 minutes. "What a sensitive boy," Augusta commented. Harry was speeding toward the ground when the crowd saw him clap his hand to his mouth as though he was about to be sick. He hit the field on all fours, coughed, and something gold fell into his hand. "He's got the snitch," Lee shouted. Harry Potter receives 150 points for catching the snitch. Gryffindor wins. "He got it," James screamed as the rest of Gryffindor House yelled with him in joy. "They know that this game won't happen for another decade or so, right?" Regulus said. "Let them have this," Cathy told him. "Yes." Ron and the other Gryffindors cheered. The scene then changed and showed Harry, Ryan, Ron and Hermione walking alongside Hagrid. "Nonsense," Hagrid declared. "Why would Snape put a curse on Harry's broom?" "He did do it," James accused. "Who knows? Why was he trying to get past that 3-headed dog?" Harry responded. Hagrid looked down at the 4 students. "Who told you about Fluffy?" "Fluffy. Fluffy," Ryan repeated. "That thing has a name." "Of course, he has a name. He's mine," Hagrid informed them. "I bought him off an Irishman. I lent him to Dumbledore to guard the—" "Yes," Harry pressed. "Shouldn't have said that," Hagrid said. "No more questions. That's top secret. Didn't let it slip," Hagrid said proudly. "But whatever Fluffy's guarding, Snape's trying to steal it," Harry insisted. "Codswallop. Professor Snape is a Hogwarts teacher," Hagrid said. "Teacher or not, I know a spell when I see one. I've read all about them," Hermione said. "You've got to keep eye contact," and Snape wasn't blinking. "She's right," Remus nodded. "Exactly," Ron agreed. "Now, you listen to me, all 4 of you," Hagrid said in a warning manner. "You're meddling in things that ought not to be meddled in. It's dangerous. What that dog is guarding is between Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel." "Oh Hagrid." Dumbledore shook his head in disappointed at the half-giant who was blushing with embarrassment. "Nicholas Flamel," Harry repeated. Hagrid's face turned white. "I shouldn't have said that. I should not have said that." The half-giant walked away as the Gryffindors watched. "Nicholas Flamel," Harry repeated. "Who's Nicholas Flamel?" Hermione shook her head. "I don't know." The scene changed to show that the Hogwarts castle was now completely covered in snow. Hagrid was seen dragging an enormous tree into the castle. He walked in as several students were singing. "Oh, is it Christmas already?" Mary asked. "Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, ring the Hogwarts bell, Merry Christmas, cast a Christmas spell." "Thanks Hagrid," Cathy said as he brought the tree in. She waved her hand and lifted the tree up. She and Flitwick then conjured up ornaments and decorated the tree. The camera shifted to Ryan, Ron and Harry all seated at Gryffindor table. Ryan and Harry were both with packed suitcases and Ron was playing chess with Ryan. "Knight to e5, Ryan ordered as Hermione arrived with her luggage and observed the 2. "Queen to e5, Ron said smugly. The queen moved over, stood up and used her chair to whack Ryan's knight off the board. "Ooh, brutal," James commented. "Not again," Ryan complained. "That's totally barbaric," Hermione said shocked. "That's wizard's chess," Ron said. "That's the 3rd game you won," Ryan said. "7th if you count the ones I played with Harry. He must be really good," Arthur told his wife proudly. Ryan narrowed his eyes at the Weasley. "Oh, you're no ordinary redhead, are you?" Ron's smile just grew bigger. As he looked at Hermione. "I see you've packed." Gideon and Fabian grinned and whipped their heads to sew off their red hair in a dramatic fashion. "I see you haven't." "Change of plans. My parents went to Romania to visit my brother Charlie," Ron replied. "He's studying dragons there." "Dragons," Molly repeated with surprise and a twinge of fear. "Good. Then you're going to the library to look up Nicholas Flamel." Hermione smiled. "We've looked 100 times." Ron complained. "Not in the restricted section." Hermione sat down. "Oh, they've corrupted her," Remus said. "I think we've had a bad influence on her," Harry said, making them all laugh. "Merry Christmas." Cathy greeted the group as she walked over and sat down next to Harry. "Merry Christmas, Professor Potter," Hermione and Ron said in unison. "All set to go?" Cathy asked Ryan and Harry. When they both confirmed that they were, Cathy turned to Ron and Hermione. "Are you too excited to go home for the holidays? You've certainly had a rather exciting year so far." "I am, Professor." Hermione nodded. My brothers and I are staying here at Hogwarts for the holidays. Ron informed Cathy. My mum and dad are visiting my older brother. Charlie or Bill? Cathy asked. Charlie. Well then, if you want you can come spend Christmas with me, Harry and Ryan. Cathy offered. Your brothers can come with as well. Ron looked surprised at the offer. Is it all right? Yeah, Ryan agreed. We always have people over for Christmas. It'll be fun cause this time the people are my age. If it isn't any problem. It isn't, Cathy assured him. Ron stood up excited. I'll go tell Percy and Fred and George. What a nice thing to do, sweetheart. Flamel said, patting his daughter's head. As he walked over to the other end of the table to his brothers, Cathy turned to Hermione. Ms. Granger, how about you? My parents are really eager to hear about my first year, so. Say no more. Cathy smiled as Ron came back excited. They said we can go. Ron said happily. Oh, and Percy say thank you. Of course. Cathy smiled. Mummy. A loud squeal of a little girl echoed in the great hall. Everyone turned to see a 6-year-old Haley run across the hall to her mother at a fast pace. Cathy got up and caught her daughter before lifting her up and kissing her on the cheek. Oh, how cute, Marlene said. So cute. Dorcas agreed as they gushed over the little girl hugging her mother. What are you doing here? Cathy asked. Hi Mum. Cathy looked up and saw Cassie standing next to man in a black suit and a bit of snow on it. The camera was focused on Cassie and didn't show his face. Dad. Ryan ran over to his father and hugged him. It's you, Padfoot, James said, tapping his best friend on the shoulder. Sirius didn't respond but just watched in anticipation. What are you doing here? Cathy asked as she kissed Haley's cheek. Haley wanted to come and get you and Dad decided to bring us to pick you up. Cassie explained. Hi Harry. Hi. Cathy turned around to Harry who had also gotten up. Harry, you haven't met my husband. Harry walked up to his aunts, sighed and said hello. You weren't kidding, he does look like your brother. Harry, this is my husband, Regulus. Cathy introduced. The entire great hall went quiet. Cathy and Regulus looked stiff and pale, clearly in shock. The camera finally adjusted itself and showed the handsome face of an adult Regulus Black. Regulus Black, nice to meet you. Regulus smiled. Ryan's written to me about you a lot. The entire audience was silent as they looked back and forth between Sirius and James and Regulus and Cathy. While most of the people were shocked, there were some who had began to suspect that Regulus was the father of Cathy's children. Oh boy, Peter murmured as he looked to Sirius who seemed void of any emotion. Awkward. Evan Rosier whispered to the other Slytherins. Cathy and Regulus weren't too shocked about the events. For Regulus, if anything, he felt glad that in the end he ended up with Cathy. One of the people who felt the happiest at the recent turn of events would have been Walburga. After finding out that the Dark Lord that they'd all been waiting for turned out to be a mass-murdering psychopath, the fact that her favorite son was the father of her future Chaos Caster grandchildren made her feel pleased. What? James sputtered out, staring at his sister and his best friend's sister. You all right? Remus asked Sirius, who didn't seem to respond. Let's all just calm down. Flamel told everyone. Yes, let's. Dumbledore agreed. The scene with Harry meeting Regulus faded away and changed to one where Harry was asleep in a bed. The knocking on his door woke him up, making him reach for his glasses. Harry, wake up. Ron's voice called out. Ryan opened the door to Harry's room and walked in with an excited Ron. Come on, Harry, wake up. Merry Christmas Eve, Hazza. Ryan greeted. Merry Christmas Eve, Ryan. Harry replied with a grin. Oh sweet. Euphemia said, trying to clear the awkward atmosphere. The three boys all got Harry out of bed and walked over to the corridor. Ryan stopped Harry and Ron and cleared his throat. Wake up, he shouted. It's Christmas Eve. Percy came out of a room looking tired. What? The scene shifted to Cathy and Regulus asleep in their bed. Both of them woke up and were tired. Regulus looked over to Catherine and took out a night guard from his mouth, like one that Ryan uses. Oh God, Euphemia said. I have to go, Sirius said, getting up. A lot of people were aware that Sirius fancied James's sister and had been trying to woo her for the last 3 years. The fact that Cathy ended up with his brother at the end and the fact that they knew each other felt like a betrayal. They've probably been together the entire time. Sirius thought to himself. He felt annoyed and embarrassed. Mate, James spoke to friend. I'm fine. Sirius lied. It's all good. Catherine, Regulus spoke to his wife, your son is awake. That's not my son, that's your son. Cathy grumbled. Mummy. Haley opened her parents' door and ran and jumped into the bed. Mummy, it's Christmas. Cute girl. Marlene told Cathy and Regulus. Thanks. Cathy was aware how she should respond to that observation. Regulus and Cathy both sat up and Regulus placed his daughter on his lap. No sweetie, it's Christmas Eve. Regulus informed her. But we have lots to do. Cathy said. We have to get a tree and decorate the house and make cookies. Cookies. Haley cheered. That's right, cookies. Regulus smiled. Now go downstairs and wait for me and Mummy will be in to make you breakfast, okay? Okay. Haley hopped out of bed and ran out the door. Cathy groaned and stepped out of bed. She grabbed a robe and was about to walk out when she noticed that Regulus was still in their bed under the covers. Didn't you just tell our daughter that we'd make her breakfast? She questioned. No, I said that Mummy was making her breakfast. Daddy's staying in bed for another hour or so. Regulus smiled. Cathy walked out without saying another word. As Regulus trying going back to sleep, all the beddings were stripped from the bed, leaving him there in his pajamas. All right. Regulus groaned as he got out of bed. Several people smiled, thinking how nice the relationship between Regulus and Cathy. As Cathy walked the stairs, she tied her hair and entered the kitchen to find all of her children and the Weasley children as well. Good morning, Professor Potter. Good morning, Percy. Cathy replied. Everyone else said their greetings as Cathy stretched her arms out. All right, let's do this. Waving her hands around, the stove came alight and plates and eggs and bread and went flying around the kitchen. Good morning, everyone, Regulus said as he entered the kitchen. Morning, everyone replied. Dad, I was going to taking Harry and Ron around Safe Haven and show them everything. Ryan said excitedly. Haven't you shown your cousin around Safe Haven before when he was here before term started? Regulus inquired. Cathy filled a lot of plates with food and placed it on a counter. She turned a radio on and hummed along with the music, and Creature appeared in the kitchen with a popping sound and levitated the plates to everyone and set it in front of them. Thanks, Mum, Ryan said, and everyone else thanked her as well. No, Dad, Harry was only here for like a day and we spent most of it shopping. Well, then you can go and show your friends around. Regulus nodded as Cathy sat down. Be back before 3, Cathy told her son. The scene fast-forwarded and stopped to show Ryan and Neville about to walk out the door with Ron and Harry. Are you ready? Ryan asked. For what? Harry questioned. For this. Ryan opened the door, and when they walked outside, Harry and Ron were surprised by the sight. The Black residence seemed to located in a town that was covered in white snow, and there were some many houses and people who were doing magic out in the open. Whoa, that's amazing. Where is this? Remus questioned. I don't know. James shrugged. A small river flowed near the house that was frozen and looked like it was shining under the sunlight. Whoa, Ron exclaimed in amazement. Welcome to Safe Haven. Ryan smiled. The scene shifted to show several scenes of the boys all having fun on Safe Haven. The scenes showed them sledding, ice skating, and having snowball fights. Afterward, the 4 boys were all walking back home. Ron and Neville were walking ahead and Harry and Ryan were walking behind them by a few meters. Hey Ryan, Harry spoke. Yeah, are we related to Neville? No, Ryan said. Why do you ask? I was wondering for a while why he lives with you. That's a good question. Frank nodded. His mum and dad died after the war. Ryan told him. Mum's his godmother, and when Nev was 8 he came to live with us. Where was he before that? Harry asked. He lived with his gran. So, he did live with me. Augusta nodded. And then he moved here. Ryan looked ahead to Ron and Neville. Okay, what I'm about to tell you is something you can never tell anyone else. Harry looked surprised for a moment. What? I'm serious, Hazza. Ryan said. What I'm about to tell you, you can never tell anyone. Especially not Neville. But if word does get to him, don't tell him that I was the one who told you. He's really embarrassed about it. Oh, okay. Harry said reluctantly. Neville used to live with his gran, but then he moved in with us because of an incident. What incident? Harry asked. Well, you know how most wizards do accidental magic growing up. Harry nodded. Well, most of us do magic around 5. Everyone manifests at their own pace, but Neville was a bit of a late bloomer. Late bloomer? Harry repeated. Yeah, he didn't showcase any magic when he was little and his gran was scared that he was a squib. What's a squib? Filch stiffened at the sound of the word. Squibs are people who are born from wizard parents but don't have any magic. Ryan informed him. They're sort of the opposite of muggle-borns. And since Neville didn't have any signs of magic growing up, his family mazed him. Oh no, Alice gasped. Mazed. Harry looked confused at the word. Magical hazing. Ryan explained. You know, because magic spills out of us when we're scared or angry or sad. So, for a while Neville's gran let one of his uncles maze him hoping to force his magic out. That's kind of why his gran lost custody of him. What happened? Harry asked. Neville said that it started out small. Ryan began. His uncle Algy would try to annoy him, take away his spoon at meals and knock books and things out of his hands, trip him when he walked by. Algy. Frank repeated at the mention of his cousin's name. That sounds like bullying, Harry said. Ryan chuckled and he and Harry came close to his house. That's what mazing is. Anyway, things began to escalate when Nev still didn't use any magic. At some point his uncle pushed him off a pier and he nearly drowned. But it wasn't until Neville was 8 when it happened. What happened? Harry inquired. His uncle Algy came round for dinner one night, and he was hanging Nev out of an upstairs window by the ankles when one of his aunts offered him a meringue and he accidentally let go. Oh my god, he let go, Frank exclaimed. Ouch, Harry winched. Yeah, Ryan nodded sadly. Neville ended breaking quite a few bones. His gran had to take him to St. Mungo's Hospital. One of the healers there thought that Nev was visiting his relatives and looked in Neville's file and saw that Mum was listed as his legal parent. Mum and Dad were surprised when they got word that their son was in the hospital. Went running over. Aunt Cathy didn't know. No, Neville's parents died when he was 1. I guess they never got around to telling her. Ryan shrugged. Long story short, Augusta was deemed an unsafe guardian, and since all of Nev's relatives knew about the mazing and did nothing, they weren't going to get custody of Nev either. Which is why he lives with Catherine. Augusta nodded. That's why he lives you. Harry concluded. Yeah, Ryan confirmed. Funny thing is that after he came to live with us he finally manifested magic. Came down the stairs one day, tripped and sort of bounced and floated down like a balloon. Ironic, Harry commented. Mum said that him not manifesting magic was probably psychological. Ryan came to the door while Neville and Harry had wiped their feet and went inside. Remember what I said about not talking to Nev about this, all right? All right, Harry nodded. When they went inside, Harry found that whole house decorated and felt warm and homely. Whoa, Flamel looked impressed. Lovely home. Cathy. Mum. Ryan called out. Dad. In here. Cathy's voice came from the living room. The boys all went into the living to find Cathy and Regulus with their daughter placing ornaments on a Christmas tree. Percy was in the kitchen with the Weasley twins complaining about them eating too many cookies while they insisted that Cathy said it was fine. Reminds me of us and Molly. Fabian told his brother. It does. Gideon laughed. Cathy smiled when she saw them. Hello. Had a good time. Yes. Harry nodded happily. It's so fun in Safe Haven. Thank you. Cathy smiled as she got up. Why don't you boys help with the tree and I'll get you something warm to eat? Okay. The 4 boys said in unison. Cathy went into the kitchen and took out some cookies from a jar and placed them on a plate. She went back to the living room and smiled at the sight of everyone helping with the tree, since at this point Percy, Fred and George came to help as well. Cathy placed the plate on a coffee table and just watched as all the children had fun laughing and giggling at each other. Fred lifted Haley up to his shoulders so she could place the decorations higher on the tree. Regulus came up behind his wife and placed his arms around her and kissed her cheek. Do you know how many kids we started out with? I don't even know how many kids we have at the moment. Cathy smiled. Professor, Percy came over to the couple. I want to apologize for any trouble my brothers and I might be causing, and Fred and George laughed very loudly at a joke that they told, for the noise. It's fine. Regulus told Percy. I grew up in a very quiet household, so I enjoy the noise. And I grew up with a brother and his friends at my house that were 10 times worse than Fred and George, so I'm used to noise. Cathy smiled. Relax and try to have a good time, Mr. Weasley. Percy looked slightly more assured. Thank you, Professor. He walked back to helping with the tree. I love how everyone is helping with decorating the tree. Regulus said as he observed all the kids. Despite how horrendous it looks. It does look bad. Euphemia said, but with a happy smile. It does, doesn't it? Cathy laughed. The tree did look bad since the decorations were placed randomly and mostly on one side. I love it here, Ron said to Harry and Ryan. Safe Haven is so cool. It is, Harry agreed. Where is Safe Haven anyway? What do you mean? Ryan asked. Like, where is it on a map? It's hidden with chaos magic, so you wouldn't find it on a map. Cassie told them. Smart. Evan Rosier said. What if someone is driving or walking towards here then? Harry asked. Unlikely. Safe Haven isn't a town, it's an island. An island? Severus repeated. We're on an island. Yeah, Ryan said. Mum created it before any of us were born to help people escape the war. And Safe Haven isn't a town, it's technically identifies as an independent state. That's incredible, Orion Black said, sounding very impressed. It's home for people who wanted to escape the war, and also it gives asylum to people. Cassie elaborated. Wizards and muggles. Muggles. The Minister of Magic looked rather concerned. Granted, they're muggles that already know about the wizarding world, like if they have a wizard or witch in the family. Aunt Cathy created it? Harry inquired. That's so cool. Yes, she said that she used her gift to create Safe Haven. What is her gift? She never told me, Harry said. Ryan and Cathy looked at each other. We don't know either, Ryan said. Only my dad and my grandmother know. She said it's safer for everyone if people didn't know what it was. She used it to create an entire state, so it must pretty powerful. Harry noted. She's didn't create the state. Cassie told Harry. My dad and grandmother did that with her. Then what did use her gift on? The island, Ryan explained. Mum create the island. The scene begins with an empty street that was well lit with the lights of the street posts and from the businesses that were closed but still had their signs on. The entire block was wet from rain that had passed. The sounds of footsteps that connected with the wet ground were heard until the shoes of Cathy and Regulus were seen as they walked through the street. Regulus had a bit of a stubble growing on his face as he snacked on a cupcake. Cathy, walking next to him, was wearing a beanie and a hood over her head, was eating a sausage roll as the pair continued to walk. Oh, I'd love a sausage roll, Cathy said as she snacked on some popcorn. Explain to me again why we could just wait until morning to buy these. Regulus asked. I'm sure they'd still be there in the morning. I like it when they're still fresh, Cathy said, taking a bite and huffing and puffing, trying to cool the hot food in her mouth. Regulus nodded and looked around at all the shops. I sometimes am amazed by the way muggles have pushed their civilizations forward. It's nothing short of magical if you think about how they accomplished all this without magic. It really is, Arthur Weasley agreed. Ironic, isn't it? Cathy smiled. I find it rather soothing to be with them. The muggles. Cathy nodded. Why? Most of them have no idea about the war and all the people dying. Hearing their worries and thoughts about their mundane problems just helps bring things into focus for me if I'm having a bad day. Reminds me of what we're fight for. Must be nice, Regulus noted, to be able to get out of your own head and into someone else's for a change. It isn't, Cathy said. What do you mean? That's sort of the territory that comes with being a legilimens. Cathy shrugged. We constantly having to deal with the thoughts and emotions of others regardless of whether or not we want to. Flamel rubbed his daughter's shoulder. That does sound challenging. Regulus nodded. It does have its perks, Cathy informed. Growing up hearing the thoughts of everyone around me, I see things through their eyes and I can see all the ways everyone is different. But I also see what makes us all the same. That sounds so nice in a way. Andromeda commented. That sounds nice, I suppose. It is, Cathy said. She took off her hood and shook her hair out from her coat. Regulus looked at her and noted how the color was varied from the dark brown that he was used to. I've been meaning to ask you this for a while now, but what happened to your hair? He inquired. Good question. Severus nodded. Cathy looked slightly offended. It's early, Reg. I hate to be the one to break this to you, but girls don't wake up with perfect hair. Preach, Marlene said. No, that's not what I was talking about. Regulus chuckled. I mean, why is your hair red? Oh. Cathy touched a strand of her hair and looked to the Black Wizard. You remember that potion that my dad made for hair? Sleekeasy's hair potion. Regulus nodded. Yeah, Cathy said. You know how my brother and father had very messy hair? Regulus nodded. Well, messy hair is sort of a Potter family trait. Which is why I've been using Sleekeasy's since I was little. It just makes it easier to manage my hair. And this explains your hair color how. Sleekeasy's hair potion does straighten out hair, but it has some unusual side effects for, people like me. Prolonged use darkens our hair quite a bit. What do you mean people like you? What? Chaos casters. Regulus pressed. No. Cathy sighed heavily as if she were about to reveal a crime she committed. Redheads. Regulus stared at Cathy in silence for a few seconds. You're a redhead. He burst out a huge smile. How did I not know that until now? Lily gasped dramatically and pointed to Cathy. You're one of us. Cathy laughed and nodded. Oh yeah, I forgot she was a redhead. James said. How do you forget your own sister's hair color? Remus asked. It's been brown for so long. James said. It's not like I was hiding it or anything, you just never asked. Cathy defended. But still. Regulus laughed a bit and smiled before looking at Cathy's hair again. So why is turning back to red? I mean your natural color. I've been busy lately and sometimes I rush in the mornings, so I don't apply the potion every day like I used to. Regulus nodded as he tried to understand. He burst out laughing again. It's not that funny. I know. Regulus smiled. I'll stop, I promise. A lot of the people in the audience smiled at the chemistry that the two of them shared between themselves. They did seem like a cute sort of couple. After a bit of time, Regulus finally stopped laughing and a silence between them grew. Regulus went back to eating and finished his cupcake at the same time that Cathy finished her sausage roll. Do you ever think about what would have happened to us? Regulus looked to Cathy. If we didn't leave at the train station last year. If I had decided to go against Voldemort from the start. What's this now? Flamel questioned. Cathy was silent at first. I do sometimes. But I'm glad you didn't. Why? Regulus wondered. Because at least you chose to do the right thing all on your own. Cathy said. While I would have been flattered, I don't think I'd trust someone to fight alongside me when the whole reason they're there is because they fancied me. That is nice in a way. James mumbled. Good to know. Regulus nodded with a smile. There was a brief silence between the two of them when Cathy let out a small laugh. No, Reg. She smiled. What? Regulus looked puzzled. Why is she laughing? Peter inquired. I know what you're thinking and I don't think that's a good idea. Why not? Regulus asked. Cathy stopped walking and turned to face Regulus, who had a smile on his face. Because we in the middle of a war. We should be focused on that and not. Not what? Cathy cleared her throat. You know, it's been almost 2 years. I've changed. I'm not the same person I was when we were in school. I know that. Regulus nodded. But I've changed too. We both have. Cathy laughed a little. I've dated other people. I'm not even sure if I'm attracted to you anymore. This time Regulus laughed. Oh, that's cute. I'm serious. Cathy declared. If you kissed me right now, I'm fairly certain that I wouldn't feel anything. Is that a fact? Yes, it's a. Before Cathy could finish her sentence, Regulus pressed his lips on hers. For a few seconds Cathy didn't move, but then her hands caressed his face. A lot of people in the audience cheered and whistled at the scene. Cathy blushed a bit while Regulus buried his face in his hands in embarrassment. James felt queasy and Flamel looked slightly annoyed at the kiss. The two of them stayed kissing for a few seconds more before they parted. Fact. Cathy finished. She backed away a few steps and looked at Regulus. I don't remember you being this forward before. Well, having near-death experiences so many times in a row within the last 2 weeks sort of made me appreciate taking chances whilst I can. Regulus said. That's my boy. Evan Rosier shouted. Right. Cathy cleared her throat with her hand. My answer is still the same though. Then why'd you kiss me back? Regulus asked. I did not kiss you back. I simply reacted. Cathy said. Regulus smiled happily. Want to react again? No. Cathy denied. Well, someone certainly grows up to be cocky. Cathy told Regulus, whose face was red with embarrassed. Kissing me without my permission, shame on you. Hey. The three marauders looked up to see Sirius returning to his seat. Padfoot. James called him. Sirius sat down and picked up the bucket of popcorn from Peter. What did I miss? The three boys looked between themselves and then back to him. Nothing. Remus lied. Not a thing. James nodded. Nothing important. Peter continued. Okay. Sirius said, folding his legs and turning to the screen. The two of them continued to walk through the streets in silence. The squawking of an owl made the two of them look up. A brown owl flew down low to them and dropped a letter which Cathy caught before it fell to the wet ground. Is it Amelia saying she's cleared us of our crimes? Cathy looked at Regulus coming closer to her. Doubt it, it's only been a few days. Cathy said, opening the letter and reading it. Holy shit. What is it? Regulus asked. Dear Ms. Catherine Potter, Cathy began to read. You are cordially invited to witness the marital vows between James Potter and Lily Evans. I'll be damned, he finally wore her down to the state that she'd say yes to marrying him. I am loving this ton in events. James said gleefully. That makes one of us. Lily mumbled. Regulus smiled. I think it's nice. James got Lily to fall in love with him and now they're getting married. If you ask me, Lily didn't fall in love with him, she just gave up resisting. Cathy murmured. Hey! James shouted while several people laughed and giggled. We're home. Regulus smiled as they walked to a stoop. As Regulus reached to open the door, it was opened and Walburga was standing there in a robe looking incredibly annoyed. Where were you two? She demanded. Oh God, we're living with your mother. Cathy murmured to Regulus. We went to get a snack. Regulus answered. We brought you and Uncle Marius some pastries for breakfast in the morning. Why'd you leave me with him? Why? What's wrong? Cathy inquired. He woke me up and has been going on and on about genetics and something he found in Catherine's blood. My blood. Cathy and Regulus went inside and the scene faded away and the scene had begun to change. Oh God, am I dying? Cathy questioned. You live at least another decade, so I doubt it. Regulus pointed out. Oh right. The next scene opens up with Harry opening his eyes and grinning happily. He reached for his glasses and placed them on his face before he threw the covers off and walked out of his room. Harry walked out of the room and made his way down to the living room. From the stairs he saw that Ryan and Ron and everyone else were all seated around with cups of tea and a plate of biscuits was being passed around. Well, look who's finally up. Cathy smiled at Harry. Merry Christmas Eve, Hazza. Ryan greeted. Merry Christmas Eve, Ryan. Harry replied with a grin. Harry noticed that everyone except for Cathy and Regulus were wearing jumpers with their names knitted on them. What are you wearing? Oh, my favorite holiday. Alice clapped. Oh, my mum made it. Ron said. Molly. Fabian waved to his sister. It's just like the ones Mum made for us when we were little. Molly Weasley didn't respond but smiled fondly. They're so nice and warm. Ryan told him. Looks like you've got Weasley jumper too. Fred told Harry, holding up a parcel with his name on it. I've got presents. Harry looked surprised. Oh, the poor thing. Euphemia said. Yeah, of course. Cathy laughed as she sat down next to Regulus. There they are. Haley pointed to a bunch of presents that were bundled together. Daddy, can I open my presents? Regulus smiled at his daughter. Sure, love. Since Harry is here, you can open the rest of your presents. Everyone got to ripping their gifts open. Harry, Ron and Ryan were all laughing and smiling and playing around, as was everyone else. Cathy left the room and returned with a camera and was taking pictures of everyone laughing and having a grand time. What's this? Cassie held up an old box that had a bit of dust on it. Oh, that's mine, Cathy said, taking it from her daughter. What's in it? Ryan asked. Something for everyone, actually. Cathy smiled. Harry and everyone else huddled around her as she opened the box and showed that it contained hundreds of photographs. Whoa, Harry, Cathy at her nephew, I noticed that you don't have a lot of photos of your mum and dad, so I decided to get all the ones I could. That is such a lovely thing to do, darling. Flamel told his daughter. Cathy picked up a bunch and passed them to Harry, who began to look through them. Thank you, Harry said, sounding very happy. Hazza, look. Ryan pointed to the photo of James. You really do look like your dad. Harry just smiled as he looked at each photo. Is that you, Professor? Percy asked, pointing to a family photo of the Potters. Yes, Cathy smiled. You had really short hair back then. Cassie noted. Cathy smiled mischievously. My mother took me to a salon once to get my hair tended too. 4 hours listening to some bloke nag about his mother and his boyfriend. After that I just chopped off my hair by myself. That was a fun day. Cathy smiled to her mother's annoyance to be reminded of the day. How did your mum feel about that? George inquired. She was mortified, Cathy admitted, but I threatened to cut even more off if she ever tried to make me go there again. Ryan thought about this. So if I wanted to get out of something you wanted me to do, You could cut off a limb and I'd still make you do it. Cathy told her son sternly, making him pout and everyone else laugh. What's the story for this hairstyle? Harry asked, showing a photo with the whole Potter family. The thing that stood out in that photo was the fact that Cathy's hair was dyed a bright green color. Oh no, Cathy groaned. Several people laughed at the sight of Cathy with green hair, her brother being the loudest. Oh yeah, Cathy laughed as she picked up that photo. It was our annual family picture and your dad thought it'd be funny to tamper with my hair potion. I got him back the next year. How? Haley asked. Cathy shuffled through the photos in the box until she found the one she was looking for. See for yourselves. Everyone huddled closer to the photo and the Weasley twins burst out laughing. The photo showed Flamel and Euphemia Potter standing behind their children. Cathy was grinning ear to ear, whereas James had one swollen black eye and a cut on his nose. Oh my god. Regulus laughed loudly. A lot of people joined him with laughter of their own while James turned to his parents angrily. I told you she wasn't sleepwalking. Flamel simply smiled at his son. You think we didn't know that? Then why? You dyed her hair green. Flamel reminded him. Seemed quite fair to us, to be honest. You did that. Harry exclaimed, laughing as well. Let this be a lesson, boys. Girls don't forgive or forget. We wait patiently. Cathy smiled darkly. Everyone went back to looking through the many photographs, asking questions and laughing at the many memories that were made. Who are these people that are always with my dad? Harry asked, holding up a picture of James and his group. That's us, Remus said. That was just last year. Sirius noted. The Marauders. Regulus smiled. The what? Ryan questioned. That's what they called themselves, James and his friends. Regulus explained. There's James, Peter Pettigrew, Remus Lupin and my brother Sirius. Your brother? Harry repeated. Yeah. Regulus nodded as he gave the photo back. He and Cathy's brother were best friends. He also fancied Cathy for a few years. Sirius sat there quietly while some people looked at him, feeling sorry for him. Walburga looked to her eldest son and felt a bit bad for him as well. She, however, didn't say anything. That wasn't the relationship that they had. That sounds like a really bad romance novel. Falling in love with my brother's best friend's little brother. Ryan said in a dramatic voice. Harry, look. Cassie held up a picture. It's your mom. Harry took the picture and stared at it. Lily was laughing in the photograph with Cathy, Regulus and another boy at what looked like a beach. Hey, it's us, Cathy said. Aunt Cathy, where was this taken? Harry asked. A beach in Hawaii, Cathy answered. Everyone looked at her in surprise. Don't look so shocked. I can fold anywhere on earth. The four of us all went loads of places on the holidays. Secretly, of course. Seems almost like a lifetime ago. Why secretly? 'Cause traveling between countries using magic like that is illegal. Ryan chipped in. Don't forget the underage magic. Fred added. How are you able to use magic anyway? Remus asked her. Surely the ministry would have noticed an underage witch apparating around the world. That's a very good question. The minister said. Well, Ms. Potter, I dunno. Cathy shrugged. I don't know if the trace works the same if I'm using chaos magic. That wasn't the only reason. Cathy said. Well, that was one of the main reasons, but it was mostly because none of us were in the same house at school, or, shall we say, social groups. Purebloods couldn't be friends with Muggleborns. Ryan explained. Or people who were pro-Muggle like the Mum's family. Back then they'd be seen as blood traitors. They'd still be labeled as blood traitors today. Regulus said as he ruffled Ryan's hair. The Black family used to be at the center of anti-Muggle societies and beliefs. A lot of people nodded and agreed with what was being said, all while shooting glances at the Black family. Harry was silent as he processed this information. What happened to make you change? Regulus looked to his wife. Cathy smiled and placed her hand on her hip and stood in a sort of dramatic pose. I realized the error of my family's ways. URG. Cathy scowled at Regulus and folded her arms in annoyance. Regulus walked over to his wife and kissed her on the cheek. I thought you liked that I didn't switch side for you. I do. Cathy pouted. Still would have been nice to be acknowledged at least. They're so cute together. Mary whispered to Marlene. Hang on. Ryan looked at the photograph closely. If that's you and Mum and that's Haz's mum, then who's that? Ryan pointed at the last boy who had long black hair and pale skin. He looked out of place at the beach. Oh, that's Sev. Regulus said. Who's Sev? Harry asked. He means Severus. Cathy said. You know, Professor Snape. Everyone went silent and stared at the photo closely. What? Fred and George exclaimed in unison. You're joking, Percy shouted. There's no way. Ron grabbed the photo and they all looked at the photo closer. That doesn't look anything like Professor Snape. That's probably 'cause he's smiling. Ryan said. And it's not that creepy serial killer smile he's got. What's that supposed to mean? Severus questioned while several people smiled and chuckled to themselves. There was a knock at the front door and Cathy and Regulus looked at each other puzzled. Are you expecting someone? Regulus asked. No. Cathy looked to the front door and her eyes glowed red briefly. Cathy smiled and looked down at her youngest daughter. Haley, sweetie, go get the door please. Who is it? Regulus asked as he and Cathy walked to the door. Haley hopped down from the couch and ran over to the door. She reaches up to the doorknob and opened it to show the figures of a person. Grandma. Haley squealed. Hello darling. Walburga picked up her granddaughter and smothered her with kisses. Merry Christmas, everyone. Walburga, as well as everyone else, stared in shock at the future Walburga. The present and future versions were as different as night and day. While everyone was watching in shock, Euphemia felt a twinge of envy that Walburga Black of all people lived long enough to meet her grandchildren and she did not. Merry Christmas. Regulus replied to his mother as he greeted her. You didn't tell us you were coming, mother. I wanted it to be a surprise. Walburga smiled as Cassie and Ryan came over. Merry Christmas, Grandma. The pair said at the same time. Merry Christmas, everyone. Walburga smiled. The scene shuffled and showed everyone going through their presents and moved on to show them all outside playing in the snow to finally them all enjoying a Christmas dinner. The scene ended with Harry resting on his bed with Ron, Neville and Ryan sitting at the end of the bed. I think this is the best day of my life. Harry smiled. Isn't he precious? Mary said. He is. He really is. James agreed. I know what you mean. Ron said. I always thought that the Black family would be scary, but you lot are fairly normal. For a family of chaos casters that are all descended from some pretty mentally questionable wizards, you mean? Ryan added. I suppose. Ron nodded and they all laughed. Harry. Neville pointed to a wrapped parcel on the dresser. What's that? Harry sat up and reached for the parcel. I don't know. There's a note. Ryan said as he opened it. I thought it'd be best for you to open this privately. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. This is me Mum's handwriting. What is it? Neville asked as Harry unwrapped it and pulled out something fluid and silvery gray that went slithering to the floor where it lay in gleaming folds. Oh no, James said as he watched. Some kind of cloak, Harry noted. Well, let's see, then. Put it on, Ron instructed. Harry threw the cloak around himself and when he closed the cloak everything below his neck vanished. Whoa, Neville exclaimed. What just happened? Someone shouted. Harry looked down and was shocked to see what he did. My body's gone. I know what that is. Ron said. That's an invisibility cloak. It's a what? Professor McGonagall and the other professors all looked to James and his gang of friends a very scrutinous way. What? James said innocently. He hoped in vain that people would forget about him and his pranks. I am suddenly reminded of several occasions where certain troubles had occurred and I suspected you for. McGonagall said. The usage of an invisibility cloak certainly helps to explain them now. How did James get the Fleement? Euphemia turned to her husband. It's a Potter family tradition. Fleement said. I'm invisible. Harry questioned. They're really rare. Ryan said as he stood up and poked at Harry's invisible body. Mum told me that the Potter family owned an invisibility cloak and that it was passed down to the eldest child to own. That's so cool. Ron smiled. Ryan had a smile grow on his face. I have an idea. The scene shifts away from Ryan and Fade until it refocuses on James Potter at a meeting with several other wizards in a den of 12 Grimmauld Place. He was surrounded by Dumbledore, Sirius Black, Edgar Bones, Rubeus Hagrid, Alice and Frank Longbottom, Remus Lupin, Minerva McGonagall, Alistair Moody, James Potter, Lily Evans, Fabian and Gideon Pruitt, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Arthur Weasley and his wife Molly, who were all there with him. I love how the film keeps jumping between the two stories. Alice said. It's like a bridge between two major events. It's called a flashback. Cathy said. Although I guess in this case it would be more accurate to call it a flash front. So, shall we begin? Dumbledore said, looking into the fire in the fireplace that lit up the room. Isn't that our home? Walburga questioned. What the hell are all of them doing there? Let us see, dear. Orion told his wife in a soothing tone. So, we're sure then? Alistair inquired to James. That the girl is a chaos caster. Pretty sure. Lucius Malfoy said. It is a bit of a conclusion to jump to. Frank said. But it's the only one that makes sense. Sirius said. And it explains a few things. So now all we need to do is make sure that no one else finds out. Shacklebolt said. If word gets to the Dark Lord that Catherine Potter is a chaos caster, then he'd covet her power for himself. Cathy looked around and saw that several of the audience, mostly Bellatrix and the other Death Eaters, were sneaking glances at her every now and then. With what they had learned about the Dark Lord, Cathy hoped that at the end of the films none of them would go running to the Dark Lord to give him a recap. Is it really safe to leave her with the Blacks? Molly brought up. After all the things she's done for them. They didn't make her do anything. James told them. My sister has never been one to follow rules. Still, Molly's right. Edgar Bones said. The power that girl has is too dangerous to be left in her hands alone. Who's that? Fabian asked his brother. I dunno, but he looks familiar. Gideon said. Amelia Bones was surprised to see that one of her brothers had made it to the story of the film. That's my older brother, she said. What do you suggest? Hagrid said. We lock her up just for being born the way she was. No, but, Edgar looked uncertain how to finish that sentence. Edgar is correct, Dumbledore said, surprising everyone. As are you, Hagrid. Catherine Potter's power is too dangerous to be left unchecked. Do we know what her gift could be? My daughter's power is best kept in her hands. Fleamont said, talking to Dumbledore. Apologizes, Mr. Potter. Dumbledore said. But given what I know about her then, I can't say I wouldn't make the same conclusion now as I will then. What? Dad, it's okay. Cathy hushed her father, who still shot Dumbledore a dirty look. Everyone turned to Lily expectantly. She once told me she'd only ever used her gift once before and that she thought that it was too dangerous. She mentioned how she used it. Gideon Pruitt asked. What is your gift, dear? Euphemia asked Cathy. Several people leaned towards them to listen. Cathy didn't say anything and just watched the screen. Lily shook her head and Alistair Moody huffed in frustration. So, what do we know about this girl? She's a chaos caster, she's a level 5 Legilimens, and she's no qualms about breaking the law. Minerva listed. Being a level 5 Legilimens is quite impressive. Shacklebolt said. Especially when you consider her age. Is it really that impressive? Peter asked. It's the highest level there is for Legilimency. Dumbledore explained. A level that high means that she can wade through the minds of others and alter them, and they wouldn't be able to catch her in the act. She'd also be able to mimic or learn certain skills and information with ease. I guess that explains how she can speak so many languages. Edgar said. I read her file. My sister definitely got lucky recruiting her. Oh, that's how you do it. James said in realization. What's the Scarlet Witch? Remus asked out of nowhere. Once again, Regulus and Cathy stiffened at the sound of the name. Dumbledore looked at him with a concerned look. What? The Scarlet Witch? Remus repeated. She reacted to that name when me and Sirius mentioned it. Right before she, you know, turned you into dogs. Fabian finished. Yes, thank you. Remus said, slightly annoyed. Dumbledore didn't speak but looked very strange. Albus. Shacklebolt spoke to the headmaster. What is it? The seasoned wizard held up his hand. A book flew from one of the shelves and landed in his hand. Albus opened the book and began to flip through its pages. The Scarlet Witch, Scarlet Witch. Everyone watched as the headmaster found the page and placed it on a table, and everyone came close to see what was happening. The page depicted a black-colored image of a woman with long hair and a strange M-shaped object at the top of her head. What is the Scarlet Witch? Remus asked eagerly. The Scarlet Witch is a chaos caster. Dumbledore said. A very powerful chaos caster that was passed down as a legend for thousands of years. So, this witch was that powerful? Sirius asked. Why's that so bad if she lived that long ago? Because she isn't dead. Albus informed him. She is a prophesized witch that was often revered and even worshipped by ancient wizarding communities. Dumbledore looked down at the book and showed the page that he was looking at. He placed his hand on the page and began to read. The Scarlet Witch is a being of infinite power. She has no need for wands or incantation. Her power exceeds that of all chaos casters that come before her and all those that will come after. It is her destiny to rule and destroy the world. Everyone was silent. They all heard the words that Dumbledore had said and were silently frozen with no feeling of what to say or do. A lot of the people there looked to Cathy and begun to speculate and whisper to themselves about her. James decided to break the silence. Well, if nothing else, at least my sister has some goals to aspire to. That's all you have to say? Edgar Bones questioned. What do you want me to say, Eddie? James shot back. It's just some story about chaos casters. We have no reason to believe that Cathy is this Scarlet Witch. Can we really afford to not to weigh on the side of caution in this situation? Edgar asked everyone. This girl disarmed all of you and threw you around like ragdolls. Infinite power. No need for wands or incantation. Sounds like you sister is doing a bit more than just aspiring. I don't like this bloke's attitude. James said, and the rest of the Marauders agreed. Careful. James warned him. My sister may have done some questionable things. Questionable. But at the end of the day Cathy still does the right thing. James finished. She would never hurt or kill someone unless it was absolutely necessary. She wouldn't rule or destroy the world. James is right. Remus spoke up. Edgar, you don't know Cathy, but we do. We saw her grow up. We know what kind of person she is. I agree. Lily nodded, as did Peter. Ah, guys. Cathy smiled at everyone who spoke up on her behalf. Before anyone else could say anything else, Marlene McKinnon burst into the room. We have a situation. What is it? Sirius asked. Voldemort. He's attacking the ministry. Marlene declared. He's what? Harold Mincham, the minister, exclaimed. Dumbledore and everyone rose up and took their wands out. We must leave at once. The scene faded away with everyone leaving the room and focused again into the Black Kitchen. Damn it, it was getting to the good part. James complained and several people nodded in agreement. Are you sure about this? Cathy asked her son the day after Christmas. It was later in the afternoon and Harry, Ron and Ryan were all in front of Cathy and Regulus as they had a tea with Walburga. Yeah, Ryan nodded. I'm glad that you lot are taking your studies seriously, but Cathy looked slightly concerned, going to Hogwarts for the night. Let the brat go. Harry and the other two boys turned around and saw the ginger cat Whisk walk by and hop up to Cathy's lap. If nothing else, at least the house will be quieter for a few hours in the night. I completely forgot about that cat. Regulus said. I do too sometimes. Cathy admitted. She comes and goes as she pleases, that I just don't really expect her to be anywhere until she just shows up. Ooh, I like that. Cathy nodded. She gently scratched behind her familiar's ears. Oh, hey Whisk. Ryan greeted. Where have you been? There was a certain tomcat that had me over for the holidays. The cat purred. That's nice. Ryan nodded. We have a history essay to finish on the witch hunts. Harry lied. We forget to read up on it and we just need to spend the next few days in Hogwarts for the afternoon. Cathy looked to her husband. What do you think? I think it's all right. Regulus nodded as he sipped some of his tea. They'll just spend an hour or two at the library and be back for dinner. Cathy looked to her son and nephew and Ron and nodded. Fine. A fold opened up behind the three of them. I'll pick you up at 7. Thanks, Professor. Ron said. Yeah, thanks. Harry also said. The three of them stepped through the fold and disappeared. The fold closed itself and Cathy was sitting there thinking to herself. Anyone else thinks it's odd that Ryan begged to go study. I think that it's good that Orion is taking his studies so seriously. Walburga said. Cathy looked unconvinced. It must be nice to be able to believe children when they're so clearly fibbing. If you're so convinced they're up to something, why didn't you just read his mind? Walburga questioned. Good question. Remus nodded. Because when we had children, Catherine and I agreed that going through the minds of our kids was an invasion of their privacy. Regulus answered. That is good move as a parent. Andromeda smiled at her cousin and Cathy. Cathy smiled and rolled her eyes. Plus, Reg thought that it gave me an unfair parenting advantage. Yeah, that too. Regulus admitted. Never mind. Andromeda said, making several people chuckle. Oh, before I forget, Walburga reached down and pulled a blue box out of her bag. She passed it to Regulus, who held it with a strange look on his face. I was in France the other day and got you both some chocolates. Chocolates. Remus repeated. Oh, did you? Cathy, like Regulus, also had a strange look on her face. Catherine. Regulus passed the box of chocolates over to his wife and she waved her hand over it. Her hand glowed red with chaos magic and so did the box and her hand went over it. Nothing. What's going on? Walburga wondered. We're good, Cathy said, opening the box and popping a chocolate into her mouth. Really? Walburga asked in an annoyed tone. Still, I'm sorry Mum, but after the last gift you gave us. That was 13 years ago. Walburga said. You drugged us. Cathy told her. She did what? Cathy questioned. How was I supposed to know that that scented candle was an aphrodisiac? Walburga defended. I was told that it would be a great gift for newlyweds. A what? Flamel looked slightly disturbed at the thought of her daughter being under the effect of an aphrodisiac. It wasn't, Regulus said. Cathy sipped some of her tea. Well, the scene shifted to the boys who were all at the library. Madame Pants, the school librarian, walked by pushing a cart of books. She looked down at them whereas they didn't even look up from their books. She paused at the three of them and Ryan looked up and saw that she had her eyes at Ron. What's that? Ryan said, making Harry, Ron and Madame Pants looked to the herbology section. Ryan quickly grabbed Ron's book and flipped it the correct way as he had been holding it upside down. Good save, Peter said. What? Harry asked as he and Madame Pants looked back to them. Oh, it was just Peeves floating by holding a bucket of water. Ryan said dismissively. Madame Pants looked annoyed and when she saw that Ron's book was at the correct state she reluctantly kept walking. What did they think they're doing? Madame Pants wondered. Sorry. Ron apologized. He watched as Madame Pants kept walking. She's about to turn. In 3, 2, 1, go. Madame Pants turned and walked in between two shelves. Ryan's body flicked for a second and he placed a set of keys on the table in front of the other boys. You should see your face talking in slow motion. Ryan chuckled. Ah, neat treat. James nodded. Harry quickly threw the invisibility cloak over his head and walked towards the restricted section. He unlocked the lock on the door and walked inside. Harry walked through the shelves of the restricted section and tried to read the titles of the books. They didn't tell him much. Their peeling, faded gold letters spelled words in languages Harry couldn't understand. Some had no title at all. One book had a dark stain on it that looked horribly like blood. The hairs on the back of Harry's neck prickled. Maybe he was imagining it, maybe not, but he thought a faint whispering was coming from the books, as though they knew someone was there who shouldn't be. He had to start somewhere. Setting the lamp down carefully on the floor, he looked along the bottom shelf for an interesting-looking book. Harry began to read the books that did have titles. Famous Fire Eaters. 15th Century Fiends. Flamel. Nicholas Flamel. Where are you? A large black and silver volume caught his eye. He pulled it out with difficulty, because it was very heavy, and, balancing it on his knee, let it fall open. A piercing, blood-curdling shriek split the silence. The book was screaming. Harry snapped it shut, but the shriek went on and on, one high, unbroken, ear-splitting note. What the hell is that? One of the first years questioned. Who's there? Madame Pants quickly walked over to the restricted. Harry quickly ran over. He opened the door and ran out just as Madame Pants came into the restricted section. Oh, he's gonna get caught, Remus said. Harry ran into the corridor and passed Filch in the doorway. Filch's pale, wild eyes looked straight through him, and Harry slipped under Filch's outstretched arm and streaked off up the corridor, the book's shriek still ringing in his ears. He came to a sudden halt in front of a tall suit of armor. He had been so busy getting away from the library, he hadn't paid attention to where he was going. Filch looked around the area in the dark and held up a lantern as he walked towards Harry. I know you're in there. You can't hide. Who is it? Show yourself. Harry backed away slowly and when he got out of sight from Filch he ran through 2 more corridors until he slowed down and stopped. He tried to catch his breath when he heard the sounds of 2 people speaking in hushed tones. He walked further and came to the turn of another corridor where he saw Professor Snape pushing Professor Quirrell up against a wall. Well, what's this? James asked. The Dada professor was stuttering as usual. SS Severus, L. You don't want me as your enemy, Quirrell. Snape warned him. I don't know what you mean. Quirrell said in a scared voice. You know perfectly well what I mean. Snape said. Harry walked round them when Snape turned to his direction after hearing his footsteps. He reached into the air and Harry backed away. Snape disregarded Harry and turned back to Quirrell. Almost got caught. Remus said. We'll have another little chat soon. Snape said. When you've had time to decide where your loyalties lie. Death Eater. James coughed. Harry walked off and entered what he assumed was an unused classroom. Harry threw the cloak off him and walked to the center of the room where a large mirror was standing. When he stood in front of it he saw that the mirror reflected people behind him. Oh no! Dumbledore whispered to himself. He whirled around. His heart was pounding far more furiously than when the book had screamed, for he had seen not only himself in the mirror, but a whole crowd of people standing right behind him. But the room was empty. Breathing very fast, he turned slowly back to the mirror. Hey, that's us, Flamel said to his wife when he saw their reflection in the mirror. There he was, reflected in it, white and scared looking, and there, reflected behind him, were at least 10 others. Harry looked over his shoulder but still, no one was there. He in fact in a room full of invisible people and this mirror's trick was that it reflected them, invisible or not. He looked in the mirror again. A woman standing right behind his reflection was smiling at him and waving. He reached out a hand and felt the air behind him. If she was really there, he'd touch her. Their reflections were so close together, but he felt only air. She and the others existed only in the mirror. She was a very pretty woman. She had dark red hair and her eyes are just like mine, Harry thought, edging a little closer to the glass. Bright green, exactly the same shape, but then he noticed that she was smiling. The tall, thin, black-haired man standing next to her put his arm around her. He wore glasses, and his hair was very untidy. It stuck up at the back, just as Harry's did. Lily, look, Cathy said. It's you, sort of. It's like an older version of you and James. Marlene said. Behind them was his Aunt Cathy smiling and in the arms of her husband who was holding her lovingly. Mom, he whispered. Dad, they just looked at him, smiling. And slowly, Harry looked into the faces of the other people in the mirror, and saw his grandparents who he recognized from the pictures that his aunt had shown him the previous day. The Potters smiled and waved at Harry and he stared hungrily back at them, his hands pressed flat against the glass as though he was hoping to fall right through it and reach them. He had a powerful kind of ache inside him, half joy, half terrible sadness. The scene changed to show that Harry had been running through the school and back into the library where he grabbed both Ron and Ryan, threw the cloak over them and led them back to the room. Come on, come, Harry said eagerly as he pushed them into the room and towards the mirror. Come look, it's my parents. Ryan stood in front of the mirror and exchanged a look with Ron before talking to Harry. I only see us, Hazza. What does he mean? James said. We're there. Me too. Ron said. Look in properly. Harry grabbed Ryan and pulled him away from the mirror. Go on, stand there. Ron stood in front of the mirror by himself and looked into his reflection. There, you see them, don't you? Ron's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. That's me. Only I'm head boy. What? Peter looked really puzzled. Ryan peeked into the mirror but he looked like he didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Say what? And I'm holding the Quidditch cup. Ron continued. And bloody hell, I'm Quidditch captain too. Let me see. Ryan said standing in front of the mirror. He looked deeply into his reflection. Do you see something? Harry inquired. I see. Ryan looked even closer at the mirror. What? What do you see? Ron asked eagerly. I see. Ryan stretched out his words dramatically. Nothing. I see nothing. What? Ron and Harry looked at each other before Ron pulled him from in front of the mirror and said, I look good. Harry, Ryan, do you think this mirror shows the future? How can it? Both my parents are dead. Harry replied. I don't like that thing. Sirius said. It's weird. It's definitely some kind of dark object. Regulus suspected. The scene shifted to the three boys back to the library and then home and then back to the library and Harry in front of the mirror. The scene showed Harry sitting on the floor watching his family in the mirror. He was so absorbed into the mirror that he didn't notice that there was someone else standing behind him. Uh-oh, Frank said. Back again, Harry. The 11-year-old turned around and found that the headmaster of the school, Albus Dumbledore, was standing in the room. Dumbledore walked closer as Harry got up to his feet. I see that you, like many before you, have discovered the delights of the Mirror of Erised. Mirror of who? Cathy questioned. I trust by now you realize what it does. Dumbledore watched as Harry shrugged and smiled a bit. Let me give you a clue. The happiest man on earth would look in the mirror and see only himself exactly as he is. Harry thought about this for a while. So then, it shows us what we want. Whatever we want. Yes and no, said Dumbledore quietly. It shows us nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts. You, who have never known your family, see them standing around you. Ronald Weasley, who has always been overshadowed by his brothers, sees himself standing alone, the best of all of them. Oh, Remus said. I get it now. Ryan couldn't see anything. Harry noted. Ah, Mr. Black's resistance to the mirror's power would be the work of his mother. What do you mean, sir? Harry inquired. Catherine Potter is famous not only for her status as a chaos caster but her skills as a legilimens. Dumbledore explained. When each of her children were born with the same affinity for chaos magic as her, she and her husband feared that there would be those who'd attempt to brainwash or bewitch them. So, she placed a very powerful spell on them to make them immune to all forms of mental magic. Even this mirror, as powerful as it is no match for your aunt's power. Very impressive. Orion Black complimented her. Ah, thanks. Cathy said. You're welcome. Regulus and his brother and cousin were all surprised that the Black Patriarch had spoken to Catherine in a polite and genuine manner. That's why Ryan couldn't see anything. Harry nodded. Harry, you must know, this mirror will give us neither knowledge or truth. Men have wasted away before it, entranced by what they have seen, or been driven mad, not knowing if what it shows is real or even possible. Dumbledore said. That is why tomorrow it will be moved to a new home. And I must ask you not to go looking for it again. It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live. The scene shifted to Harry back at the Black residence sitting in front of the fireplace staring into the flame. Ron and Harry were sitting behind him playing chess. They would look over to him every now and then. He looks so depressed. Mary said sadly. All right. Cathy came over to the boys with a plate of cookies. Here you are. She placed them down in front of them. Thank you, Professor. Ron said. Thanks, Mum. Cathy looked over to Harry who was still staring into the fire. Ryan spoke up quickly. Haz is pretty tired from all the research. I imagine looking into the mirror of Erised has that effect. Cathy said, surprising all of them. Harry, Ron and Ryan looked to her with wide eyes. Dumbledore told me. She explained. We're sorry. Harry said. Yeah, well, I don't know what you were doing but now I'm sure that you weren't trying to write an essay. Cathy smiled. She looked at her nephew and an idea came to her. You know what, Harry, go get your coat. What? Why? Harry asked. Because I wanted to take you somewhere pretty depressing and Christmas wasn't the holiday to do it. Cathy said. But since you're already depressed I don't see why I shouldn't take you now. That's an odd way of thinking. Fabian said. Should I get my coat? Ryan inquired. No, this doesn't concern you too. Cathy said as she walked over to a coat rack and grabbed hers and Harry's. She passed the coat over and when the two put them on, a fold opened up behind them. Off we go. They stepped through and vanished with the fold closing. When Harry opened his eyes, he found himself outside in the snow. He looked around and saw several houses and people walking around. Where are we? Harry asked. Godric's Hollow. Cathy answered. She pulled a hood over her head as she looked to Harry. All right, off we go. She began walking and Harry followed suit after her. Why are we here? Harry inquired. They took a turn into a corner and Harry found himself walking with his aunt into a cemetery. Cathy didn't answer him but continued to walk until they came to a stop in front of a gravestone. Here, Cathy said. Harry looked to the gravestone and his eyes widened. In front of him, engraved into the stone, was the words, Alice and Frank Longbottom. Both Frank and Alice looked pale at the sight of their graves. Augusta gripped her son's hand and Marlene and Lily did the same with Lily. Neville's parents. Harry realized. Yes. Cathy smiled sadly. They were buried here. All of them were. Them. Harry looked puzzled. Our friends. Our family. Cathy said. Years ago, your parents, Reg and I and all our friends were drinking one night and we all agreed that if any of us died, we'd be buried in the same place. To make it easier to visit for those of us who lived. It was a morbid type of thinking but like I said we had been drinking. I suppose that we were scared of all the people we had already lost and thought to make it a big joke. Turns out the joke was on us. No one said a thing. The silence was almost deafening in the hall. I'm sorry. Harry said. I didn't just bring you here just to depress you even further. Visiting the grave of a loved one honors the memory of that person. It is a way of showing that these lives had significance when they were here and that they are not forgotten. Cathy said. Come on, let me introduce you everyone else. The pair of them walked along snow-filled path and came to a stop at another grave. Marlene McKinnon. Harry read out. Marlene's hands wavered in Alice's hand. Alice held her hand tightly and Dorcas put her arm around her. She was one of your mum's friends. Cathy said. She was very pretty back when we were in school. And brave. Even at the end. Cathy walked a bit further and stopped at a grave that read, Fabian and Gideon Pruitt. Beloved brothers. Molly looked to her brothers and they both were staring at the screen in shock and horror. Fabian and Gideon. Cathy smiled. They were twins. Molly's brothers, which makes them the Weasleys' uncles. Weren't pranksters like Fred and George, but they told the best jokes. Harry didn't say a word as Cathy continued to walk through the cemetery. Peter Pettigrew. Cathy smiled. He was one of your dad's closest friends. Peter turned white as a sheet. Both Remus and Severus threw their arms over their friend as if trying to defend him from death. Dorcas Meadows. She fought Voldemort one-on-one before he took her life. But she was also smart and kind and could outdrink sailors at a pub. Cathy walked further and stopped at another grave. Peter Pettigrew. He was one of your dad's best friends. I think I liked him the most because he was so quiet. A lot of people were now in shock and fear at their names be read off of the gravestones. Harry kept walking to the until they finally stopped at the final grave. Harry looked and saw the names that were carved into the stone. In loving memory of James Potter, Lily Potter. My mum and dad. Harry said. Yes. Cathy nodded. We grew up here. Your dad and I. When he and Lily got married they lived in the same house that we did. This is where your life started and where it was stolen from you. Why did you bring me here, Aunt Cathy? Cathy knelt down next to Harry so that she was at eye level with him. I want to show you that the love that the mirror showed you isn't something that was born from your desires. It was a part of you that is embedded in your heart and your mind. But we shouldn't dwell on the imagery too much lest you lose your way. Cathy stood back up and looked to her brother's gravestone. Besides, you forget many things in life. But you'll never forget things like kindness, happiness and love. It stays with us forever. Cathy heard someone sniffle and looked and saw her mother wiping away a tear. Mum, I had something in my eye. Euphemia said. Yeah. Peter said, me too. Yeah. Marlene said as she and the other girls wiped away their own tears. Like, subscribe, and turn on notifications for more magical what ifs.